Okay, I think we're making a start. Welcome everyone. Good morning. This was originally a panel scheduled for yesterday evening, but because of the weather, we're meeting this morning and kicking off today's proceedings. My name is Bruce Weston, and I teach sociology at Columbia University in New York, and direct the Columbia Justice Lab. And I want to welcome everyone to this Square One Roundtable on Values and Justice. The Square One project started about 5 years ago with the work of Catherine Huffman of the Raven Group, and Catherine's right here, Jeremy Travis at Arnold Ventures, myself, and we had two brilliant staff leads when we started our work, Anamika Dwavetti and Suki McMahon. And that was part of the original group that started Square One about 5 years ago. We've also been very fortunate to be working during this time with Laurie Garducki at the MacArthur Foundation, and Laurie and MacArthur have been steadfast supporters for all the work that we've been doing. So today, we're going to kick off something that's new for us. And what has been a national project for justice reform over these last 5 years has been in close partnership with really an extraordinary community in Oklahoma to explore the themes of racial inequality, inequity, unfairness in context with police, courts and prisons. And we're going to be challenged over the next couple of days to reimagine a different kind of justice. What could it be if we were to think in a really foundational way, if we were to go back to square one? Chris and Avita are going to talk to you more this morning about the program for today and the aspirations for the meeting. But I just wanted to express my gratitude to all of you that are here today for this work, which I think is just so important for the nation as a whole. And I'm very, very grateful for that. We're going to start today with a brilliant panel that includes Senator George Young, Aurelius Francisco, and Tamara Labatt. I'm eager to get to the conversation, so I'm going to point you to their biographies. There was a pamphlet coming in with all of the biographies of the participants. Suffice to say, everyone on our panel this morning have been beacons of racial justice in realms from politics, to community organisation, to restorative justice. I also want to acknowledge Amanda Swope and Michaela Powell, who were scheduled to be on yesterday evening's panel, but they've been unable to join us this morning. Okay, so let's get into it. A goal over the next 2 days is to reimagine justice. And I thought one place to start is to ask our panelists, what are the biggest challenges that you see to making really fundamental change in Oklahoma in our efforts to reduce racial inequality and make the system fairer for everyone? What are the biggest challenges to that work? And maybe, Tamara, I'll start with you.
It's funny that you start with me because I'm going to pass, and I'm going to do it very deliberately unless these gentlemen would like me to start, because part of the work that I think has to happen is people who receive historical and structural privilege in the United States have to be able to shut up and listen. And I think we have to start in that space. And so I want to very deliberately just offer the two of them an opportunity to speak first.
And in the same vein, respecting my elders, Senator Young, would you like to start?
Age before beauty.
There you
Age
go.
before beauty.
Well, I think first, if listening to the idea of what the challenges are for me, and let me quickly give some context so I won't have to bring this back up again. But I need you to know where I'm coming from. And I heard a podcast a couple of weeks ago, and they said, well, don't cut folk out because of your background, but I do need you to know where I'm coming from to give you some context out of what I speak. I'll turn 69 years old in a couple of months. I was born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee. So I grab hold of that. You know where I was brought up in, the time frame I was brought up in, the part of the country I was brought up in, and the challenge that exists to this day that I still face over and over again is for the large amount of individuals who are involved in living life at this moment to admit that we still have a problem. That to me is the key. We are still fighting this idea of, does racism actually exist? Does the challenge of trying to accomplish things, and a lot of us operate out of the idea that we've made such great progress that maybe not. It does, and until we can confront our own biases, our own, again, you're right, Reverend Tamara, that sometimes people need to shut up and just listen and feel and see and hear and live in the present moment. We have problems that exist, that have always existed. I was raised in the late 60s, early 70s. I came into a knowledge of who I am. And if any of you know anything about history, I'm in Memphis, lift that barge, tote that bell, Mississippi River, cotton is king. Listen, it is a problem that has existed, and we try our best not to face that problem. So what I love about what we're doing right now, Bruce, is that we're bringing that problem to the front. We're exposing that problem, and we're having discussions about that problem, and I think that's going to be the start. That's not the only thing, but for me, that's the challenge. That's what we've got to overcome, is this idea that we've done so much already that we don't have to do anymore, that we can leave it alone, that we can stop teaching history, we can stop doing all the things that have brought us this far. So, and we can't. So that's my idea. The challenge is to get us to have this group to talk and discuss about those things that are occurring.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Release.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Can y'all hear me okay? Wonderful. I like to make a little noise so it's not like we're just up here all alone, quietly, awkwardly on this panel. And so I want to invite everybody to join in the conversation for however long this panel is going to last. Snaps if you like what we say, boos if you don't, all right? And so, yeah, my name's Aurelius Francisco. I use he, him, his pronouns. I'm a community organizer first and foremost. And as an organizer, my primary concern in the work that I do is power. Who has power? Who doesn't have power? What systems of power take and exploit from communities, and the self-determination or lack thereof of marginalized communities to decide our own fates, to decide our own humanity, to decide our future, right? And so with that, I think the biggest challenge in the state of Oklahoma as it relates to the criminal legal system is sort of the fabrication of power. That power is isolated at the top with very few, and the masses, the many of us in communities, in neighborhoods, in structures, don't have much power, right? I think so much of the problem is cultural here in Oklahoma. And to me, why that is so important is because the solutions, the alternatives, the reforms, the transformations, the reforms that we're trying to push for have to be systemic in nature, have to be cultural in nature, have to seek to address sort of the culture that we have in Oklahoma that is deeply punitive, deeply retributive, deeply white supremacist, deeply capitalist. And the reason that understanding those structures of power is so important to understanding the criminal legal system is because without it, we're failed to just reformulate the system, right? We're not going to reimagine it, but we're going to recreate it over and over again. And that's what we've done for more than 4 centuries, right, in this country, and more than 2 centuries here in the state of Oklahoma and beyond. And so I think we're really looking at a cultural problem, right? And because of it, right, because the culture is so deeply embedded in Oklahoma, I think we have a deep, deep apathy in our communities as organizers, as community members, as everyday folk going about our jobs, trying to make ends meet in this capitalist system, right? I think we have a deep, deep apathy to our potential, our ability for change. I think we are so stuck in this idea that we're stuck in this stuff, right? Like there's very little potential for change because we really haven't seen it. I saw after the recent elections in November, folks who have been pushing for change in the state of Oklahoma, and we saw a lot of losses in November, say like, I've been fighting for 4 decades, and things haven't, not only have things not gotten better, but they've gotten worse, right? It feels like we're in a worse place with the state, right? With our elected officials, with the people who are over our education system in the state, right? With the state of local elections and things of that nature. And that's real, right? And I don't want to gloss over that and immediately jump to like, we got to imagine something better and, you know, joy and hope, right? Because it's like you've been pushing, you've been fighting for decades upon decades upon decades. This system, this structure of power that is concentrated at the top will wear you down. And that's the point. The point is to wear us down to a point of apathy, to wear us down to a point of hopelessness, to wear us down to a point of we have no power, we have no voice to make a change. And I think because of that, right, it is the system that teaches us that tells us that, and that violently enforces that upon us, right? And so it's not, young people just don't vote, or people don't, nobody wants to get out and do the work, right? No, the system is violently enforcing this idea that we have no voice, that we have no power, that we have no ability to decide our own fate. And in many ways, we don't. But in so many other ways, we do, right? And I think that is our job as organizers, as practitioners, as elected officials, is to embrace the moral imperative that we have to say we do have a choice, we do have an ability, we do have power in the masses, right, people power, to say that we can make a change and we can make a difference and we can really shift entirely the paradigm that this culture of the criminal legal system, the criminal punishment system, that I think is more aptly named, the paradigm with which it sits on, right? And so I think that is the biggest challenge and barrier to sort of push people beyond this place of hopelessness. And I think that is embedded in the culture here in the state of Oklahoma, because for so long, those who have been in power haven't done what is in the best interest of the people.
That's great.
I'm Tamara Labak. I'm the founder of the Restorative Justice Institute of Oklahoma, and our mission is to transform the inequitable and retributive culture in our state by helping people understand they're not the worst thing they've ever done or the worst thing that's ever happened to them. The challenges that I see about making fundamental change are so vast, but they're really grounded in the idea and understanding that Oklahoma is ground zero for the transformation of the United States. This is the place that has the embedded historical trauma of the Tulsa Race Massacre, the land run, so many ways in which our historical trauma perpetuates and is present in today's society. And I think that we can't ignore that. So whatever we can do here, I really believe we're going to be able to do anywhere else in the country. I want to say, too, that the idea of this conference being grounded in values and justice is just a really important construct for me. As we are grounded in our own values, I think it's really important for us to begin stopping the cycle of violence with ourselves. It has to stop internally. It has to stop with us. We have to reimagine the idea of resistance not just being in opposition to the system, but also in everyday interactions alongside and within the system, ending the cycle of violence verbally, not just violently, physically, but verbally, emotionally, spiritually, until we can find ways to be able to see the complexity of the people that we're trying to even, quote unquote, fight against. I believe that the system actually created the construct of resistance that we're currently working in, and all it does is keep us worn out and tired, just exactly like Aurelius was talking about. And I think until we can find those moments of connection, even with people who believe radically differently than we do, we will continue to work ourselves to death. And so when we can find just a glimpse of connection of how can I work with someone who's so opposite of me, whether or not it's across the aisle or in a different space, if I can find a glimmer of connection to unite around one thing, even if it's just, I'm gonna feed these babies that aren't being fed in this country. If we can unite around one thing and get fed energetically and spiritually by those moments, I think we can actually run the long race. And I think we'll be able to see the arc of justice moving in the right direction. I do want to say something about two values in this country that I think we have to constantly push back against in order to be able to see fundamental change in addition to this idea of reimagining resistance. And that is that if we perpetuate a sense of urgency and we perpetuate complexity threat, meaning that the problem is too big, right? We oversimplify in order to be able to move whatever agenda it is that we have forward. I believe we're just participating in the very same thing that the opposition, quote unquote, is using in order to keep us marginalized. And so it starts with understanding and recognizing our own complexity. It starts in recognizing the parts of ourselves that we've alienated and aren't willing to put out in front of other people. And for me, that once we can have that internal transformation, we can begin to do that same thing out in the world in every situation and every conversation that we have.
That's fantastic. So one thread that I hear through everyone's answers is that there's tremendous potential for power in our agency. There are the structures of inequality and injustice are by no means so overwhelming that we, through our individual actions collectively, could disrupt those structures. So the follow-up question I want to ask is just thinking about success in the work that we're doing now, and perhaps examples where our agency has triumphed over some pretty serious odds. Could you each talk to that and share with us, what has success looked like for you over the last few years? Are there wins that we can point to and learn from?
I can start because I struggle with this question because it feels like they've been few and far between, and I want to bring Tyree Nichols into this space. I want to bring Keenan Anderson into this space. And I think every example, every incident of police terror that we see in this country is yet another example of how far we have to come, how far we have to go. And so this question is difficult for that reason, because the same police violence that rounded up my ancestors in the slave patrols in the 1700s and the 1800s, the same police violence that beat Ida B. Wells, the same police violence that Dr. King talked about in 1963, the terror of police brutality, as he called it, the same police violence right here that participated in the Tulsa Race Massacre in 1921, the same police violence that killed Terrence Crutcher on North Tulsa streets in 2016. is the same police violence that took the life of Tyree Nichols, Keenan Anderson, Tatiana Jefferson, who just got some variation, if you want to call it justice. And so this question is difficult because we're still fighting the same fight. And policing, which is, as I see it, the gateway to mass incarceration, the gateway to the problem that we have in the state of Oklahoma in this country with massive incarceration, with punishment, with policing our communities, is still ravaging our communities to this day. And so it's really hard to sort of grapple with this question. And I think where I land is that our questions have gotten better. We haven't quite found the answers. At least we haven't gotten people in power, enough of them, to really wrestle with the answers. I think our communities for a long time, Black communities in particular, have had these answers. We haven't necessarily been listened to and had the power to bring those to fruition. But we're asking better questions. And so I think that the greatest success that we've seen has been, and since 2020 especially, since the sort of massive mobilizations that we saw all across the country, here in Oklahoma, all across the world, after the police slaughter of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and so many others that summer, we've seen better questions being asked about what is justice, what is policing, what should be the role of policing in our lives, what should be the role of the state in our lives. Should there be a monopoly on violence that the police have? Should there be an entity, an institution that is funded by each of us, by our tax dollars, who can legally, legitimately enact violence upon us on a daily basis? Should that be something that is allowed? Should that be what we call justice in this country? I think most people's answers to the question, should George Floyd be alive, is yes. Should Tyree Nichols be alive, is yes. Should Terrence Crutcher be alive, is yes. Should Breonna Taylor, Tanisha Anderson, Michelle Cusseau, too many to name. Should they be alive, the answer is yes. And if we can grapple with those questions and really come to the answers with them, I think we're moving closer and closer to a success, right? But we haven't gotten there yet. And so I can't sit up here and say, you know, we won on some campaign or we won some policy, because Black folks still out here getting slaughtered. And that's just where I'm at today, presently. And it's difficult for me to try to be any more hopeful than that. But I do think we're asking better questions, which will hopefully get us to a place where we can ask or actually get to the answers that uplift community-based responses, that uplift alternatives, that say, no, there should not be a public entity that can legally kill us and get away with it with impunity.
Well, going back to the context that I painted for you about me, I'm excited about the fact that we're here. I'm excited about the fact that I look at this crowd, and it's a younger crowd. It's, you know, this is a great group of folk. The reason I'm excited is, yes, there has been some success. We have made, you're talking to someone who lived through it, that we have made some success. We have moved beyond where we were, where my mother and father had to go through to get me to where I am right now. Yes, but Aurelius is exactly right. We have not gotten there yet, and the there still repeats itself over and over again, because I could tell you about incidents when I was growing up. But the fact is, yes, I'm looking around, three things about the George Floyd murder that touched me and helped me to keep fighting and keep pushing was, one, I remember when Dr. King was assassinated in the crowd. It was predominantly Black crowds in Memphis when that happened, and they were throwing, I like to tell folks, I threw one brick and got home and got a whooping, so I didn't throw any more bricks, so I didn't do that anymore. But that was almost an all-Black crowd. when you look at what happened across the world with George Floyd, there was three things that struck me. The first one was the size of those crowds. They were gigantic. They were overwhelming. People were coming out, voicing their opinion by their presence. Secondly, it was the diversity of those crowds. It was not just black folk. It was all kinds of folk. It was great. And the thing that encouraged me the most to say, yes, we are moving in the right direction. We are not there yet. It was a young crowd. It was young people who were, and you know, you get my age, you start thinking, oh my God, what's going to happen? I'm assured that no matter what happens to me, that we've got a group of folk who are coming behind me who are involved, who are invested, and they're not going to let the status quo, they're not going to let what happened next week at 23rd and Lincoln in Oklahoma City be just that. It's going to change. Things are going to move because people are really, you're absolutely right. We are tired. And because we are tired, we are moving. And so I think there has been some success. That success, though, has been lost a lot of times in the things that have occurred that have colored the success. And what we don't want to do is to lose the fact that look at where we have come from. But don't stop there. Look at how far we have to go. No, how far we need to go to be able to have a system, to be able to reimagine. We can't even imagine justice. To reimagine justice is a doubly hard task in this present environment. And so, no, I am moved and encouraged by looking back over my shoulders at history. Paul says don't look back, but sometimes you have to look back to be encouraged about where you are right now. But I am very encouraged about the future, and it's because of our younger generation that's coming behind, that's fighting, that they're voicing their opinion. And I want to get out of the way. Whatever Aurelius wants to do, you know what? All he got to do is call me. I told him, man, I'm going to push you as much because I can't march like I used to. I used to play ball, but I can't get out there and walk like I used to anymore. But I sure will do whatever I can. So yes, there's been some success. Those of us might need to tell, we have had some success, but as has been stated clearly, we are not there yet. The system still does not work for us as well as it works for other folk.
I want to say Julius Jones was a half win. And I believe that some of the answer to the carceral state is actually found in the body. And I am a product of some of the shifts and changes that Dr. Young made possible. I went to an integrated Oklahoma City public school where I grew up not just among other people of color, but I grew up being instructed by a Clara Looper sit-inner who taught me to use my power and privilege in order to open doors and to deliver messages that weren't being heard by other people who didn't look like me. And I believe that we are making headway in that space of having an entire generation that is growing up more likely growing up around people that don't look like them, so that their bodies can relax around people that don't look like them. And I think that that is a really key component of being able to move away from what we see in this police state. We have trigger-happy, young, white, mostly men, in spaces who are frightened. And they're frightened for the wrong reasons, and their jobs are described as military action. And we heard Betty Shelby say that she'd rather be carried home by judged by 12 than carried home by 6, I think. We've heard how they are being positioned. And until we can have an opportunity for folks to be able to acknowledge what is going on inside of them, especially white people, when white people can recognize the unconscious, internalized, historical shame that is, whether or not they admit it or not, driving some of their physical reactions in moments, we're going to continue to get what we've always gotten. And so for me, it's about, not just about like, get a black friend. That's not the point. It's actually get a white friend who can help you walk through what might actually be the pain and the trauma that is driving some of your physical fears and reactions to present day. But I do think that we've made progress in that because we have strategies now about how to address that and how to do that, and I want to be part of that solution. So.
Yeah, this is a great conversation. One thread that I hear is talking about this is a conversation about power. I think everyone in different ways is speaking about that, and partly power is organisation, people working together. Senator, you spoke to that. Aurelius, you spoke to that. Tamara, you spoke to the importance of the connectedness of people and having a transformative power. And so this will be my last question to you all before we invite questions from the floor. And it's how do we multiply that, right? How do we multiply power, expand it in a way that brings about the cultural change that you have all been talking about, getting people to admit the reality of racism. That's where George Young started. How do we multiply power in order to make change?
I have thoughts. I was going to collect them, but y'all will get my stream of consciousness. The great abolitionist Frederick Douglass once said, "Power concedes nothing without a demand." So we got to understand that it's not just going to happen. It's not just going to be multiplied. We're not just going to get that power by waiting on it. We got to go get it. We got to fight for it. We got to understand that the threat, the enemy, not any one person, not any one politician, not any one warden, not any one cop, but very large structures of oppression, very large institutions that are connected by way of their interest in upholding the status quo that is mapped in the carceral state or the prison industrial complex. This very large web of powerful actors, private and public interest, that converge together to create this sort of mass mobilization towards controlling and exploiting the masses, controlling and exploiting marginalized communities, especially but not exclusively, controlling and exploiting you and me. And in understanding that sort of massive problem, I think it's really easy for people to be like, oh, it's a little too big. I don't know about this, Aurelius. Like, and again, like as an organizer, it's our job to sort of paint the picture of just all of the wins that we've had in the past, right? All of the wins, all of the successes that Senator Young has seen just in his lifetime. All of the wins that we've seen even in the last years. 10 years here in Oklahoma, right? About where our incarceration rate is. It isn't at 0, which is where I would like it to be, but it's better than it was in 2014. It's better than it was in 2018, right? Like, there have been some wins, and that is a direct result of people coming, seeing their power, right? And saying, we gotta change it. And so I think there's a deep need to build capacity in the state of Oklahoma. I think in too many rooms we have the same folk who are amazing and brilliant, and strong freedom fighters, but I think we have to lift up and find new leaders and new organizers and new practitioners and new people, regardless of in what sector they work in, to come into the work and to make a change. And then to also understand that our work on a day-to-day basis is about shifting power dynamics within our sphere of influence. And that's what I always encourage people who are like, when I'm like giving a training on PIC abolition, and they're just like, man, this is too big, this ain't ever gonna happen in our lifetimes. And maybe it won't, I'm not sure, right? But it's like, what can you do in your day-to-day life that impacts your sphere of influence? So it is about getting your white friends. It is about getting your family members. It is about getting your coworkers, right? Coming together collectively and having tough conversations about the ways that our history of racism, of white supremacy in this country impacts us to today, right? Having tough conversations, right, around policing. Having tough conversations around the idea that in Oklahoma City, just 2 days ago, somebody can be arrested for riding their bike. 2 days later, end up dead in Oklahoma County Jail. Have tough conversations about, is that justice? Like, is that what our criminal legal system, what our resources, what our millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars should be used for? To lock up somebody for riding a bike and for an old warrant? Or could we be using those resources to actually promote safety? Does incarcerating that black man keep you any more safe? The answer should be no, and is no. And if it is no, then what are the things that do promote safety, that do uplift safety, where those millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars could be going to actually provide abundance for our communities rather than the scarcity that we've been living in? That create abundant resources, that ensure, right, that everyone has quality, affordable housing, that everyone has access to nourishing food, that everyone has access to equitable education with cultural competent teachers, right? That everyone has access to clean drinking water. Basic necessities, but also that amenities and sidewalks and street lights, things that we know promote safety and create sort of thriving neighborhoods and communities, right, that actually promote safety, where people have after-school programs and things that they can go to that aren't possibly something that could get them in trouble or get them interfacing with the law, right? That these are the things that we should be looking at investing in. And to continue down the path of the status quo, to continue to do the same thing and expect a different result, to continue down this path of continuing to invest in carcerality and the carceral state and the prison industrial complex, and expect safety to come out of it, expect violence to go down, expect people to not be killed by the police, expect people to not die, or expect people to not be killed by our jails, won't happen. And so we really got to look at doing things differently and multiplying sort of the people power that we have. And for all of us, right, like however many people, I'm not good at math, are in this room, right? Multiply that within our sphere of influence. All of us have a huge platform, right? Of friends and family, people who listen to us, right? And all of that collectively is how we build a massive movement towards freedom and liberation.
I would say that we have given away our power to the wrong places. We've outsourced our safety and significance and belonging to a capitalist carceral state instead of a community where we can be seen and heard. And I think that for me, it's about folks recognizing that it is about power sharing, but it's not about giving power away in a way that does not also include you. And for me, that's a really, it's a really close in proximity choice that we can make on a regular basis. How do we lift up marginalized voices in the communities that we're in? How do we share power and influence in decision-making in organizations that we're a part of? How do we, how do we recognize that, how do we actually live out the value of diversity by recognizing that I am better when I am not working alone, and I am better when I am working in collaboration with people who think differently than I do? and who have different experiences and who have different struggles. I multiply my capacity in that respect. I don't diminish it. So the giveaway actually becomes the multiplier. And I think that when we can get really clear about the ways in which we can do that, we will begin to give away our power to the right in the right way, instead of giving it away in a way that diminishes us and diminishes our voice, and that allows a state to have a death row with more people on it than we've had in the history of Oklahoma, that allows the school to prison pipeline tag African-American boys in the 3rd grade, that creates a lot of dynamics that basically, if we would empower our own voice and the people who are actually doing the work, we could make a considerable amount of change. And it also begins with recognizing where our resources are and where we get them. We've outsourced, and I know that this is going to take a sharp turn for some folks, but I actually think it's very connected. We've outsourced our food supply. We've outsourced so many things that it is creating a dependency on a capitalist carceral state that should not be. Audre Lorde said there is no liberation without community. No liberation without community. So I think the smaller and smaller we can begin to focus where our resources come from and how to build up one another in order to get everyone's needs met, I think the more likely we're going to see liberation in our near future.
What was the question?
Multiplying power.
I guess I was thinking, who was the other? There was another black mayor before this black mayor of New York City. What was the other black mayor's name?
Dinkins.
Dinkins. Dinkins held up a newspaper some many years ago of the park, the 5 young black kids who were charged with a crime. They found out they didn't do it. Dinkins held up a newspaper, and he held it up on this documentary I was looking at. He held it up, and he looked at it. He looked back at the camera, and he said, "Look, I'm about to curse, so get ready." So it's a damn crime and a shame. Until we start standing up and stating the facts the way that they actually are, if this is a damn crime and a shame. Until we start admitting that things are not where they are and trying our best to make things be what we know they ought to be, this is a damn crime and a shame. Until we look at the fact, I sit in the chamber starting next week with 47 other individuals, only 2 African Americans in there, and the only thing I can do, because I'm on the wrong side of the aisle to get anything done, they don't need 25 votes and they got 38 folks. Listen, it's a damn crime and a shame. And until we start looking at life in the very essence of what we live in right now with the problems we face. I read about the other day, guys. Somebody called me right away, and the kid hung himself. He hung himself in the jail. It's a damn crime and a shame. But you know what? Let me tell you. I look at this crowd, and there's some folk in this crowd right now that I know for a fact are able and part of the process that gives me hope to make sure that even though, don't go back and tell my folk at the church I was cursing either. Let me know that we can multiply not only our power, but the values that we see and need and know will make a difference can exist. Now, I'll say this one thing and I'll let it go, because like every time I talk, look, I know you think he's angry. I'm mad. And the reason is because I've had to live through this. Yeah. But I am so excited when I look at this, when I hear, I am, listen, Bro Cubit, I love you, man. You know, we go back a long ways. This Oklahoma City police officer, you know, you can't find a better person that was in law enforcement. And I'm not saying that because he's here. I say that all the time. Your chief, when you're Chief City and Chief Berry, both of those are 2 great, I thought, chiefs of police. Great. Outstanding. I've had conversations with them. I wonder sometimes, how can you be a chief, either one of them, because you guys talk too much sense. We have to multiply, not give up, keep fighting, and you know what? I'm doing my best to do that in a feeble way, because it is a very difficult, you're talking about the power. When I go next week, I go up and I know how much power I have, and that power rests in what I'm doing right now, making sure that I'm heard even though they may not move on it. That's our power, to make sure we are heard. Otherwise, we're going to be raising up a whole sheet of paper and looking at it and looking into the camera and saying, that's a damn crime and a shame.
That's brilliant. I just want to say 3 summary things about what I've heard in the conversation so far, and then we have time for a question or two from the floor. We'll have a hard stop at 10:10, so just to put that on people's radar. So 3 things I heard in the conversation we've had so far that really struck me. First, we've talked a lot about power, and we have talked about power in organisation, power in working together. Tamara said, I'm better when I'm not working alone, which I thought was very strong. So power in organisation, power in working together. Second thing I heard from the senator, which I thought was terrific, was there is a power in truth-telling. And there is a challenge of cultural change that everyone has spoken to, but there is real power in truth-telling. And I know that that's part of the agenda over the coming couple of days. And I thought that was brilliantly articulated. And finally, Aurelius said something which I thought was terrific, that we should be thinking about safety that is founded on a freedom from poverty, a freedom from hunger, a freedom from insecurity, a safety that's built on a decent level of living in which people have order and predictability in their daily lives, that we should be able to expect in the world's richest country. Right. And so I thought those 3 ideas were terrific parts of this conversation. Let's open the floor for a question or two, if people have them. And if you could say who you are and where you're from.
Hi, Tamara. I'm from Oklahoma City. This question is it Tamara?
Tamara, yeah.
Tamara, you spoke a lot about the internal stuff, the body. That was so powerful to me because these past couple of years I've been really cognizant of like how I'm thinking of situations. Even this morning I was going for a run outside and just taking note of like the cars that I viewed as threat versus like I keep running, or like seeing a woman outside versus seeing a man, and kind of like my body and kind of what I was thinking and doing. I felt afraid. And I remember going to this conference and this black woman was presenting and she was talking about biases. She was challenging the audience to really attack her. And the audience was mainly white. And she, at the end of it, asked, like, for those of you who were black, like, how did you feel? Like, what was going on with your body? Like, when I was presenting, like, were you afraid for me? Were you anxious? And so I really want you to kind of maybe expound upon, like, just that internal aspect of, like, that cycle of violence and kind of what our body is doing and how this really does play a big role in justice and how we view things in society.
Yeah, our restorative justice model is really grounded in the idea that that we have parts of ourselves that try to keep us safe and that are connected to our historical and biographical traumas. And we can actually make choices about whether or not those parts are leading or not. We have a prefrontal cortex that can actually make decisions, but in order to be able to do that, it's not about what our values are when we're not under threat. It's about our reactions when we are under threat, right? What do we do when we're actually in fight, in flight, fight, freeze. There's another one that I won't say that some of y'all probably know. But anyway, the point is that how do we actually react in those moments when we are under threat? And there is work that we can do that is part of our restorative justice model that helps people to recognize when those parts jump in to try and drive the bus. And there's some things that we can do that are non-threatening to be able to elicit those parts of us so that we can begin to heal them. So it's not something that's far-fetched. It's actually something that we can do right now and that we think is really important. And we're doing that work with teachers. We're doing that work with kids. We're trying to disrupt the school-to-prison pipeline by actually teaching teachers how to manage when they feel threatened or not in power, because, boy, they can do some damage to kids in the space, right? So that's really what we're focused on the most. And I think connected to that, I just want to say that that is the microcosm of the larger macrocosm that we're seeing in Oklahoma, which is trying to legislate safety, right? By legislating the capacity to say, no, you can't even truth tell. It threatens me and who I am to actually truth tell, right? So what we're seeing is people trying to legislate the truth, and it's not ever going to work. It's not worked historically. It's not going to work now. But we have to watch them go through this process of trying to manage their own fears by making laws, right? And I don't think it's going to work. This time, it hasn't worked in the past. It's not going to work this time. So thank you for asking the question.
We have time for one last quick question. Yes.
All right, so this question is based upon assumptions of Bill pushback.
And if you could just identify yourself. And
Executive Director of the Restorative Justice Institute. I see the criminal legal system as the fruit of the tree of our society. And if so, what do y'all think are the things at the root that even our efforts as a collection need to be thinking about and looking at, instead of just attacking the fruit, which is just the manifestation of everything else?
Whoever answers that, can you please repeat the question for the live stream?
If the system is the fruit of the tree, what's at the root? And what should we, as the gist of it is, what should we be attacking at the root of the tree? And which is a great wrap-up question for each of the panelists.
I just got a couple of things to add. You're absolutely right. And to me, the first two things that we ought to always do, land acknowledgement. This is not we're on land that indigenous folk own, and it was taken, it was stolen from them, and we're on it right now. Two, labor acknowledgement, that on the backs of people who were stolen from their country. So that's the root of this country. That's what it was built upon. And so for me, we are, we have to, say the grapes are sour because that's the fruit. But the root, those two things to me are the foundation of this manifest destiny, almost cursed again, stuff is ludicrous, and so to me, I think it's a great point. That's where we got to start. If you don't start there, which goes back to what I think we've been trying to say for this whole panel, is that you start back from the beginning, and the beginning is that's 1619 and before. Sugarcane, cotton, tobacco. Let's just be honest, Tamara. Let's be honest. That's what it is, and I think that's so. You deal with the fruit, the correctional system, but the correctional system is built on what was planted in the ground, and that's what we've grown. So now we've got to. So you better take the whole thing out, throw it away.
Put a different way, spot on as always, Cinda Young. The root, and I love that you asked it in this way, because Dr. Angela Davis, she talks about radical simply means grabbing things by the root. The system has been radically built in this way to be inequitable, to be racist, to be punitive, right? And in the same way, we have to be radical in how we seek to transform it, address it, reimagine it, right? And so the root is racial capitalism, to put it a different way, right? Like at the root of settler colonialism, at the root of white supremacy and slavery was this unquenchable thirst for profit. And on the backs of the laborers, of my ancestors, of the enslaved, was the free labor that built this country. And in the same way, incarceration and policing serves as a way to exploit and extract people from communities, put them into cages to continue this cycle and this trajectory of power being concentrated at the top and the masses, the very many of all of us, the working class masses, the middle class, not having any power. And so we really are talking about having to evolve an evolution with an R in the front from racial capitalism into another system that, instead of working for the few, for the profit of the few, works for the masses.
I wanted to get this quote right. It's Jeremiah 31:29. The fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge. And our teeth are set on edge, for sure. And at the root, what we have to uplift, I believe, also is greed. It's about being able to recognize, though, that it is not this is not like a faceless, nameless dynamic. We have people who look like me have in their history someone who made a choice to come to this country, likely. And until we can explore those choices, acknowledge those choices, recognize what those choices were all about, and how it advantaged people who look like me at an early stage, I believe we won't get to the problem. And what we're seeing right now is a desperate attempt to try and make sure that that doesn't happen in the state of Oklahoma. So for me, I get hope knowing that no matter what happens, no matter if teachers' certificates are being threatened or they can't do things, we will work around the system. We will create other schools. We will find ways to be able to teach these things outside of a state-funded classroom. There is no way that you can eliminate the truth from the situation. And so I just hope that even you will take some pride in learning a little bit about your story so that you can set your legacy line straight, no matter what it is.
I am so grateful to all of you for this brilliant conversation this morning. So please join me in thanking our panel.
It's been a pleasure.
We're now going to break for 20 minutes and we'll resume at 10:30.
Love it. We need to catch up.
Magnet.
Oh, it is a magnet, yeah.
I've never seen a name tag like this.
Yes, sir. It's used with. So I am representing me, but I work.
I like that. They put a hole in my jacket.
Yeah.
I do deputy warden in Maple Beach. I try to stay in the background. I usually need to spread, so I'm a little. I don't have to bump your elbows too many times. I know, that's why I'm letting you on that. Because I can't. I'm about to raise hell on it, but. Yes, sir.
Oh, so, okay. Right, okay.
Okay, if we could invite people to settle in, we are going to get started. I just want to say, first of all, the first announcement, maybe the most important thing I'm going to say immediately is that the coffee and water will be back. It's on its way, and it will be here in time for our next break. And we apologize for the fact that that was taken away, but it will be back fresh and better than ever. I also just want to say what an amazing opening panel. George Young, Aurelius Francisco, Tamara Lepak, I mean, just absolutely amazing. And to have the panel being facilitated by Bruce Western was just icing on the cake. I cannot think of a better way to start our day, to set the tone, than by the truth-telling and the wisdom that was just shared with us. We want to welcome you here today. This convening is the result of the Square One project, local work. And I just want to give a quick history about that. The Square One initiative is birthed out of Justice Lab at Columbia University in 2018. There was a group of individuals from across the nation who were invited to come together to reimagine our approach to justice and community safety. Dr. Western had visited Oklahoma, was doing some work, some research around the impact of fees and fines on individuals involved in the criminal legal system at the time. And we had met, and one thing led to another, and he had asked if I would like to join the Square One project at the national level, and I said, "Are you sure?" He said that he thought he was, and I'm certain that he has revisited his decision more than once in the time since. Participating in this conversation and knowing that Square One is not about tinkering around the edges. It's not about tinkering around the edges. This is about going back to Square One and reimagining our approach to justice, to safety. An approach that would be free from disparities, bias, and perpetual harm. Engaging in that conversation made me realize how important it would be for my state, our state, Oklahoma, to have the opportunity to impact these issues for us here locally. And I began to ask the staff, maybe beg the staff, if they would be willing to bring this conversation to our state. I said, I know a person that would be the perfect leader for this initiative. Her name is Evita Fox Kreider, and I really feel like our state is ready. I think that we're ready and that this conversation is necessary. I want to tell you that the Square One project is really about narrative and cultural change in relation to issues surrounding punishment and safety. The aim is for people to base language, attitudes, and behaviors concerning accountability, and let me just note that accountability is different than punishment, and safety in values of truth-telling, power sharing, and human dignity. Square One believes that these values stand as a pathway for reckoning in order to reimagine justice. Square One seeks to envision a different kind of public safety that does not rely on police and prisons, but a rich community life that has eliminated poverty and the myriad of issues that accompany such social problems. Because Square One believes that safety and justice is defined and achieved well beyond the boundaries of the criminal legal system. I want to welcome you to this discussion. I also want to acknowledge that time and space matter. As we begin this conversation, this roundtable is intentionally designed to take place in conjunction with Black History Month. And I want to acknowledge that 1 month is not nearly enough. We should not have just a month to celebrate the contributions, the resilience, the perseverance, the leadership of our African American community. That should be year-round, every day. But we are having this conversation intentionally to emphasize some things that need to be dealt with in our state surrounding our past. We must recognize and repair the historical harm that has been imposed on fellow Oklahomans because of power, social control, and white supremacy. In this conversation, we seek to recognize, analyze, reconcile, and repair the weight and consequences of this harm, this reality, to those in the African American community, as well as those in the Native American community. To that end, I want to begin by acknowledging that Oklahoma is Native land. The land in which we travel, live, do business, and raise our family was taken unjustly from our sovereign Native partners. The space that we're in today, I checked with the person that I lean on for expertise, Gene Perry, and the land that we're in today was originally allotted to the Cherokee, the Muskogee Creek Nation, and the Osage Nation. Very important for us to recognize that. This space, this very space, the Greenwood District, also bears significance. It bears significant scars, and it represents some of the darkest days in Oklahoma's history, some of the darkest days in American history. This space represents the largest single incident of racial violence that has ever taken place. It is a reality that is not talked about or taught nearly enough. African Americans who owned this land and developed this space into what became known as Black Wall Street, a thriving community full of businesses, grocery stores, hotels, and all kinds of economic development. And yet jealousy, landlust, and white supremacy burst into violence on May 30th, 1921, when a young man brushed into a white woman in an elevator. Then a group of men went to the courthouse to oppose this young man's lynching, and all hell broke loose. Black-owned businesses were decimated, homes were destroyed, buildings and churches were set on fire. The violence lasted more than 16 hours. And when the dust settled, hundreds and hundreds of people were dead, and hundreds more were injured. 35 city blocks were ruined. On a personal note, and as a lifelong Oklahoman, I'm embarrassed to tell you that I was not even aware of the events that took place in this space until my mid-20s. That's unacceptable. Our state's history cannot be ignored. The ramifications continue to impact our culture today. I am thankful to be in this space and this time, and I am inspired by the courage of the people in this room who will acknowledge and speak truth. I feel honored to be a team leader alongside Evita Fox-Kreider in representing the Square One Project local work in Oklahoma. I know that we've been battling some weather this week, and I am also very thankful for everyone who was able to be present today. I'm also understanding of those who couldn't make it, and want to also say welcome to those who are joining online. Through the course of the past year, we have assembled 6 stakeholder groups from various affinities, including faith leaders, business leaders, movement leaders, cultural leaders, government leaders, and cross-sector social service leaders to unpack these issues and examine the factors driving racial disparities contained in our criminal legal system. It's no secret, and it should be acknowledged, that Oklahoma has the highest rate of incarceration among African Americans per capita. The topic today is to examine racial disparities and what are driving those racial disparities within our criminal legal system. We also must ask ourselves, and I'm borrowing these questions from Bruce Western, what in our history must we reconcile with? What accounts must be settled in the past? What harms must be acknowledged? What communities were hurt? And what for? This is not just a conversation about history, however. It's also a conversation about the future. We hope that this will spark new debate and new solutions to create true safety and true equality. I want to say a special word of thank you and gratitude to the Square One staff who has spent so much time here in Oklahoma, bringing this conversation to bear, lending their expertise, their talents. The project leader is Michaela Clark. Michaela, phenomenal. Thank you for your leadership. She's somewhere. Anamika Davidi, thank you so much for your leadership, your continued leadership. Aisha Elliott, our leaders, Catherine Huffman and Bruce Western, your talents and your service and your humility, your understanding and your empathy are extraordinary. And we thank you for being here with us today. One other thought as we begin to move into this conversation. Given how prominent faith values are in the culture in Oklahoma, I think it's very important for us to recognize and to deal with the inconsistencies in how we apply values of faith. On one hand, we say that we believe in grace, mercy, forgiveness, second chances, redemption, reconciliation, and restoration, while at the same time, we create systems that lead with punishment, oppression, and retribution. I think it's very important that we reconcile our own values, our own attitudes, and our own actions, that we square them in the way that we treat one another. This is an invitation to reimagine, not tinker around the edges, but to ultimately dream. Dream. And so with that, I invite you to engage in this transformational conversation that will be rooted in truth-telling, power sharing, and human dignity. I invite you to dream, and I challenge you to be bold. I also want to say a quick word of thanks and gratitude to our sponsors, the MacArthur Foundation, Columbia University's Justice Lab, Prosper OK, Oklahomans for Criminal Justice Reform, the Inasmuch Foundation, and TEEM, the Education and Employment Ministry. With that, I will turn the floor over to my colleague and my co-leader, Ms. Evita Fox-Kreider.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for that wonderful opening to our roundtable. Yes.
Anyone who's speaking could speak into the mic, please.
I think these red ones might be off.
Yes,
Is that better?
yes.
Okay. So thank you for that opening to our very first roundtable on values and justice here in Oklahoma, for your leadership as well as our Square One team partners. I am so grateful to be here with you all today. We had to do a lot of shifting and adjusting because of the weather. So to see your faces here makes it all the more sweeter. I do want to acknowledge some individuals who wanted to be here but were unable to for whatever reason. Adam Sultani, Constance Chappelle, Leslie Osborne, Nicole McAfee, and Gina Timberman. But actually Gina will be joining us later is what I'm being told. So in light of that, and all those that wanted to be here who are observing, but they weren't able to, they can also partake in this conversation where they are. They can continue it on. Our hope is that this conversation wouldn't be isolated to these four walls or however many walls are in here, but it will go on and it will continue on. So I'm gonna go over some business for us, some light housekeeping, as well as the rules of engagement and the norms of this table. So the first is, if you need the bathroom, it's going to be out the door and to your left. The next thing is, these are some deep and maybe some difficult conversations to have. And so we have provided a healing space for all of us. If you need to, check on yourself, if you need to reflect, relax, process, please use that space, and that is what it is there for. And that's going to be in the Goodwin Chappelle room in the library by the food. The next thing is technology. We are asking you to spend 2 days here with us. So I want to ask you all, if to your best ability possible, to unplug. We want to make sure that we're giving each other due diligence, that we're listening to each other, and we're giving this work, this collective work we're doing, the meaningfulness and the weight that it deserves. We've tried to build an ample time into our schedule to make sure that you have time to check your emails, check in with your colleagues, or whoever else you need to check in with. So please, we just ask that you will stay unplugged, because I guarantee the time that you are most distracted is when the facilitator is going to call on you and you won't know what they're talking about. The next item is, this is a public record. If you have not noticed, these conversations today are public. So we are surrounded by transcribers, we're being live streamed, we have videographers, and we have observers watching. So, that doesn't, please don't stifle your opinion at all, but just that you know that this will be a part of public record. And we do this because we don't want these conversations to be isolated to this room. We think they are valuable enough for the world to see. Hopefully it would inspire scholarly research or papers, as well as others throughout our nation, to engage in conversations that we're going to be engaging into here, right? To deal with the, building the bridges that can stand truth-telling, as one of our readings said, and reimagining justice. So that is why we have all this going on. Last thing, for the observers in the room, thank you so much for being here. As we're engaging in this conversation, we want you to be a part of it. So you have a card on your seat. It's a Square One card. Please feel free to write comments. If something evokes a response or reaction in you, write a comment on that card, or you may have a question, and you can, during the break, you can give those cards to myself or to Anamika, and we will hand them over to the facilitators of the discussion. But we want you to take part. Next, we get to the rules and the norms of our roundtable. So as Chris mentioned, our roundtable is based on 3 very important principles. The first is power sharing. That means every voice at this table matters. Every voice carries equal weight, and we're leaving our titles at the door, we're leaving our statuses at the door, we're all on equal footing. Okay, so it doesn't matter whatever letters you have before or after your name, we're all on the same foot. The next thing is truth-telling. It is absolutely necessary, as George told us. See, I have to catch myself because it's not in my natural, it's not how I was raised, right? But as George told us during the panel, that we have to expose the truth. We have to expose what was done wrong. And so I'm going to speak my truth, you're going to speak your truth, and that's what we're here for. And we can't move forward unless we are telling the problems, unless we're talking to each other truthfully. Okay, and at times honesty is uncomfortable, and that's okay. We can sit in a place of uncomfortability, right? And we've all chosen to be here, so we've all chosen to sit in that place at some point. But I ask that, as we are in that place, as we're hearing others' truths, as we're speaking our truths, that we assume the best intentions of one another and that we withhold judgment. The next value is dignity. So we're going to ground our conversation in dignity and respect. We're going to use human-centered language, values, and we're going to respect one another. And that includes listening to one another, not talking over one another, okay? And we're going to learn from one another. And these values are so important. As we are doing this work of reimagining, sometimes it takes, because we've been operating a system that does not honor these values, so it takes for us to shift into a different way of being and doing. And so we have to model that here if we are going to disrupt the system that we're seeking to disrupt. Finally, discussion format. So as we get into this discussion, we're going to want to talk, we're going to want to jump in there and say things, but we have a protocol. Okay? So if I want to be heard, we're going to have a cue. I'm going to take my placard here, and I'm going to stand it up. That lets your facilitators know that you want to say something. And so they're going to be keeping track of who's in that queue. Okay? Now, let's say there's a point that's just really juicy. You can't wait to say it. You can't wait till 10 people, you get down there, you just have to. Okay, well, we have a mechanism for that. This is called the insistent wave. You know that kid in school, but maybe you were that kid in class, right? The insistent wave says, I want to violate the queue, and I want to go next. I have something that is really important to add on to what was just said. And so your facilitator would take notice and would call on you. But please don't let that be your norm, okay? Next thing is, we want these conversations to be cumulative. We want to build on ideas, right? We want to have something, when we look back, we can say, wow, we were actually reimagining, we were building on this. We don't want to just keep going around the mountain, okay? So if there's a long queue, you heard someone say something, and you wanted to say that too, it's been said. Let's build on the next idea, all right? Okay, are there any questions? Yes, sir.
So as we're flipping our thing, do we put it back down after they notate us, or do we wait until we're called on to flip it down?
When you're called on.
Okay. That's a good question.
Okay.
I'm going to be waving, so.
Noted. All right, well, I'm going to turn it over to Anamika. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evita. I'm not sure my mic is on, so I will wait. Great. I can also just use my teacher voice. As in my past life, I was a high school teacher. So we've done a lot of thank yous, and it's just incredible to see all of you in this space. There are a number of people who have been supporting us over the past few months that I also would like to thank, and that includes Imagine It events. We have Lauren Corbett and Lindsay Corbett, who have just been incredible event planners, and we owe so much to them. And that pivoting they did last night and the past few days, even right now, they are replenishing the refreshments that we ran out of. They are just incredible. So they are local, family-run, Black-owned business. Please look into Imagine It events. We also have Saxum Communications. They have been a great help with coordinating with the media and making sure to amplify the work that we are all doing here and that you all are doing in your everyday lives. We have Blake's AV Solutions. Thank you so much for live streaming, for making these mics functional, the beautiful taping on the ground. We also have Neek Films, who will be doing one-on-one interviews with Roundtable participants in a room outside in the atrium. And you will be asked, a few participants, to spend about 10 to 15 minutes with Dominique at Neek Films. It is also a family-run business and a woman-owned business. We had CCD Catering serve us breakfast. We have Simply Delish serving us lunch. And finally, we have Natalie from Native Creative hosting the healing space that Evita mentioned. At any point during this conversation, during the breaks, if you all want to go into that sanctuary to rest, to recenter your bodies, your minds, please do. She is an expert in her work. Even just saying hello to her grounded me. So please take your time, and if you need to get up at any time during this conversation, please do. Our number one priority is that everyone takes care of themselves, that your safety is number one. Yes, you'll be uncomfortable, but you will never be unsafe. And if you need anything, you can ask hopefully any of your neighbors, but you can ask me or Michaela Clark. Moving to Michaela Clark, who Chris Steele mentioned, she has been an absolute incredible colleague and leader for this effort. She joined us in September and has been building on the work of Madison Dawkins, who many of you remember. She left us for law school, but she is sending her good wishes. We owe a lot of the groundwork for this to Madison and Michaela. And just naming a few other staff, we have Jasmine leading our research team with Ariana and Aisha, Rachel and Shayna, who welcomed you all at check-in. Eva and Lindsay are also Square One staff who are here and present and excited to meet you all. So with that, I have the pleasure of kicking us off on introductions, where everyone at this table gets to start speaking and introducing themselves. One of my mentors and founders of the Square One Project has taught me this, so I'm taking it from Jeremy Travis. And it's pretty boring if I were to, ask Lacey, introduce yourself, name your organization, and then Lacey goes to Cece, who goes to George, and then Tina sitting here and being like, oh my God, when will it get to me? What will I say? Everything's already been said. So that's not what we're going to do today. I'm going to ask someone who I didn't share, and I didn't ask them beforehand, to start us off, and that person will be Tanya. And Tanya, when we start, what you will do is you'll share your name, your affiliation, stuff that's standard, and then you're going to explain why you're here. And it's not because of Vita Fox-Kreider and Chris Steele, who are giants in their work. A lot of us are here because of them or because of other people at this table. But I want you to share why you're here because of what can only happen in this room. What brings you to this issue? What brings you to wanting to reimagine justice? What brings you to wanting to center these values of power sharing, human dignity, and truth-telling? I want you to do that in 3 to 4 sentences. And then, Tanya, your job is to choose the next person. Hopefully not Marquise or Jean, but if you'd like to go that route, you can. Just anyone around the room. I'll be keeping track, making sure that we get everyone who's here. And one of us will be last. And that's okay. That sometimes just happens. I will save my intro to last, so I'll be really the last person, but one person will be right before me. And that's okay. We have until about 11:45 to do our introductions, so I want us all to be mindful of time and space. At 11:45, I will then run through the agenda, and then we will break for lunch before we get into the conversation that will be led by Kim and Tiffany. So with that, Tanya, please start us off with your name, your affiliation, and 3 to 4 sentences to what brought you here.
Okay. My name is Tanya Anderson. I am a professor of history and American Studies at the University of Science and Arts of Oklahoma. I'm the director of the Ada Lois Fisher Center for Social Justice and Racial Healing. I am here because for the majority of my life, I have seen firsthand what happens when the color line is crossed. And I have had relatives who are no longer with us because of the criminal justice system. So that's why I'm here. And, okay. Cece.
Okay. Good morning, I guess. I don't know what time it is. Good morning. I'm Cece Jones Davis. I'm the director of the Justice for Julius campaign. I'm so honored and so grateful to be at this table with all of you. I am here because Oklahoma's criminal justice system is a death machine. And I am here because Oklahoma's criminal justice system, which is a death machine, almost took the life of an innocent man, Julius Jones. I am here because that is not acceptable. And so I'm here to contribute to the conversations in any way that I can.
Thank you, Cece. I made a mistake. I forgot to ask people to share their pronouns before they introduce themselves.
Sure, she, her. I will call on Ayanna Lawson.
Sorry, I put my mic down just in case this dude next to me had me to say something I didn't want to heard earlier. My name is Ayanna Lawson, she, her. I'm the Vice President of Lifestyle Services and Social Impact for the Oklahoma City Thunder. I know you said don't say who brought you here, but there's no way that you can have a head-on collision with Chris Steele and Tiffany Crutcher and not decide to really engage in what's going on. I'm not from Oklahoma, had never had anyone in my family or close to me that was Justice Impact, but once you talk to them and see their stories and the things that they're doing, you start digging into it. And once you start digging into it, you have an obligation as a person, a citizen of Oklahoma, to be involved. Also, as the mother of 3 Black children in Oklahoma, I can't turn the shoulder because it could be them, it could be one of their friends. And I want to make sure that hopefully we never have to have the conversation that Tiffany's had with her nephews or her family or other people have had with theirs. The way that I hope for Oklahoma is that there's a long list, but you hope that there's alternatives to incarceration, that there's equitable sentencing in Oklahoma, that our values aren't just written, but they're actually executed. And I would just say that people just start being aware. That would be my hope. I'm gonna pass it to this dude next to me.
It's not fair. Hi, my name is J.D. Baker. By day, I work for a venture capital firm called Cortado Ventures. But really how I got involved with this was previous in my time. I was special assistant to the Oklahoma City mayor. And in that work, I was exposed to a lot of things. I worked closely with Waylon quite a bit. But why am I in this work? Truly, for a lot of reasons and how I feel about this state and everything, but to keep it very brief, most personal is I have an uncle who's been in prison, federal prison for damn near 50 years, excuse my language, sorry, almost 50 years. He was 19 years old when he went in, and he's 67 today. And we talk at least twice a week, but we've never met in person just because travel and stuff. Hopefully this year we'll actually meet, but hearing his stories every day and the experiences he's had while being incarcerated and understanding that truly the justice system in our country is unjust. And then when you understand the history of Oklahoma and where Oklahoma has been, and you look and hear the narrative, what's going on by our state leaders and where things are going, definitely it feels really grim about this state and what justice looks like and who's able to participate, who actually gets justice. So it's a lot of things in my mind, but when you really think about holistically how we are building a society, how we're building Oklahoma, and what that looks like in the future, it really does include a lot of Black, brown folks, queer folks. It does include a lot of us. And so how do we, with the justice system, how do we re-envision that is really what I'm passionate about, so that we can truly live in a more just society in all the ways around. So, thanks. And I will pass it on to Mr. Reginald Hines.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Reginald Hines. He, him. I am retired from the Oklahoma Department of Corrections after 38 years. I'm currently the president of the National Association of Blacks in Criminal Justice. I have firsthand seen how an unjust, unfair system has impacted people of color and how it has destroyed families and communities. That is the main reason that I'm here today. And I'll pass it on to Doug.
My name is Doug Schaefer. I'm the Chief Visionary Officer for the GEM Foundation. I do what I do for a couple of reasons. One, I'm a 52-year-old, seemingly successful white man. I do what I do because I can, because there's so many people out there that can't. And for those of us who can, we have a responsibility, ethically, morally, spiritually, to speak for on those people's behalf. I'm also a founding board member for the National Association of Reentry Professionals. And one of the things that we're working on here in Oklahoma is workforce development issues. It's great to see what TEEM and CEO and some of the entities do. But it's my belief that we shouldn't necessarily need those entities. We shouldn't have a state where people who've gone to prison bear a scarlet letter on their chest for the rest of their lives, where they have to go to special employment agencies to work for special companies that have special policies that will let you work. Any business, any person, we should, once I've served my time, once you've served your time, there shouldn't be a scarlet letter. So that's why I do what I do, and that's why I'm here today. We'll go with, is it Zamia Darthur? Zamaya, sorry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zamaya Darthur, and I'm a graduating senior, double major in sociology and corrections at Langston University, and I'm also a representative of National Association of Blacks in Criminal Justice. I'm the former president, but I'm currently Miss NABJA at Langston University, and I am here because I want to advocate for the youth and the young, and I want everybody to know that the criminal justice system is not just, and my heart is in lowering recidivism rates because I personally believe that most of the beds are being filled by people who have already been incarcerated. So I'm just here to gain more insight and more knowledge and just really excited to be in the space of a lot of influential people.
Who's next?
Miss Tiffany Crutcher.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tiffany Crutcher. My pronouns are she, her. I am a descendant of enslaved Africans. I'm a descendant of a Creek freedman, and I am a descendant of a survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre. I am the founder and executive director of the Terrence Crutcher Foundation, who was my twin brother, the namesake of our organization, who was brutally killed at the hands of the state of Oklahoma, the city of Tulsa. I am here simply because I made a promise. On the day that the police officer who killed Terrence, the day she was acquitted, I made a promise that I would not rest until I transformed policing and the criminal legal system, not just in the city of Tulsa, not just in the state of Oklahoma, but across this nation. And it is my hope and my dream that one day little Terrence Jr., who just turned 11 on yesterday, won't have the same fate as his father. So really happy to be here. Thank you. I will turn it over to Waylon.
We're gonna finally meet. We finally get to talk face to face. Waylon Cubitt. I'm a husband to Cree Cubitt, father and grandfather, servant, and friends of Chris Steele and so many people around this table. And I tell you all those things first, because if I told you Lieutenant Cubitt, then everything else doesn't matter. Everybody seems to just lump me into the police officer in the room. But I will say I'm a retired police officer after 26 years with the Oklahoma City Police Department, and now the Director of Security for Oklahoma City Public Schools. I've loved law enforcement and knew I was going to be a police officer from when I was 12 years old. And I love what law enforcement could be. should be and can become. And so I'll keep my comments short here because I have a feeling a lot of questions will come my way. It usually does in these type of rooms. And I'm not afraid to answer those questions and deal with them in an authentic way. But I believe in justice and mercy. And I want to see that lived out in this state. And so I'm here to learn and to be an advocate for what justice should be and could be in the state. Amen.
Who's next?
Oh, that's right. Who's next? Khalil. Is that said? Khalil Moore?
All right. My name is Khalil Moore, he, him. I'm an advocate of the youth. I'm here representing TEEM. And I'm in this because I believe that every black child in, not even Oklahoma City, but all over the world, they deserve to have somebody to look up to. And I work with kids, so I do believe that they all need somebody to look up to in a positive manner and guide them in the right direction so that they can be a productive member of society and be able to face up against the things they'll go up against in life. And yeah, that's all I got to say. And I'll be passing it to Travis Flood. Is that Flood?
Hello, my name is Travis Flood, and I work for an organization called Community Renewal of Pottawatomie County. We're a local nonprofit that believes that better relationships build better communities. Our slogan is "We care, period." And the period is the most important part of that statement. I'm also, much like Waylon, Ward 3 City Commissioner, City of Shawnee, and I usually don't tell people that until the end of the conversation because it changes their opinion of me.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, there it is.
What was the last thing you said?
I said I'm Ward 3 City Commissioner, and I usually lead with that, or leave that towards the end of the conversation because it often changes their opinion of who I am. I am here to ask for forgiveness. And I am here to offer hope that people can change. And that with forgiveness and grace, men like myself who spent a significant part of his life on the wrong side of this can show up at a table with hope to make tomorrow better. So thank you for allowing me to be here, and please forgive my past life, but also have hope for tomorrow.
Thank you, Travis. Who's next?
Miss Kim.
My name is Kimberly Cravat. I am...
If you could pull the mic closer, Kim. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
My name is Kim Cravat. I am the Director of Prosecution for one of the 5 tribes in Oklahoma. Pronouns are she and her, and I'm here for a number of reasons. I'm here to learn. I feel like I've been in learning mode for a long time. Prosecution isn't my natural space, so it's definitely a learning opportunity always for me. I'm here because as a Native person, criminal justice as applied to Native people is so complex and confusing, and with the recent developments at the Supreme Court case law, it's even more confusing. So there's some historical things that are at play, hundreds of years of court decisions, of federal legislation that affect my generation. my kids' generation, and it's confusing how to say that. I will also say that I am a systems impacted person. My father spent 10 years on death row in the state of Oklahoma before the jurisdictional landscape was interpreted such that Oklahoma did not have jurisdiction, but that was not before he spent 10 years on death row.
Thank you, Kim. Who's next?
How about Lainey?
Okay, can you hear me? My name is Lainey Gotch. My pronouns are she, her. I am a program officer at Sarkis Foundation in Norman, which is a funding entity in the state of Oklahoma. I am here because I am tired of seeing dehumanization in Oklahoma. I'm tired of living in a state that consistently ranks among the bottom in human welfare. And I'm ready for change, and I'm ready to be uncomfortable. And let's toss it to Francie.
All right. How do I sound? Okay.
Great.
Thank you. I'm Francie Ekwerekwu, she, her. I'm in the Federal Defender's Office in the Western District of Oklahoma. Prior to that, I was with TEEM, and so I feel wonderful being amongst TEEM family here, so hello to all of you. Why am I here? I'm here for a lot of reasons, and I'm sure all of us share that sentiment. But first, start with my background, my history. I'm a child of a formerly incarcerated parent. My father did 23 years in federal prison, so I grew up living the life that many children in Oklahoma are living today. Children in Oklahoma and everywhere with an incarcerated parent are 7 times more likely to end up incarcerated ourselves. So I'm here for the children of Oklahoma. I'm here for their parents, their caregivers, their grandparents. We have Oklahoma is a leading state for grandparents raising children due to our incarceration crisis. I'm here for the people of Oklahoma who will continue to be prosecuted at local and federal levels. And I'm here for us, all the people in this room and the people in our communities who care and wake up every day to keep fighting and encourage me to do that, even on my hard days when I don't have the energy to wake up and keep fighting. My hope, and I'll rewind, I'm here for my son, a beautiful black son that I'm raising here in Oklahoma, much like many people are, but much of what I do is to better his community and better his upbringing. My hope is that everyone's hopes in this room are realized. We're coming from different places and mindsets and experiences, and I hope that everything that's articulated during this time is realized for Oklahoma, because it's all very important. Most of all, and I think this may have been intentional, but I'm sitting next to Kim, a prosecutor, but I hope for Oklahoma that we have more prosecutors like Kim, and that we come to a place where prosecution and our judiciary are not realizing, because they do realize it, but they are ending some of their harmful practices to our people. And I will pass it to Negro Spiritual.
Thank you. My name is Negro Spiritual 121. I'm the founder of a nonprofit here in Tulsa called Racism Stinks. We train PLCs on best practices for anti-racism work, PLCs are people lacking color, for those of you who don't know. I coined the phrase. You'll hear it in my TED Talk coming up. Speak it to existence. Why I'm here. And let me explain my name. It explains why I'm here. Most people here know me or my story or whatever. Negro spirituals, for everybody know Negro spirituals, a song slaves used to sing, right? This is interactive. Yes. Oh, okay. Right? Right. People in the back? Yeah, okay, good. All right, so these songs carried them through the pain, through the turmoil, through family separation, rape, murder. They spoke about the power of the Creator's love, and it sustained them, right? It helped them get through. And when they got really wise, they put in code words to help them escape on the Underground Railroad. Most famous Negro spiritual, Wade in the Water. Everybody heard that song? Yes. It means to wait in the water, like you're wading in the water. If I could, I can't swim. Don't talk about stereotypes, but you know what I mean? If you get in the water and you wait until nightfall, when them horses run by, when the bloodhounds go by, they can't smell you underwater. Deodorant wasn't invented back then. So they're not gonna smell you underwater, and you can hide and then run north, at nightfall. And that's how they escaped. The 121 is my escape testimony. I had 121 years in prison. 60 years trafficking ecstasy, 40 years trafficking cocaine, 15 years possession with intent marijuana, 5 years no tax stamp, not paying taxes on illegal cocaine. Make sure you pay your cocaine tax. Uncle Sam wants his coke money. 1 year paraphernalia for scales and baggies, 7 days no insurance on my vehicle. I did 5 years, 3 months incarceration. And I was in the law library until I was able to prove an illegal search and seizure. And I was fighting for my life, and I was able to come home. I went to Tulsa Community College. My late father told me to go to school because I was like, I don't got any skills. I don't know what I'm going to do. He's like, you know the law. I'm like, I do know the law. And he said, go get the certification. I became a paralegal, graduated with honors as a high school dropout with a GED. And I started working in law firms. I was at the public defender's office here in Tulsa, interning there. I worked in a few other law firms. And that's why I'm here, It's my testimony. It's my contribution. I have to share my story and do what I can to make a difference, to make a change for people who've walked in my shoes, Got to kind of humanize the face, let y'all know, somebody who is, been a part of the system, did recidivism. I can, speak somewhat well. I can hold jobs. I can work in law firms. I can do all those things, even being somebody who came from the choices that I made. And I'm here to disrupt too. I might say some stuff y'all don't like. So I just want to give y'all that forewarning. Love and blessings. Adam.
Thanks. My name is Adam Luck, he, him. I grew up here in Oklahoma, and I'm here because I do believe that things can change. I've had the opportunity to see things change, and I want to be a part of that change however I can. And I'll pass it to Maury.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Maury Turner. Also want to say happy World Hijab Day. That's today. Happy Black History Month. That also starts today. So my pronouns are they, them, theirs. No, she, her. And I am a state representative. So I represent Oklahoma's 88th House District. First Muslim elected in Oklahoma, first non-binary person elected to a state level position in US history. And I think I'm here, right, the combination of what everybody has really said, right, the child of an incarcerated parent that wanted to really figure out how to change the system. I went to Oklahoma State University to become a vet, and I like to think I still work with animals today. And I think that's why we're all kind of here. We're good at getting our hands dirty and doing the hard work and really stewarding that change, and so excited to be here.
Thank you, Maury.
Oh, yeah. Let's go, Lacey.
Hi, I'm not, can everybody hear me good? I can talk pretty loud, but I'm Lacey Mize, and he, her for pronoun, I'm sorry, not he, she, her for pronoun, and I am a mom of 3 and a bonus daughter that I do have, but my bonus daughter had my husband, her father, was not sentenced to jail. However, he does have a 20-year suspended sentence for a murder charge for something that was deemed an accident. However, that is forever changing our lives. And I have a son that is also in the system, and myself for a little bit. I was definitely affected, and my life has forever changed, and that's kind of what brought me to this seat today. I really believe that people are treated differently. As I told some people earlier, if my husband was a man of color, he would have went to prison for the crime that he committed. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I get kind of emotional when I start talking about it, and I have a father that was in prison on and off my entire life growing up, and I swore I would never get wrapped up in things, and of course I did, and I have to say that it completely changed me forever for the better. I've gotten to meet a lot of people, like some of the people at this table, and I've realized that the social injustice and racial inequalities and things like that in our state bothered me more than I realized. I had a mom and a grandma. I came from a lot of racist comments in my family, and I would always be uncomfortable, and I never understood why I couldn't bring a black friend home or something without some kind of scrutiny. And it always made me really uncomfortable. And I would try to I think somebody said, find a black friend or whatever. And I would just do that just because I felt like, why can't I? And I didn't understand. And today I get to sit on this panel, and I get to hear from a lot of people that have a really good viewpoint that I get to learn from. And honestly, that's probably the biggest reason I'm here, is I want to learn how do we make things better, and how do I make sure my kids don't grow up hearing anything that I heard or feeling like they can't just bring anybody home. And I want to know why. Why is our history like that? I want to change the narrative so we don't have to keep teaching the same problem in our history books from this day forward. So, thank you. Oh, who's next? Who has not gone? Tiffany?
Oh, she's gone. George hasn't gone. You can do George.
Oh, okay. Okay. George, would you like to go?
George Young, City District 48, Northeast Oklahoma City, part of Northwest Oklahoma City, and pastor of the him, part of Northwest Oklahoma City, and pastor of the Greater Mount Carmel Baptist Church. I'm here part of it because it's a calling. It's a calling. I wish I had a different calling than this. It is a very difficult calling. And so I am very, very thankful to be here with the rest of you. Travis, have you gone yet? Travis!
How you doing? My name is Travis Mercado. I am a victim of the system. I went to prison when I was 16. I got certified when I was 17. I got out when I was 30 years old. I'm a father of 2, and I'm here just to voice my situation, because I don't want my kids to grow up in this type of society where they throw you away. And then when you get out, it's like you got this target on you, and it's very difficult to deal with on a day-to-day basis when you don't know if you're gonna go home to your kids just for going to the grocery store, and it's sad. So I'm here to voice my experience in the system of this injustice that we got going on in Oklahoma. He, him. Let's see. Perry?
OCO, my name is Gene Perry. I'm a manager of government relations with the Cherokee Nation, he, him. And, I can't point to one thing that drew me to this work, but I would say that for people who haven't experienced it directly and just kind of learning about the criminal legal system through popular culture and how we think, and then beginning to learn about how it really works is through the looking glass moment, because it's just so dramatically different. And it's a system that doesn't treat people with care in many, many cases and doesn't make us effectively safer. And I have hope and continue believing in this work, knowing that the problem looks immense, and I know here we're thinking about looking at the big picture and thinking about big change, but I'm especially drawn to this work because even the incremental change, the step-by-step change that means fewer people incarcerated and fewer people experiencing violence is measured in real people's lives. And so for the people that you can help, it can mean everything. And I will pass to Tamika.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tamika White, she, her. I currently serve as one of the deputy wardens at Mabel Bassett Correctional Center. And I believe that my life experiences have led me and prepared me for this moment. Growing up as a welfare child, growing up in the system, there were tables that I never thought that I would be able to sit at. This is a table that I am honored to be at. This conversation is long overdue. People like to shy away from uncomfortable conversations, but it's very necessary. Growing up, there were a lot of things that I didn't know. I grew up in Kansas City, Missouri, go Chiefs. And I had very limiting beliefs on what I could accomplish in this life. I grew up in a family that was surrounded by criminal activity, family that has been incarcerated, state and federal, county jails. I have served in corrections and law enforcement for over 20 years. And as the mother of black children, I still have to have the conversation about surviving the encounter. When my second grader can go to school and her teacher tells the rest of her class, and she's the only chocolate chip in the class, that they can paint their faces black for a Black History project. I had to take a step back because before I moved to Oklahoma, I didn't know that there were places, towns, where people never encountered a black person. That means they didn't go to school with them. They didn't see them in their grocery stores. They didn't see them in their churches. So the only thing that they have ever known about a black person is what they learned on TV. I could have acted a fool at that school, but she was 22. She had just graduated from college. I met with her and had a conversation with her, and I chose to educate her. Because it was an ignorance. She didn't know. She didn't know the history of blackface. She didn't know that it would be offensive. And she cried, and she apologized. But she was willing to have the conversation. And so that's why I'm here. We are surrounded at a table of people who are willing to have the discussion that is very necessary. The only justice is that the injustice never occurs.
Hello, there it is, okay. Hello, my name is Janiyah James. I am a triple major at Langston University. I am also a member of the National Association of Blacks in Criminal Justice. And I feel like I am here because I believe that change needs to be made all the way across the board. Here in Oklahoma, I believe that the justice system is just sentencing people to life in prison. They are not here to help. They are giving people 35, 45, 50 years in prison for something that should have gotten 10 years, for something that somebody should be out for right now. They're still spending their life in prison. And I feel like that is unfair. I feel like that is unjust. And I feel like Oklahoma is sentencing people for too long for crimes that should have never gotten that sentence. Some people should have never been found guilty, in my opinion, in this justice system. So that is why I am here. I am here to advocate for those people who are locked up, who I believe should not be locked up for as long as they are. And I believe that, like I said, change needs to be made all the way across the board. And I'm going to pass it to Marquez Denise.
I just liked you watching trying. That was awesome. So I'm Marquise Dennis. I am the founder and executive director of an organization called Birthright Living Legacy. It's a fatherhood celebration and support organization. We celebrate and support dads, whether they're in the home, out of the home, or incarcerated. We equip them with tools and resources to lead successful families. I am here as a justice-involved individual, recovering drug dealer myself. So, but I spent time in the federal penitentiary. But I like to look at myself as the control because I am now also, in addition to my own organization, the program director at the Tulsa Dream Center. Wear several hats in the community on boards and things of that nature. And it's because I've seen what happens when we reimagine what this could look like. What it takes for a community to come together when they value people as people, not as situations, not as, political gain and or photo ops. So I'm here to be able to just share what it took for me as an individual wearing a scarlet letter. I live out loud, so it's been very public since the day I arrived that I was coming home from prison, and I've had to navigate all those spaces. And so I'm just here to make sure that we don't forget that the people that are involved on both sides, victim, criminal, whatever you want to call it, those are humans, those are individuals, and we are, pressed with an opportunity here to help build trust on both sides, because it's really hard to take advice or a critique or even a recipe for greatness from someone you don't trust. And so I'm here to hopefully provide the opportunity that we keep the focus on how do we come together to achieve greatness. And I want to pass it to Ms. Tina.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Tina Brown. Pronouns are she, her. I gotta say, I'm an introvert to my core. Usually spaces like this, I would be cringing. I'm the person that goes to conferences and leaves right away. I don't stay to network. It's probably like my weakest trait that I have. But I show up to spaces like this for two reasons, essentially. On a personal standpoint, I am system impacted. My siblings have spent time in the Oklahoma County Jail. And one, during her last stint there before she died, my nephew, who I now raise, was 6 years old. And just seeing that transition from him being a 6-year-old little cute black boy to now he's 16, taller, deeper voice. And just that reality that no amount of degrees that I have, success or whatever, can shield him from what could happen to him. So that's the first reason. The second reason being I am unique in that I've spent time on all sides. And so as a public defender, I've been a prosecutor, I work for victims, and now I'm in philanthropy. And one thing that I've learned is that justice looks very different in all of those spaces. But the problem is that we're typically in silos, and so we can't hear what the other is thinking in terms of justice and how that relates and how we really do agree on some key things. And so my hope is that we can have spaces like this where we all come together outside of our silos to really discuss what is justice and what are our values. My colleague, I didn't want to do this because we work together, but you guys messed it up. I'm calling on Hannah.
All right. Howdy, everyone. My name is Hannah Royce. My pronouns are she, her. I come to this space as a queer, femme, white woman who is often placed in unearned positions of social power, one of those being the Criminal Justice Advisory Board for the Oklahoma County. So ways that I can show up and use my voice are primarily how I move through the world. I often wear a lot of hats. Currently, I serve with Tina at the Arnall Family Foundation as the social media and marketing coordinator. I feel everything. I work in color and shapes and photos and storytelling. And as a young girl who grew up in Southeast Oklahoma in the Choctaw Nation, grew up going to the prison rodeos at the McAllister State Penitentiary. And as I left Wilburton and that space, I began to unravel what I knew was not okay about where I grew up, about what kids I grew up with didn't know about our state, what they still don't know because they live in Wilburton and are still in our rural communities. So I'm very interested in, Aurelius said capacity building. I'm very interested in the self-efficacy that it takes to build capacity amongst our youth and the confidence that they need, whether it's exploring the art world so that they can dig in and reimagine justice with us, because some of this is so bleak, a lot of it rooted deeply in patriarchy and sterile environment, which shuts us off to that creativity and that imagination. So as a queer woman, I'm also deeply concerned with the fact that we also over-incarcerate our 2S LGBTQ plus community, and with the flood of anti-trans legislation on deck, we know that this is going to have really difficult, unfathomable effects on youth in not only our juvenile justice system, but just our schools across the state as well, in homes that are unwelcoming. And I think that Marsha P. said it best when she said there's no pride for some of us without liberation for all of us. And I'm a girl from the country who likes to dig in and get down to work and get dirty. And so whether it's on the streets for Marching with Julius Jones Coalition, or shouting at city council, or getting to be behind a horseshoe thanks to folks like Chris Steele who invite me to the table, I know that it is a great, great privilege and a great, great honor, and it is with gratitude that I serve the next generation of Oklahomans who deserve dignity, and they deserve a movement rooted in love, and that's what I'm here to do.
Thank you, Hannah. We still do have Chris and Avita left. Go ahead and...
Now go Chris, my rainbow sweater pal over here. I love it.
Chris Steele, he, him. I'll be very quick. I'm here for a lot of reasons, primarily because of Khalil, Travis, Lacey, and Doug, who battle a system that often sets people up to fail. And you do it with dignity and strength and grace and poise and determination. But I'm also here because of Janiyah and Zamaya, who are students at Langston University and have caused me to believe that they are going to change the world. I'm here because everyone at this table has shaped my worldview. I am evolving, and I want to do better. I'm here because when you come face to face with the harm and the injustice contained in our current legal system, you cannot unsee it. They tell me that when people know better, they do better. I want to know more because I want to do better. And I want to pass it to my colleague, Evita.
Hey, everyone. I'm here because, honestly, I live with a certain amount of fear as a Black woman, fear for myself in this state, in this country, for my Black husband, for my family members. I'm here because I actually fear that any progress that we've made or our ancestors are made in the past is being threatened to roll back. And I'm here because, frankly, I'm angry at the historic and present day lack of justice and devastation that our system has enacted on our communities, on our generations, what I see happening to our children, our youth. And so I was moved to be a part of this work with all of you because I just had to do something. To do something, it's the right thing to do. It's built into me, it's in my faith, it's in my humanity to help your brother when you see them struggling. And I still am baffled how others don't have that same sense of humanity. So yeah, I'm learning as I go, and I'm just honored to be here with everyone.
Thank you so much, Evita. So my name is Anamika Dwivedi. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am the senior manager at the Square One Project. And I am here because I occupy a liminal space. I think we all do in some way. I'm an immigrant from India. I'm queer. I'm a woman. I've lived in 7 different states. And that feeling of being in a liminal space has me very connected to what it feels like to not belong or to be ostracized. And the criminal legal system, I think, is one of the deepest scourges of our present day time, and it so deeply ostracizes and separates people. And for that, I'm here to dismantle that, disrupt that. Also here because I've learned from so many people over the past 12 years when I started my professional career. And actually at a Square One Roundtable in Oakland, Pastor McBride said that if we're not cultivating our own imagination, we are living inside someone else's imagination. I'm here to imagine, dream with you all, and to scrutinize and look at possibilities that we never imagined, like abolition and constructing a new type of community safety completely outside of police and prisons. I don't want the conversation to be 10 years versus 50 years. I want the conversation to be, how do we create community safety completely outside of the prison system that we have? How do we keep people in community? So we have 11 minutes before lunch, and we have one more task to do together before we break, which is I'd love to go over the agenda with you all. You have it stapled. You all received it at the front, all of our observers. And participants, you have it right here in front of you. So we kicked off today. You can see there's already been some changes. I appreciate all of everyone's flexibility. We started today with our keynote panel. We are about to wrap up introductions. We'll break for an hour for lunch. And then at 1 p.m., Tiffany Crutcher and Kim Cravat will be leading us in a conversation on the racialized history of Oklahoma's criminal legal system. all of these discussions are grounded in readings that were sent out. And if you haven't read them yet, you will have plenty of time, and they can be found on the website. But Tiffany and Kim will first kick off the discussion with some framing. They will then stop, ask you all participants if you have any questions, and then we'll open up the floor for discussion, for imagination, not for an academic panel, what does this mean, what does that mean, that citation wasn't correct, but for a deep discussion where we challenge each other's assumptions. A lot of folks I've heard in the past year say that these are all like-minded people, there isn't enough polarizing sentiment in the room. There is something here to learn from everyone, and everyone's brains can stretch. We will then have a break at 3 o'clock. We'll move to 3:15, where George and Francie will take us through the United States violent exceptionalism and punitive excess. And then at 5:15, Avita will wrap up by lifting up some core themes that she's heard throughout the day, and I'll share some housekeeping. Do you have any questions about the rest of today? Tomorrow, we convene here at 8:30 a.m. for breakfast. At 9:30, Chris and Avita will ground us and share reflections. It will be a group discussion. They will ask all of you all to contribute and share reflections too. Attendees, it is a hard position to be in observers, but we invite you then to share reflections as well. 10:30 a.m., Tina and Hannah will be leading us through creating safety, social inclusion, and thriving communities. We'll then break for lunch one more time. We will then have Ayana and Adam go into the Oklahoma Standard and the values of the criminal legal system and our aspirational values. We then have one more break. We end with Cece Jones-Davis and Reggie Hines walking us through aspirations for movement building and narrative change. Chris and Avita will wrap us up. We then have a reception where there will be light hors d'oeuvres, and Gregory, too, from Poetry and Chill, and students will be joining us for a performance. They were supposed to kick us off last night at Langston University, but were unable to do so because of the inclement weather. So with that, that is our agenda. We have 7 minutes left, and I did forget, of course, to name a few more things. Charity Marcus and Cornell Pibiwardi are unfortunately unable to join us as well, and Simone Thompson. And Gina Timberman will be joining us late today. Oh, and JD, do you have a question?
I just want to say I have a few extra, I have a copy of all the readings for today and tomorrow. And so over lunch, if you just want a physical, I'm old school. So if you want a physical copy you want to read, you can borrow mine. I've already read them. So, but if you want one, I got some. So.
That's very generous, JD. Thank you. All right, we are going to break for lunch, and please be back here at 1 p.m. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming to take your seats. We so appreciate it. Thank you so much for taking a seat and getting ready for this next session. Thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Thank you so much for wrapping up your conversations. We will have another break after this session. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, Tiffany and Kim, to take it away.
All right, do we have everyone here? Should we just give it another few minutes or go ahead and get started? I see we're missing Francie and Gina and JD. If we could just take some deep breaths and let's just give it another maybe 60 seconds or so. Okay, yeah. And while we're waiting, everyone, again, just want to give a few reminders that if you need to get up, the bathrooms are right out this door. If you need to take a break, a breather, if the conversation gets a little bit too heavy, please know that there's a healing room, a healing space right outside these doors to the left where we were eating lunch. We definitely want you to feel safe and comfortable. Also, as we have this discussion, again, we challenge you to lean into the discomfort because we know that it's only discomfort that brings about change. And again, I'm really excited to hear all of the various perspectives. One more sort of small detail. You see these little shimmery things right here? You want to hold them up. Feel free just to play around with them, fidget with them. It's kind of like fidget spinners or coloring books. If you get a little nervous, just feel free. We've definitely created a safe space for everyone here today. And one last thing, I just want to give a shout out to some of the observers who are in the room. I just cannot, I would be remiss if I didn't shout out my sister, Antoinette Jones, the sister of Julius Jones, who is here. So I just want to say I love you, sis, and thank you for being here today. And we'll go ahead and get started. Again, I'm Tiffany Crutcher, and I'm so honored to facilitate this first roundtable discussion in partnership with Kim Kravitz.
Hinjay, Stongo Falatkat, Jihijiat, Hili Mahi, Kimberly Cravat, Chio Jifgados, Semino Legi Muskogi, Chikasha Oedos, Ochizogi, Nogazogi, Oedos, Togabechi Districts, the Mamedos. Hello, I hope you all are well, and it's good to see each of you here today. My name is Kimberly Cravat. I descend from the Seminole, the Muskogee Creek, and the Chickasaws. I was also born into the Ocheesee Band of the Seminole Nation and the Bear Clan of the Seminole Nation. And I hail from the Togabechi District of the Muskogee Creek Nation, which is located in Hughes County. And so Tiffany and I wanted to start with doing a joint land acknowledgement. And so if you'll indulge me, I will just share this with you all now. As we stand here today, the land upon which we are gathered is within the present-day territorial boundaries of the Tsalagi people. Today we know them as the Cherokee Nation. To the north and to the west is the present-day home of the Washashi, thoroughly recognized as the Osage. To the south is the present-day home of the Muskogee, a confederation of tribal groups known in the present day as the Muskogee Creek Nation. As we stand here today, we acknowledge that the federal removal policies resulted in these nations being forcibly relocated from their homelands in the present-day southeast United States and in the Ohio Valley in the case of the Osage, and resulted in the removal of the Caddo and Wichita tribes, which were indigenous to this area. As we stand today, we recognize the tragedy of forced removal. As we stand here today, we also recognize the inherent sovereignty of tribal nations and the unyielding resilience of Native people.
And as we stand here today, we acknowledge the 300 plus Black residents of Greenwood killed by state-sanctioned violence and put into mass graves without proper burial in 1921 on this very land. On this sacred soil, we acknowledge that many of the residents of Black Wall Street were and are themselves Afro-Indigenous. We acknowledge that the common denominator for all the violent elements we acknowledge today, from genocide to massacre, is the result of white supremacy. As we stand here today in our shared history, we honor those who came before us and those who keep the fight alive today as we recommit to building a just and liberated world. Ashe. So today we definitely want to have a conversation, and we're talking about in this roundtable discussion the racial history of Oklahoma's criminal legal system. Notice we don't say criminal justice system. We've started to switch, and we believe that words matter. Criminal legal system, and we really can't talk about what we just heard through you all's introductions and what you've experienced as individuals, with your kids, with your brothers, with your fathers, your mothers, what you've experienced, what I've experienced. We can't really talk about what's happening current day without looking back and understanding how we got here. How we got here. America, Oklahoma has a very ugly past. A very ugly past. In fact, I can't start this conversation without again bringing Tyree Nichols into this room. I'm heavy right now. I'm angry right now. Right now, as we sit here at this round table, his parents, his siblings are having to funeralize him, memorialize him in Memphis, Tennessee, right now as we speak. And so if we could, just for 60 seconds, render a moment of silence for Tyree Nichols. Thank you so much. And when I think about Tyree Nichols, when I think about how he was brutally murdered at the hands of the state, I can't help but think about Emmett Till. I can't help but think about the hundreds of Black people who were killed right here in historic Greenwood in 1921, where mobs of white rioters stormed across those infamous tracks, the Frisco tracks, and indiscriminately shot at Black men with their hands in the air. I can't help but think about the little kids like Olivia Hooker and Otis C. Clark and Wes Young, who were just babies, 4 and 5 years old, who had to hide up under their kitchen tables in fear of their life. I can't help but think about the World War I veterans, the Black veterans who came home, who fought for this country, but still were made to feel less than a man, but still fought for this country. I can't help but think about how they went down to the courthouse to protect Dick Rowland, the shoe shine boy who allegedly attacked a white girl by the name of Sarah Page in an elevator. Greenwood is simply a love story. Greenwood, known as Black Wall Street, one of the most prosperous economic enterprises in the grim days of Jim Crow, where the first law of Oklahoma was Jim Crow. The first law was Jim Crow, but they built something special. They built something amazing. And those amazing contributors like O.W. Gurley and J.B. Strafford and so many more, those millionaires, they still march down to that courthouse because they love the shoe shine boy just as much as they love their property and the rich people of Greenwood. Greenwood was a love story. It was about community. But there were people like the KKK in the police department that sanctioned white civilians and the Klansmen, deputized them to come and burn everything down and to kill those dreams. That is our ugly past. and it was the policy violence on top of the physical violence that they inflicted and imposed that prevented us from being able to file insurance claims. It prevented them from rebuilding, but guess what they did? They solicited the help of 50 other black townships, and they rebuilt. They rebuild. I can't help but think, when I think about Tyree Nichols, about Norman, Oklahoma. Back in the day, it was a sundown state where black people who looked like some of you, they had to get inside or get out of the way before the sun went down, or they would be erased off of the planet. That is our ugly past. I can't help but think about Oklahoma City and Clara Looper and the sit-ins, just so people could preserve their dignity to feel like they were equal. This is Oklahoma. This is our ugly past. And when I think about current day and what's happening current day, has anything really changed? Has anything really changed? And I want us to sit with that when we talk about how our racial history has affected current day policies. And I want to be honest, I feel afraid right now when I think about what happened to Tyree Nichols, when I think about what happened in Norman, in Oklahoma City, in Tulsa, the same state-sanctioned violence that burnt down Greenwood is the same state and the same police department that killed Terrence Crutcher, that killed Benny Edwards. I can go on and on and on. It is the same state that is doing this today, and Oklahoma is in the top 10 when it comes to state-sanctioned violence. It's number 1 or number 2 in the world when it comes to mass incarceration. And so when we talk about how has history shaped our current day policies, we are still dealing with the continued harm that our ancestors and that our loved ones dealt with decades ago. Jim Crow is simply an outgrowth of slavery. And now we're seeing it through policy. And now we're seeing the power structures try to erase our history yet again through policy violence. And so I want for us to be honest, and I want us to unpack a lot of this that I'm sharing with you today. I want to know what you think and how you feel when we talk about the historic and current policies and practices that have led to incarceration at an unprecedented scale. What is the relationship between our racialized history and our current policies? How can examining our history help us achieve justice in the present? And how can we use history to shape the current justice system or current justice system practice and reform efforts in this state? I'm going to turn it over to Kim just to share her thoughts and some framing.
Thank you, Tiffany. From my perspective, the racial history of Oklahoma's criminal legal system is complex. And as I've mentioned before, there is so little we don't know about the Native experience in the criminal justice system. What we know is that we don't know much, and that we do know that over-incarceration of Natives is definitely experienced in Oklahoma. The political history of tribes that go back from European contact into the constitutional era and therefore is the result of many treaties, many statutes, many Supreme Court decisions. Ex parte Codog, if you're not familiar with that, is one of the building blocks of the Major Crimes Act that was enacted at the federal level because they did not appreciate how tribes handle justice in their territories and reservations. So the result of the political history of the federal government towards tribes, towards tribal groups, It affects, again, hundreds of years ago, when contact was first made, continues to affect Native people today in Oklahoma. It's a complex landscape. It's so complicated. The criminal legal system is complicated anyway. But add that to the federal framework that is in place, and it gets more so. Many calls have been made for researchers to examine and to look at these complexities and how they affect Native people. And I just renew that call today to invite and to encourage, to demand that we begin to learn more about the Native experience in Oklahoma.
Thank you so much for that, Kim. And so do we have any questions before we get started? Again, we just want to have a conversation, and we want to lean into truth, and we also want to lean into discomfort. And so I'll open it up to anyone who would like to start.
We just go ahead and start.
And I'll start with Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Dr. Crutcher. Thank you, Kim. Those who know me pretty well, they know I'm big into Black history, especially Oklahoma Black history. And so there are instances of racial violence, numerous instances of racial violence, especially against Black communities and indigenous communities of our state, that you can go back to. You can talk about the land run and how we have glossed over the actual, the violence that's actually inflicted on indigenous people of this land to create the land run, and especially, and that's being a part of this history of Oklahoma City. But when you think about where Oklahoma City, and I'm very much come from Oklahoma City perspective, just because my family's been there since 1890. On the father's side, mother's side, indigenous, they were Creek freedmen. But in Oklahoma City in 1920, there was a man named Claude Chandler. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar. Okay, Waylon, you're familiar with this story. And so, Tyree Nichols has made me really think a lot about Claude. So Claude Chandler, I forgot the crime he was actually accused of. I think shooting at someone or something. But basically, he was arrested.
Moonshine.
It was moonshine. Okay, that's what it was. And so he was arrested. He was taken to the city jail, where he was later kidnapped. I believe it was 2 white individuals, 2 or 3.
2 county deputies.
2 county deputies. That's what it was. So he was kidnapped, and then was later to be lynched. Well, the story I have read, and correct me if you have heard otherwise, but 2nd and Walnut is where all the African Americans lived in Oklahoma City. Now, when you think about the history of, we talked about Senate Bill 1, the first piece of legislation written in state history was Jim Crow. And so it really boxed in a lot of Black people into certain areas, whether it's in Tulsa community or Oklahoma City's community. Even in 1918, Supreme Court said you cannot institute segregation through zoning. And Oklahoma City said, we don't care. And they continue to move forward with it. You can read a little bit more about that in the Color of Law. But in Deep Deuce, with those who are familiar with the Deep Deuce, that's where Blacks were pretty much set to live. Well, the night that Claude was kidnapped, word got out. And the story I've read is that there were 1,000 armed Black men that showed up at 2nd and Walnut, where Calvary Baptist Church is today, ready to go find Claude. And the mayor and police officers disarmed all these men, including, I think, 2 Black police officers, I think is what the story I've read. Waylon, am I correct on this from what your understanding?
Yeah, I don't know that part of the story, but I can tell you about the other part, where Reno and Council, where Claude was found hanging from a tree the morning after.
Yeah. And the thing is, they were able to go out after being disarmed. But at the end of the day, it was the story I've read is by it's a former Oklahoma City University law professor, wrote a book on this 20 years ago. He was also participated in the Tulsa Race Riots Commission, as it was named at the time, a little bit over 20 years ago. But the whole point of the story is that in so many instances, and there's other instances too, where we have, as our own community, we've tried to save ourselves. We've tried to come up and show up in a community way in response to these things, yet we still continue to fight against these things. And this is a continuous thing. And you can look in every single decade, and you will find stories of us showing up to protect our own, to really help, and yet the state continues to come down, put its foot down on our necks. And it really for me, it begs a question, and as I think about the history, and is in every single instance, it was rooted back in fear. Why did they fear the natives and the indigenous people of this land when they first came here? Why did they fear the black people in Greenwood? And that was the other thing, even with Claude Chandler, that was, I think, 8 months before the Tulsa Race Massacre. And even the Tulsa Star, the black newspaper at the time, and the Black Dispatch, black newspaper in Oklahoma City, they fought back and forth about the community response. Tulsa Star said, Oklahoma City, you could have saved Claude, but you didn't because you didn't do it the right way. And Black Dispatch was saying, no, we did it the right way. And then 8 months later, with the Tulsa Race Massacre happening, Tulsa Star didn't exist by then. So with all that history and stuff, is like, how do we continue to look at, and where does community response, why isn't community response respected today? Even in, I remember looking on, I was watching news and social media, watching the social media lives when Benny Edwards was killed. And even the community response was not respected by the police, was not respected by the state. And so for me, it's thinking about history, there have been opportunities for community response, but community response has never been respected by the state. And I guess my question is, how do we take away the state's fear of our community response? How do we re-envision how community response can be in this instance? But this has been a repetitive behavior in this state. And I think that's the continuation, and it's every time community responses come up, it's been stomped out. And it's discouraging when you see that pattern, especially when you see Isaiah Lewis, a teenage boy, shot and killed by the police. He was naked. Boy was in a crisis. He was naked. I'll never forget viewing his body. They had a big old stitch right here in his eye, because that's where they put the bullet. Now imagine singing that, teenage boy. These high schools are at the funeral, figuring out, why did my high school classmate get killed? When this boy needed help, he was in a crisis, he was killed. So I just think about, how do we figure out, how does community response replace state response?
Tiffany, I'm going to do the insistent wave. Can you please speak into your mic, stand in your power? The folks on the live stream are struggling to hear, so as close to the mic as you can get. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Anamika. And I want to go to Negro Spiritual, and then after Negro Spiritual, Tanya. But how do we take away the state's fear of community response? It's a tactic. I mean, it's a way to silence us. I mean, it's nothing different. It's the reason why they passed state law number 1, Jim Crow, to keep black people in their place. It's the reason why after the uprisings with George Floyd, that the anti-protest bills were signed into law.
Right.
That is why. Stay in your place and speak when spoken to. You don't get to feel, you don't get to respond, you don't get to be angry. Have you noticed that after we get beat and brutalized, the white person's response is that I hope that they're peaceful when they respond?
Yeah.
Why do we have to respond to brutality with peace? I'll go to Negro Spiritual.
I should have put my name marker down before you called on me, but because I don't want to derail too much. The historical context of what we're dealing with was all based on the original lie, right? It's all based on the original lie of America. And I've been in several justice meetings, all these different talks with Dr. Crutcher. I don't know how many meetings we've been in, right? But I haven't been in one with this many heavy hitters around the table. Dr. Crutcher certainly has been with, Ben Crump at the White House and all these different things. But the original lie is, let me read this here. I wrote this, or I took a note earlier when Tamara Lebec was speaking.
And the original lie is in the Declaration of Independence, where it says, all men are created equal. When they wrote that, at the time, they were slaughtering Native Americans. At the very same time they're writing this, enslaving millions of Africans, right? This is what this country was built on. And if we are going to continue this discussion and not from a place of understanding that America is founded on lies, rape and murder, genocide, pillaging, all of that, and not, like, it's like we have to erase it all, but change. We all here because we want change, right? Right? Right. We want change. But do we know what change really takes? In the 60s, when they wanted change, they were ready to see blood in the streets. Raise your hand if you're ready to see blood in the streets. One person's hand went up. Because the people who are opposing what we're talking about, the change here we're talking about, they're ready to kill you to keep the status quo. January 6th, my favorite holiday. My favorite holiday, Truth Day. This is not our country. Yes, it is. Always has been. So we have to understand that the people who want to keep it going the way it's been, they're ready to kill you to stop the change that we're here to talk about. I don't want to bring everybody down, my bad.
Thank you so much, Negro Spiritual. And just real quick, I just want to remind everyone, let's just use first names. I'm Tiffany today.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
And I'm talking to myself, JD, and so we'll go to Tania.
Tanya.
Tanya.
That's
Thank
okay. In listening to this.
And Tanya, if you would, I'm sorry to interrupt, just speak into the mic.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm shy. I am. One thing that comes into my mind is the issue of eugenics. Oklahoma, during the early part of the 20th century, was one of 38 states who imposed mandatory sterilization on males who were incarcerated. What? Period. And that was challenged in Oklahoma in 1942 with Skinner versus Oklahoma. And sterilization was eventually, a mandatory sterilization was dropped. But my point to it here is that there are different ways to eradicate people. When you impose upon their ability to reproduce, then you're also engaging in a form of genocide. That happened to Native Americans, Native American women, okay? And, you know, one thing that I'm sorry. Okay. One thing that we have to keep in mind is the spirit of negative eugenics that continues to exist. Okay, it certainly is I want to say a twin or sibling to white supremacy. They go hand in hand. You know, and if you think about what happened in Nazi Germany, if you go back to Hitler's Mein Kampf, he gives gratitude to the United States. Concentration camps were modeled upon Native American reservations. You know, but we don't acknowledge what we've done. My question is, since history is being so contested right now, because it is a gateway to the truth of where we've been, in order to not stray down those roads again, it's being contested. How do we fight that? A few months ago, my colleague at USAO told me that his son, who's in the 9th grade in Oklahoma history, came home with a slip asking permission if his teacher could instruct students about the Trail of Tears. This is Oklahoma. You know, a year ago, no, it was in the fall, I taught a course on race and ethnic relations for sociology. Not in high school, but on the university level. I was told not to teach the theory of critical race theory. Critical race theory has been a part of that discipline, that theoretical framework for over 50 years. How can you talk about race and ethnic relations unless you do put it in a theoretical context? You know, so I mean, for me, really as a historian, it seems like history itself is pushing some buttons because of the pushback. So how do we push back to push back?
Thank you so much for that, Tanya. Wow. I want to just pause and see if there's anyone before I move to Mari Turner, Cece Jones, and Waylon. Is there anyone who would like to answer that question? How do we fight the fact that history is being contested? And I love what you said, Tanya, about history is the gateway to the truth of where we've been. Powerful statement. Did I see someone with their hand raised? And if you would just keep it short.
To keep it short, because I already was talking, I always mess up your name. Can you tell me your name again, please?
Anamika. Me?
Yes.
Anamika.
Anamika. All right. I want to make sure I get it right. You said right before we left for our break, you know, about majority of us here being of like mind, you know, and not having a lot of polarizing viewpoints in the room. And that was very important that you pointed that out. And I appreciate you pointing that out. The people who we're talking to here today, whenever each one of us say what we have to say, we all get it. We all get it, we all understand. So the people who we're trying to reach, it's very important that we can have a conversation. We're not going to get anywhere unless we're able to have the conversation, to start a conversation. And through my experience, I've noticed that there are certain key words and triggers that just turn their earlobes off, or not the lobe, the eardrum. You get it right, you know what I mean? But it turns them off. Their ears are turned off, right? They're not listening. White supremacy, white privilege. So you're talking to somebody who is in a position of power, and if they're a white man or somebody in that position and you're expressing yourself, and I use this example all the time. I was at the city council meetings, I don't know how many thousand of them I've been to since starting my nonprofit. And I get up there and I'm speaking, and I say, 2 + 2 is 4, in a sense, right? It's that simple. 2 + 2 is 4. And they're looking at me like I got 50 horns growing out of my head. Nobody getting it. A white woman comes up after me to speak. Have you heard about 3 + 1? Oh my goodness. This is a miracle. 3 + 1. So I had to learn how to have the conversations, how to have the discussion, to talk with those people. And I'm not going to take up too much more time. I'll come back, but I have some things that can help. It's helped me, so I'm sure it can help everybody else.
Thank you, Negro Spiritual. We'll go to Mari.
Somebody already said my comments.
Thank you so much. I'll turn to Cece.
Yes, thank you. As we're talking about the historic current policies and practices, I'm so glad that you lifted up Mr. Claude. I wanted to also lift up Laura and J.D. Nelson, who were lynched in 1911.
Yes.
They were lynched over the North Canadian Bridge behind the stealing of a cow. And I just want to lift up something that I think Tiffany and so many have already lifted up, but we need to continue to, is that there has been a particular kind of policing in this country of Black people. And it has not been a policing of serving and protecting from 1705 slave codes till today. When we consider how the legacy of lynching has been directly connected to the policing of Black people in this country, we have to, in my imagination, have a mechanism by which to collect and then tell the truth. My question would be, Tiffany, I know that I believe your office has worked with EJI around a project to collect soil in spaces and places in Oklahoma where lynchings have been documented. I am wondering, I would love to know, if it's appropriate now, how that has been, how that has gone, what we have learned, how we can grow from that project, because I know you all have been the hub of that in Oklahoma. But from that, what I'm really getting down to is, how do we take these stories and collect them in such a way and build a mechanism by which we can tell the broader community the truth? Is it a do we take these kinds of projects and make a truth commission? There have been truth commissions. Some of them are called truth and reconciliation commissions. I don't use the term reconciliation. If you want to know why, we'll talk about that later. I'll say truth commission. In my estimation, there needs to be a mechanism in the form of a truth commission in Oklahoma that talks about and houses this history of policy and practice. Because if the elementary schools and the middle schools and the high schools are not going to tell it, there has to be a vibrant mechanism by which it is told. And so that is what I would propose us to be thinking about, Oklahoma to be thinking about, is a truth commission, in the same way that South Africa developed a truth commission after apartheid to tell the truth about that history. How are we going to tell the truth about Laura and L.D. Nelson and Mr. Claude and all of these things that have added up over time that have been our reality when it comes to policing in this country?
And I will just, to your point, I think it's definitely in order to talk about why you don't use the word reconciliation. I think it's in order for this conversation. I agree with you. I don't even think we've conciled to even redo or do again.
Yeah.
I don't even use reconciliation. When have we conciled in this country?
When?
For what's happened? And as far as this Truth Commission, I think that is the exact point of what Brian Stevenson and EJI has done, is to simply tell the truth of this country's ugly past. However, what is the remedy? I can just speak about Christy Williams, who is also a descendant of a survivor who is starting Black History Saturdays, starting this Saturday. You know, they can put all the policy and pass all the laws that they want, but they can't stop us from telling our story. And we have to get good at sitting at the feet of our elders before they get out of here. There is someone by the name of Mother Leslie Benningfield Randall who is 108, and we don't know how much time she has left. A Mother Viola Fletcher and a Hughes Van Ellis, 108 and 102, and they survived every era of oppression in America, and they are still here fighting for justice and reparations. We have to start sitting at the feet of our elders. No one can take our history away, and I think that's where we've went wrong. We have churches. We need to get back into the churches and continue to tell our stories. They can't stop us or silence our voices, and so I agree with you, but I think these Black History Saturdays, that can happen all over this state. And we can find a community center, and we can share our stories and our truth, as you said, Cece. I want to go over to Waylon. I know your name tag was up a few minutes ago for you to just kind of contribute.
Yeah, I want to go back, but I'm back to Claude Chandler a little bit that JD brought up. Wasn't planning on talking about it, but he evoked a feeling while I sat here and listened to him talk about it. I only know about Claude recently. I'll say recently, in the last 3 or 4 years, is I was running for sheriff in Oklahoma County, the first African-American Democratic candidate for sheriff in Oklahoma County, and was going really, really good. So good that there was no way in my mind I was going to be defeated. And so I'm already down the road, and I was thinking about what the swearing-in ceremony would look like. And so I researched when I found out about Claude Chandler, and I took my wife down to where the Oklahoma County Jail was at the time while telling her this story, and I drove the track from the county jail where he was kidnapped to where he was hung at Reno and Council. And what it did to my bones, just driving it, how long it took in my car. And this would not have been in a car 100 years ago. And so I told my wife, this is where I'm going to do my swearing-in ceremony, under this tree at Reno and Council. And I explained to her why. I then told some people that were supporting me that when I'm going to be busy, but when we win, your job is to arrange it to happen in this spot. And these are people that work at the Sheriff's Department, and they ask why. And I'm bringing this up is because I felt like it was important for law enforcement to know the history of law enforcement well before they try to police a people. I'm not so sure when we talk about truth. I was already 20 years in my law enforcement profession in Oklahoma County before I even know Claude existed. I think people, law enforcement leaders today, believe we miracled ourselves onto these policies that we have right now. As if we didn't go through a history to get here. I think it's important, as we talk about history, that you don't get to be a chief or a sheriff or anything else until you can articulate the pathway of the history of this law enforcement in this city, in this state. Why doesn't he comply? Because of Claude. Why did he run? Because of Claude. Why don't they trust him? Because of Claude. And if you don't know who Claude is, this makes no sense.
Wow. I'm going to go over to JD.
Waylon, thank you for that. You put it so much into context of what we need to know. We need to know that Claude wasn't the first, and unfortunately he has not been the last. And we are doomed just for it to happen over and over again. As we saw, the man the other day died in county jail. Again. We had, I think, 19 deaths in the county jail last year?
17.
17. And about the same the year before. This continues to happen. When we think about community response, I appreciate what you said, Tiffany, is really, I was going to bring that up, was we've got Black History Saturdays here in Tulsa. In Oklahoma City, I'm not sure how much I can share because I just got this email like 2 days ago, but there's conversations about trying to, and I'm going to hint this the best way I can, in a new modern fashion, collect these stories in our communities. And I think this is, going back to community response, this is, collecting these stories, telling these stories through community response, and how do we get nonprofit organizations or just organizations. I know Tiffany had mentioned churches, and I grew up in the church. I loved, I was able to, 3 years ago before COVID shut everything down, I was on the Black History Month committee at church, and I loved it. I loved teaching the kids about Black history. But one thing I do also know is that times are changing, and the church hasn't always been the refuge that it's been meant to be and supposed to be, especially for folks like myself as Black queer people. When we fear going to church because the violence inflicted on queer people. And so when we tell these stories, especially when I think about the Black queer people in history, Barry Rustin, Marsha P. Johnson, even in our own history, Marty Turner, we have to figure out other ways that the state doesn't have control, but neither does the church have control to tell these stories.
That's the one. That's right.
Because at the end of the day, we have to realize there is not much division between church and state, especially in Oklahoma, the buckle of the Bible Belt.
Okay.
So we have to figure out, how do we as individuals, and that's one reason that motivated me to start my blog last year, because I was like, we got to tell these stories, and not everybody's going to read books. And those books aren't always accessible. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, I'm getting into it, but it is so hard to, for me, one of the biggest issues with this blog and studying is access to the resources. There's a lot of books that have been written by a lot of great Black Oklahomans and historians that are hard to find. Who in here has, I bet no one, probably one or two people have a copy of Behold the Walls in this room. I got one. Claire Looper's book that she wrote. Not many people have it, and there's so much history in that book, and it's so hard to get access to. You can get access at the Metropolitan Library in Oklahoma City, but only between 9 and 5, Monday through Friday, and you have to keep the book in the room. So we have to continue to figure out ways. So I appreciate you bringing up Black History Saturdays, but I think when we're reimagining, how do we continue to bring this into our homes and into even the schools, after-school programs, and other ways. In so many different ways. I'm thinking about City Cares program, where you're reading to the students stuff. I forget the name right now, but I think about stuff like that. We can do this in our own ways that the church nor the state can hinder.
Thank you so much for that. And I saw Doug put his...
Thank you. In answer to JD's earlier question about how do we do this,
Doug, can you please,
sorry. In answer to JD's question earlier about how do we do this, I'd like to share just a couple of thoughts. The first is we can't just say we want change. We have to also provide the alternative. You can fight all day long the things that are. If you don't have the alternative ready to, we hear that in business all the time, don't bring me a problem, bring me the solution with it. So I think that's one of the things we need to consider is when we're fighting for these changes, we're fighting against the injustice and the travesties that we see, what do we want to replace that with? There needs to be a crystallized vision to present along with the fight. So that would be my first comment. And second, I was having a conversation with an elder of my church just this last week. I had a conversation with an elder of my church just this last week. And the conversation of recreational marijuana came up. And I could not convince him that, now I don't smoke marijuana. I used to a long time ago. So, otherwise, Reginald here would have been supervising me a long time.
I was asking what's in his pocket right here.
But I could not convince him that because of who is in power, the laws are written by the culture of those who are in power. So if, again, being a 52-year-old white man, my values, my culture, the things that I grew up learning and understanding are not the same as what George did. The cultures were different. There may be some similarities. Murder is wrong. Rape is wrong. But when you get further down the line of what we consider right and wrong, you can't legislate morality. Those things are determined by the culture in which those things happen. So we have to understand that if we have 2 black men in the state Senate, only 2, that culture is not adequately being represented by the decisions and the laws that those people are passing. So we have to find a way around that. You have to take the fuel away from the fire. Policing, surveillance, over-incarceration, the fuel and the power of those things are the laws that they attempt or claim that they're supporting or enforcing. One of the things that I would love to see in Oklahoma is instead of fighting one or two laws at a time, like State Question 780, instead of focusing on one small aspect of it, we need a complete revision of Title 10, Title 63, Title 57, Title 21 and 22. We have to come up with a comprehensive replacement for that and change the way that we do that. If there's going to be incarceration, any kind of punitive measure like that, the people need to vote on those laws, not a small group of people sitting at the state capitol. But so until we change that and we change those laws, when we could do a constitutional amendment in Oklahoma that would say anything that involves incarceration has to be a state question, not something that 48 senators and 100 representatives get to decide. So I think that would be a good alternative, and we know that it can happen. State Question 780 proved it. The people can make those things happen. It has to be a comprehensive approach. We have to quit, shadow boxing and actually come together and do the meaningful things at a comprehensive level.
Thank you so much, Doug. I'm going to jump to Cece.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Two things I would like to just raise up here now as we're still talking about historic and current policies and practices. I want to talk briefly about the death penalty in Oklahoma. I want to talk briefly about faith in Oklahoma. And over the next 2 days, these things are really important to me. So over the next 2 days, you might hear a lot from me about these things because they're really important to me. History. Oklahoma was the first state and the first jurisdiction in the world to adopt lethal injections in 1977. There have been 10 death row exonerations. There have been 39 exonerations from wrongful convictions in Oklahoma. That was the last stat that I've had from the Oklahoma Innocence Project. Bob Cowboy Macy, Oklahoma County DA, some years ago, put 54 people on death row. 33% of those death row cases were overturned because of prosecutorial misconduct or actual innocence. There have been quite a number of botched executions in Oklahoma. There have been 11 executions previously scheduled for 2023. Oklahoma planned to execute a person a month in 2023 outside of September. We were going to take a break from killing people in September. Since then, one person was executed in January. Since then, I'm very grateful that the AG put space between executions, which if we care about the death penalty in this state, gives those of us who do care about it a chance to work longer and harder toward, number one, a moratorium on death sentences, and number two, the abolition of the death penalty, which is a racist practice in this state. So I wanted to say a word about the history and the current status of the death penalty in the state. I do not believe that we can, of good conscience, do criminal justice reform in this state without being brave enough to look into the deepest and darkest corner of this system, and that is death row. So I wanted to say a word about that. Faith. I'm not from Oklahoma. So when I moved to Oklahoma some years ago, it was astonishing to me to ride down the highway and see this big lit up cross on a corporate building in Oklahoma City. I had never seen that anywhere in this country, particularly as a person coming from the East Coast. I'd never seen that before. That says so much to me about the pride that people take here in terms of faith, what they believe, how willing people are to be vocal about what they believe. When we consider, the last stat I knew, was that something like 70% of Oklahomans identified as Christians, and something like 80% of that number identified as evangelical. When we talked earlier on the panel about if criminal justice is the fruit, what is the root? I very much believe that poor theology is a bad root. Oklahoma has some reckoning to do with what we believe about God. We have a reckoning to do with a white Jesus. We have a reckoning to do with who we believe God loves and who we believe God doesn't love. And I don't believe that a state with those kind of numbers around faith can move the needle on criminal justice reform, healthcare, education, or anything else until we deal with our bad theology.
Wow.
One other thing, and I'm sorry, Tiffany, one other thing I wanted to say about this is that multiculturalism within faith has been really prominent over the last 20, 25 years. I see a place for that. I understand it very well. I think that what we do have to also understand is the impact of multiculturalism on the Black church, in that we have churches that are much more diverse than they were 30 years ago, 40 years ago. But these are not congregations, typically, who are celebrating diversity. These are not congregations that are teaching Black history. These are congregations that are promoting July the 4th and everything else that white people care about. And so multicultural faith has become more about assimilation than diversity. That's a very, very important thing to note as we talk about how Black history is going to continue to be taught in Oklahoma if it's not being taught in school.
Wow. I'm going to go over to Tanya, then Tamika, then Mari.
I just wanted to make a comment.
And Tanya, if you would, just
okay,
speak
yeah.
really loud into the mic. There you go.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer, at the end, I can only see your last name. Doug. I just wanted to say something. You talk about an alternative, and that's very important, true enough. But we have to be mindful about avenues. In a variety of states right now, the initiative and referendum are being challenged, which is a route for everyday people to get something on the ballot.
That's right.
Okay? So, again, we have to think about how those components that do work in the system, okay, like the initiative and referendum. The other thing that struck me as we're having this conversation about the criminal system here is that whether we consciously articulate it or not, there are too many of us who think of it as a Black problem. Okay?
Let's go.
And the reality, in order to get people in rural Oklahoma who have never seen a Black person in real life to identify with this so-called Black problem is that they have to see images of themselves reflected in it to really get down to the nitty-gritty of, ooh, this affects me. And I go back to a historical thing, and again, it dealt with eugenics, but it also deals with the intersection of race. Buck versus Bell, 1927. She was a white woman who was raped and impregnated by a family member. Because she had a child out of wedlock, she was considered to be feeble-minded, okay? She violated racial integrity laws because a good white person, a good white woman, would only have a child through the institution of marriage. Now forget about her being raped. Forget about it being incest. The penalty was sterilization, and I go back to that. Carrie Buck, is not the only white person, historically or presently, who has been and is negatively impacted by the criminal system, the criminal industry. And so I get back to the point in terms of making change, we are so tribalized that unless we see a reflection of ourselves, so many people are not going to deal with the issue. It doesn't impact me. So I kind of challenge us to critique whether or not we're looking at this as a black and brown problem, a black and Native American problem, or a black and Hispanic, Latino problem. It's a white problem too.
That's right.
And you know, once we do that, then we might be able to make change in those rural little Bible Belt towns that you're talking about. So that's all I wanted to say.
That's good.
As I sit here listening to history as it relates to what we're talking about today, I think it's important that we understand that we're in the Bible Belt, but before I go on, we have people that are on this panel that are retired law enforcement and corrections. Because I am still currently in the field, I have to say that these are my views and not the views of the Department of Corrections. But slavery was justified with Bible verses.
That's right.
And we cannot overlook that. If you are talking about people who are using God to justify enslaving people, that is a very powerful thing. That is very, very powerful. The other thing is, I told y'all that I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. When I moved to Oklahoma to go to Langston University in 1995, I was 18. I didn't learn about the Tulsa massacre until my 20s. But what I also learned is that there are descendants of people who were murdered that did not know the history of the Tulsa massacre. So when we talk about history, we all need to be educated on the history in order to be able to truly understand. We talked about somebody who had some mental health issues, and it's not the first, right? We have the common names of people we know that have been murdered at the hands of police, but what about the unknown names, right? The only reason that we know about those that have been murdered is because of cameras, right? But what about the ones that there were no cameras there to capture what happened, right? So what this has done, the George Floyd situations, what that has done, the Terrence Crutcher situations, is put it in people's face where they cannot deny, right? There's no plausible deniability. You can't say it didn't happen because it was publicized for the entire world to be able to see. So you can't pretend that you don't know or that you didn't see unless you choose not to, right? So we all need to know the history. You know, when we're dealing with individuals, we all have a story. Every last one of us, we have a story, and mine is no more or less important than the next person. But until we are able to come to a place where we can find some understanding about where we came from, we don't know how to deal with one another. Your trauma may be different from mine. I may receive love differently than you receive love or give love.
Yeah.
But we have to know the history in order to know how to help one another. So let's talk about history. Let's get some understanding on history. And it's not about trying to make one person look better than another. It really comes down to humanity. Has anybody ever heard respect is earned? Anybody? Y'all believe it?
No.
Why?
Respect is given.
Why? Why is respect earned? You don't know me, I don't know you. Why do either one of us have to earn one another's respect? When you have to earn someone's respect, there is an assumption that somebody is better than the next person.
Let's go.
Respect should automatically be given.
Yep.
Now, a person can lose your respect, but no one should have to earn your respect.
That's right.
We are human beings at the core. We all bleed blood.
Thank you, Tamika. That's good. I want to go to Mari, then Lainey, then Reggie.
Yes, sorry. Maury Turner, they, them, pronouns they, them, theirs.
And Mari,
so-
if you would, just speak into the mic. Thank you.
Okay. I think there were a couple of things that were said, and so like if what I'm getting ready to say like doesn't make sense still anymore, I figured I would still try to string some things together. But, and then also one more disclaimer. I have watched this documentary called Trip to Infinity, so it's got me really kind of thinking about how everything
We
is
can't
connected.
hear you, Mari. If you would just pull the mic up to your mouth.
Okay.
You're so soft-spoken. Thank you so much.
So ultimately what I was just saying was that I've watched this documentary recently called like Trip to Infinity, and it talks about like the connectedness of a lot of things, so I think also my remarks might be a little nebulous. I want to state, like long before my work as a state representative, I was a prison abolitionist. Like that's me, that's who I am. I don't ever believe that there is a prison or a jail or a detention center that will be able to hold anybody at this table or beyond this room that will provide the resources that you need. Yeah. And that is how I do the work that I do. We've talked a lot about like intersectionality, and I think it's really important to name, right, that I think we all sit here from these different backgrounds because we understand that fundamental part, like that our liberation is tied together. Our joy is tied together. Our struggle is tied together. And if we aren't ready and willing to commit to that pain, right, then we can't say, I don't think we can, then we can't say that we are allies, right? Then we can't say that we are truly committed to the cause because it is uncomfortable. A lot of us have to live in these bodies and deal with this struggle and strife every day. And so allyship, or in my most recent kind of reframing, right, that accomplice to the work that we do isn't just, okay, like, and I get to be queer around you, and that's like really freeing for me, right? But it's, and how do we create that space for you to engage in being you fully and wholeheartedly outside of this space? That is my commitment to you, right? It's not I'm coming to help get you free. It's that our liberation is tied together, and when you survive, I survive.
Yes.
I think about, like when we're talking about like moving policy and like coming with those solutions and like understanding that if a body does not look like you but is legislating on your body, then there's a good chance they're gonna carve you out or carve you up any way that they want to. And that also, one of the big things that we have to work through with that is that electability politics of saying like, oh, okay, like they might be a good candidate in 2 or 3 years, but like now is not their time. And I think about that in accordance like with myself a lot, because when I first thought about entering politics in this way in 2019, like that was when I started to think about it seriously. That was one of the big things, right, was that I too did a triple major, animal science, political science, sociology, Oklahoma State University, and I think the one thing I took from politics, right, from political science was that like your first or your second is about name recognition and like election cycle, and then like your second or your third or maybe even your fourth is like when you'll win it, if you'll win it. I thought about all of those things, right, and like completely disregarded the community organizing that my mother and my grandmother and my family had taught me. But that was the type of work that we engaged in, right? Providing that space that we were talking about, like for folks to be able to see themselves in politics, right? To say like, you know, I can wear a hijab, I can have piercings, I can have colored hair, right? I think like all of these things, right, that is liberation, truly, right? Showing up fully and freely and being able to do the community organizing and the mutual aid to make sure that we are all showing up in this work together. I think one of the big things about it is that we get to sit around this table together, and we get to, like the folks who are watching online, get to take in all of the huge knowledge that's been shared so far and will continue to be shared throughout this space together. And we get to, like so many of us get to do that because of the constant pushback, right? Like folks fought for us to be able to sit in this room today who never knew our names, who never thought that we would exist. And for me, I owe it to everybody who comes after me, right? And everybody who's sitting at this table with me and the folks who don't have access to these rooms to continue to create something like that, right? But here's also the thing about that, is that we were able to persevere our bloodlines, our history through all of this, and that's power. But I think the thing that keeps me humble and keeps me working hard is the fact that if we were able to survive, then the folks who wrote SB 1, right, Jim Crow, into Oklahoma's legislature, right, the folks who created, right, systems to enslave our people, whether that is Black, Indigenous, or otherwise, right? Folks who consistently and constantly wrote laws to do away with and eradicate my trans body. They are here too, right? Because when we write laws, we just say, and this is the rule that you should follow. But we don't do that cultural work to say like, and this is why you should care about these people this way. Right? And this is why you should see the humanity in the people that we are working with and for and alongside. And so I think about like how we hold like that power and that joy and those stories in our bones. And that happens with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle or whomever we are working against. Like those oppressive systems are just as resilient. Our communities are growing and learning, and we don't get to cherry pick who crosses that finish line of liberation. So when you see somebody who pops up in your, I'm sitting right here, so I'm thinking about it, right? But like in your Muslim community that is queer, we can't say, oh, yes, everyone but you, right? When we see someone in our, right, in our church or our local composting or community garden, right? And we say like, yes, but like not that part of you, right? Like that isn't it, right? Like whether it's our faith or whether it's just existing that calls us to come together and do this work, if we care, if we are in the work of civil rights and liberties, if we are in the work of mutual aid, of community care, of thinking of not only about our history and our collective history, right? And Black history this month, but also Black futures, then we have to also say like, and that's going to shift, right? When we talk about the history and like what comes next, we have to say like, oh, okay, and this is expansive. Our communities are expansive. So I I think maybe that's the big part, right, is that our liberation is tied together. And we have to continue to think about that and add it and incorporate it into the framework of whatever we're doing, wherever we're stemming from. And that is like how we create a space where the youth see themselves in politics, right? Whether that's school board or just feel empowered to show up and say something. I'm so impressed, and I do wish that, I mean, it is in the middle of the day, got ice and snow on the road, right? But I hope that we do get to a place where we do see more youth in spaces like this too, right? I'm so thankful that we get to see folks in college, but like, some of the best pieces of legislation or policy insight that I've had have come from like the 14 and 15-year-olds in my district, and I just think that's really amazing. I'm so, like, any other representatives for anything else, like, I'm sorry to say it, but I truly think that House District 88 is like one of the best places to live and work. Like, I've got roughly 39,000 of the greatest bosses, and it's like amazing to be able to freedom dream, right, and build policy that envisions community care without prisons. Sorry to say it, without not sorry to say it, without law enforcement officers, right? Like, bound in community care, and also creating spaces where we get to thrive and have that joy and not have to say like, oh my gosh, like, this is another kind of like really crappy week. I get to experience joy for 30 minutes and then I go back to the work, but like unencumbered joy. So.
That's awesome.
Maybe that's it.
Thank you, Mari. I would like to go to Reggie, and then Francie, and then Marquise.
And then there's two over here.
Yes, as I was.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Reggie. I want to go to Lainey first because she was, and then Reggie, then Francie. Sorry about that.
I'm good. Thank you. I appreciate it. So I just kind of wanted to circle back and touch on something that I feel like Tanya and Cece were both talking about, and in terms that we're all familiar with, it's white privilege, right? White people have to see themselves in the narrative before they're willing to do something about it. How do we change that? If this is if this affects you, it's a human issue, right? I have a 5-year-old daughter who is white. She does not yet know that she has white privilege. Yet. At what age does she learn that? And at what age does she begin acting on that? How do I prevent that? How do we sweep in at a younger age and say, I don't need to see myself in this to want it to change? And I think that we have to see people engaging in this mindset to really make an impact. It doesn't have to be me for me to say this isn't okay. So I just wanted to kind of circle back to that, and just this mindset that we don't even, it's learned and it's perpetuated by hatred and privilege. And white people are fighting to keep it that way.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to kind of touch on that. Like, I hate that idea that you're sitting here saying, we have to see white people, like white people have to see themselves in it before they're willing to care. And I hate that, right? How do we fix that?
I would like to allow Tanya to respond to Lainey.
And I'll do it real quickly. First and foremost, I don't think that is necessarily a bad thing, because most human beings have the same aspirations, and most of us who are not wealthy have the same problems of trying to survive, making it day to day. By inserting oneself into the narrative means that you see the connection, the connectivity between people, between these groups, you know. So that is what I'm saying. That is different than the us versus them, the issue of superiority versus inferiority. It's, I see myself, I can look at you, and you can look at me and see elements of each other, ourselves. That is what I mean.
Yeah, and I don't think you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, why is that the reality?
I want to create space because we're running out of time, and I want to allow people who hasn't had an opportunity to speak. So I want to go to Reggie, then Francie, Marquise, and then Tina. And if we have time, I'll come back to you, Negro Spiritual.
Yes, as I was sitting here listening to everyone talk, one of the things I don't think we have ever looked at is the economics of this whole situation. And if we go back to slavery, slavery was all, to me, was about economics. And as we get to where we are now, we're talking about economics. And I heard Tanya say, how do we get the rural people in Oklahoma to get on board? And one of the things I look at is when we look at criminal justice in the state of Oklahoma, where are all our prisons located? In rural Oklahoma. That is an economic boost for them. You're talking about all of the money that they make off of us being incarcerated, and all the prisons are in rural Oklahoma. Do you think rural Oklahomans are going to give that up? I don't think so. And then when you look at it, rural Oklahoma, as she said, the only time they come in contact, some of them had never came in contact with black people. The only time they come in contact with us is through TV or through media. And a lot of times that's not it's not the correct picture that they paint of us. And so those are the individuals that are in these systems that are in charge of us while we're there. So you can imagine the treatment that some people are getting in this situation. And until we change that dynamics, that we are not economic development for them, I think we're going to see this going on and on and on. When you look at the whole system set up, and a prosecutor gives somebody 75 years for a robbery that only got $1,500, and that person, their only part in this robbery was driving the car. And that person is 70 years old, but they're still incarcerated. And you don't tell me that economics does not play a part in that system. Another gentleman, he's been locked up 40 years. He's now in his 70s. He went in front of the parole board one time. He made parole, the governor denied him. He's been up 8 times since then. Same person, nothing's changed about him. He's been denied each time. So you have to look at the economic part of this, from slavery to now. And until we change that, we're only seen as a cash cow. And that to me is devaluing us, but they're looking at us, we're being looked at as this is a way to make money. Until we change that scenario, I think it's still going to be the same problem. It started with slavery, and when some laws were changed to outlaw slavery or do away with slavery or change it, what did they do? They said in prison, the law is still on the books. You can still use people in a slavery capacity. Some states have changed that, but believe me, Oklahoma did not even bring that up to change that. So it's still in our Constitution that prisoners can be used as slavery. And so you think of all the things that they replaced slaves with prisoners. And so that's one thing we're going to have to start looking at, is changing the economics of this whole situation.
Thank you, Reggie. Francie?
Thank you. So I've been listening, and
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
I'm a little soft-spoken too, but I'll do my best. How about now? Good? Thank you. So I've been listening and kind of piecing together a few comments that I have based on different people's input. I agree. This is not a black problem, or as we've heard FDR say in history, the Negro problem. This is a white problem, but I don't believe that certain or specific white people see it as a problem. They see it as a dynasty. They see it as a white economy that keeps their power, that keeps their safety and whatever else that they're enjoying at the hands of white privilege. My personal problem with that, and specific white people saying, oh, it'll take time, just keep fighting, it'll take time. I'm tired of it taking time. It shouldn't take time. This system was raised overnight. It can be dismantled overnight. So I'm tired of being told, hang in there, this is a 20-year problem. No, it's not. It's overnight. It can change. And that's the part that really angers me. I was hearing Cece talk about what she thought when she first came to Oklahoma. I came to Oklahoma to play volleyball for the Oklahoma Sooners. And when I stepped into Oklahoma, I realized Oklahoma cares a lot about the Oklahoma Sooners. And Oklahoma cares a lot about the Oklahoma State Cowboys. And that is the economic dynasty that we choose to uphold and run, caring nothing about houseless people, nothing about the criminal justice system and how it's impacting people. But we sure, for damn sure, care about those Sooners and those Cowboys. And that was sickening to me as I was here and admittedly enjoyed the benefits of calling myself a Sooner. In a way, I was embarrassed. Especially when I learned what a Sooner even is.
Right.
And that was all just astonishing to me, that we continue to uphold these racist histories as our pride and joy as we move throughout the nation, playing sports and doing arts and whatever else we do as schools in Oklahoma. That's the part that I really feel we've got to look at. Like, what are we continuing to allow ourselves to perpetrate through our largest economic dynasties, as Reggie was talking about? Doug, you mentioned we should present alternatives, and I don't disagree with you on a business standpoint, but this is a human issue. And when we are asking oppressed people to then offer up the alternative or the solution to their oppression, we're putting the burden on oppressed people to free themselves and to get their own relief. What sense does that make? And it doesn't make sense, and that's exactly why it continues to be perpetrated. I actually heard Tiffany talk about this in one of our other small group meetings, but that ties into voter suppression and people saying, oh, black and brown communities, marginalized communities need to get out and vote. And while that is true and can be, those populations can be greater in the voting booths, again, that's putting the burden on marginalized communities as voters to end their oppression. When can we have this conversation, white people amongst white people who are perpetrating these things, and those white people tell their white neighbor, let's stop? And how do we do it? You and I. I'm saying all this as a biracial person. My mother is white. I'm not meaning to criticize all white people. I understand there are allies. I understand there are people who care and are doing better. I'm saying it because I've seen that these systems are being perpetrated by white privilege and white power. And those individuals need to be having the conversation to tell each other to stop. The role of the church was mentioned. I'm going to reserve most of my comment on that whenever we have our next conversation, but I'm proud and happy and a bit biased in my personal ability to attend a church, a black church in Oklahoma City that is intentional about educating its congregation on, unapologetically, on black issues, and whether that be within the criminal legal system or voting, or the list goes on, black history. And so I think while the church and the Black church has responded to that. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where almost every Black church, or feasibly Black churches and churches of minorities, are going to need to start teaching the education and equipping congregations and peoples with the tools they need to navigate our community. And I hope that that's a part of the conversation at some point, is equipping churches with the materials they need to equip their congregations.
Thank you, Francie. I'm going to go to Marquise, Tina, and we're going to have Janaya as our last remarks because we're running out of time, and then we'll turn it over to Kim to give us a recap of what has been a very robust conversation.
So for me, thank you for giving me the opportunity. When originally engaging in this Square One project, my question is always, what is it that we're trying to see? What is the purpose of a prison? What is the purpose of actually trying to incarcerate people? I myself can only speak for myself. It did wonders for me because it gave me an opportunity to see that I definitely don't want to be here ever again. Just to give you some highlights, one, there was no women. Two, everybody got to tell me what to do at all times. And so for me, I was like, I'm good. And so that helped me to never want to go back there, ever. There are other questions that I have, which, for me, and I know you guys covered it a little bit while I was out of the room doing the video, but one of the things that really just drives me crazy is, like, in the beginning, in 1836 or 1838 in New York and Boston, the whole purpose of a police force was to watch slaves. And so when we're talking about I love that Chris said that we're not going to cut around the edges, we're going to have to deconstruct. Because for me, it's almost impossible to call it the police force with that being the beginning of how it starts. Now, we can reimagine it, meaning we would have to create a different system. Because as I talk to my, you might call them considerably privileged friends, they're just completely, like, they have no clue that these things are really happening. I had a full-on conversation the other day explaining to one of my white counterparts about what it is that we're talking about when we're talking about these systems that exist. His argument was, well, just use the court system. I know it's not perfect, but it's what we have. And so as I continue to walk him down the path to show him, okay, so when you're talking about land grabs, when you're talking about, I can take you to the abstract office tomorrow and show you where the city of Tulsa or any other places have just taken land from people and then given it to someone else, then what am I supposed to do? He goes, and that happened? I said, oh yeah. I said, as a matter of fact, there's people in Supreme Court right now on these very topics. I said, when we're talking about, St. Francis Hospital being one of the highest death rates for Black women to have babies in the country. And when I had my son a year and a half ago, I realized very quickly after about 2 hours of about 6 hours of being there that I was in a Black room. I didn't know it at the time. They just told me that the other rooms with beds and couches and places to sit were not available until I decided to turn right and said, well, let me just go to the bathroom this way. And then I seen 6 open rooms with mints on the pillows, and they had all the furniture in there that we were asking for. And I slept on the floor. And so when you have people that are completely ignorant, not to their own volition, it just doesn't affect them. So it's almost impossible for them to know, because when they see Dr. Crutcher or someone, in their minds, they have a preconceived notion. So I'm thinking to myself, if people don't even know why the police force was started, how on earth can we continue this conversation? If people don't know why a prison exists, it's almost, and it goes back to what Mr. Young was saying earlier, that if we can't talk about what is actually happening, like, and again, removing all emotions, removing all of the, the whatevers, just really just say, like, these are the facts. Because we have gone to a place of, hey, show me the data, to, where did you get that data? Who did that data? I don't know if I believe that data. And so there's so much mistrust because the information is coming from so many sources, and it's almost impossible to fact check when you have an internet that doubles almost every 4 seconds. So my question, and you'll probably hear this throughout the thread of my talk of being involved in this, is what is it that we're actually trying to accomplish? Because we do have to have some sort of safety and law and order to a discretional point. However, I just don't know that it could be called the police. I don't know. Again, we have to agree on that as a community because of how it was founded, but then, figuring out what we're going to do as far as this prison thing.
Thank you so much. We are down to our last 5 minutes, and I want to keep that question at the center of all of these conversations. I want to give space to Tina and Janiyah, and then we'll have to go over to Kim to close us out or recap. If we have time, I'll let you, but we're down to the last 3 minutes, actually.
It's like a two, never mind, you got it.
5 seconds? Go ahead.
It's okay.
We'll go to Tina.
You can totally take the insistent wave.
Yes.
Oh, I can?
Yeah, you should.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to, I know we don't want to talk on the same, speak on the same subjects. I don't really think I need this, but,
Yeah.
Oh, I need it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't really like to talk on the same subjects, but in regards to what you were just speaking about on educating our, colleagues and our other counterparts that may not be of the same race, maybe Ms. Yavita and Ms. Anamika can remember the conversation that we had at Langston University about the origin of the police force. We had this conversation with people of all colors that resemble this room right now, and a lot of, it was a very heated debate about the origin of the police force. So, and it was, the white people don't know. And it's just putting it plain and simple as that. They don't know the origin of the police force. So in order to make change, I think the first step is we have to just educate, and black people, we can try to tell white people, but like you said, it's gonna be, oh yeah, you got the data, now where's this cited at? Where's the, is your data correct? So I do think, I wish Miss Laney was in here right now because I know she's trying to find out how to educate her daughter, 5 years old right now, about these type of subjects. And I just think, it is very important that no matter what ethnicity or race you are, but in particularly the white people, if this is something that you are passionate about and an advocate about, don't let the conversation slip your mind. Whenever you're talking to people, educate them on these things that they may not know. The history is his story. So you can take that opportunity to create the story in your own narrative like other people have. So I just want everybody in here to know that I think the first step in change is going to be educating white people on the history.
That was profound, and I think white people need to fight just as hard as black people are against 1775 and the suppression of our history, because it just can't be on black people. So I need white people fighting with us. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you were insistent. I want to go to Tina, and then we'll end with Janiyah.
Okay, I'll try. This is really quick, and now I'm last. So the one thing that I was thinking about in terms of our racialized history and our current policies that really comes to mind is what, I don't want to mess up his name, I think Aurelius had mentioned about asking the right questions. And really just thinking about our laws and our policies and going beyond the face of those things to ask questions. I remember when I was a public defender, and we would see the discrepancies between the amount that was required for it to be possession with intent to distribute for crack cocaine versus regular cocaine. And the basis of that was that racialized component of what type of drugs a black person will use versus a white person. But even getting DAs to understand, to ask why is it this? A crime that carries 2 to life. Why is there discrepancies in that? To Doug's point really quickly, I hear what Doug is saying about having solutions to certain things. I remember sitting in a room, we were discussing the risk assessments. Those are tests that are done for like treatment courts and for bond hearings. And I remember someone, I won't say her name, she was talking about how they are biased and racist and all these different things. And among those folks who were in the room who had power, when they asked her, well, what other types of assessments could be done or used, she didn't have an answer for that. And I think that's key, because if you are going to be in these spaces and in these rooms, you've got to be educated and to know how to respond to those things when you do have the mic and you are able to make changes at that point. And then the last thing that I'll say is, and this is really to Tanya's point, and kind of Lainey, about the reflection. And how we won't be able to see change until they see the reflection in themselves. And I grapple with that, because I'm like, well, do we wait for that? Because to Brother Negro Spiritual's point, certain things turn people off automatically when you're in the room. I would love for everyone to have humanity at the core of their hearts and want to just do the right things, but the reality is that some of these folks are not going to be moved by your social arguments. And so it's figuring out, when you're in these rooms, what's going to move them. If you're having a meeting and you're going to the police and you're going to the business community and you're going to a nonprofit, if your pitch is the same in all those rooms, you're doing it wrong. I'm sorry. Because you've got to figure out, okay, they're here and I'm here, how do we get here? And maybe it isn't because it's the right thing to do, maybe because it saves money. And maybe you start there, and maybe that's wrong. I don't know. I don't have the answer, but that's just what I want to say.
There you go, Tina. Good. That's good. Thank you, Tina. And last but certainly not least, Janaya.
There we go. It's kind of piggybacking off of Reginald, and I actually have a question to what you said. So you were saying that basically the prison systems were keeping people in there for like the economics. And so my question to you is, how do we change that? How do we stop them from incarcerating people for 25 years plus for something that they could have gotten out in 5? Or how do we change them from denying that person 8 times? I don't really see it happening unless you're in that position of power or in that courtroom. I don't understand how we can change it from just sitting right here, because it hasn't been done so far. We're still like in the same, we're still having the same problems as we were 15, 20, 35, 50 years ago. And it's like, we can say, oh, we can make a change, but how? You get what I'm saying? Like, how do we make that change from just right here? You know what I'm saying? Without those positions of power, because everybody can't get all the way up there. Everybody can't be a judge. Everybody can't be in that courtroom. And so my question to you would be, from just in the community, or not even in the community, but just in like lesser power, how do we stop that from happening?
30 seconds. 15.
JD, insistent wave.
15 seconds. I'm going to yell it. Oh, we got to do mics. I would say we have tried to do that. We tried to in sentencing enhancements. Just a few years ago, was it 2020? And it was stopped because there were very powerful people that pushed lies and peddled and say, and they pushed fear, and they said, oh, well, this is going to hurt domestic violence victims, and this is going to put more criminals on the street. And so though we made great progress and we knew it was going to help so many people, especially black women, it failed because of these fear tactics. And so that's the hard part.
But that's why I'm saying, like, my question is, how do we stop it
from
failing?
You have to stop it by removing bonuses and retirement from the amount of people in prison. Those people retire based on the backs of us being in there. In a federal prison, they made $30,000 a year for me being there. And so there's no need for them to not, because you represent my family eating for the rest of my retirement. Of course I'm going to keep you here. You're a product. You're a gross domestic product, and you're not a person anymore. That's how.
Just 30 seconds, Negro Spiritual.
Fast as I've ever talked. So
We talked about, Lainey spoke about it, and the sister right here, how do you say your name?
Zamaya.
Zamaya spoke about it, about wanting to educate white people. And Tanya brought it up first about tribalism. This is a tidbit, like I said, people, their ears get turned off, how to talk to white people about this. Stop saying white privilege.
Yeah.
Stop using that term. When Marquise was speaking about they don't understand that these systems even exist, educational system, banking system, healthcare system, criminal justice system, all these systems were built for white people, with white people in mind. And anybody who's not white, it wasn't built for you. America was not built for you. Diversity, equity, inclusion is fundamentally un-American. Go to the root of America. The original lie, like I stated earlier, it's fundamentally un-American. So we're pushing against, and friction, change is friction, combustion. It's not gonna be easy, it's hard. And when you're talking to somebody who doesn't believe that they have privilege and you tell them you got privilege, there's a white boy on West Tulsa, in Meth Tulsa, whose family been on food stamps for 3 generations, and I could tell him, you have white privilege. He's looking at me like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Where is it? Where's the privilege? How is it? So many white people here hear white privilege all the time, but really don't believe that they have experienced a privilege. And I've sat in several meetings like this next to a white person, and they understand that. I'm gonna clear it up really fast. We're almost done, Tiffany. June 8th, 1866, the 14th Amendment. It granted equal protections under the law to everybody, correct?
Correct.
Remember, this is interactive, people. We're trying to, correct? We're all in this. Equal protections to all of us, right?
Right.
So that means that's baseline, that's 0. Right? 0 is not a privilege. We have what I use is called BIPOC disadvantages. BIPOC disadvantages. Instead of saying white privilege and turning somebody's ears off, BIPOC disadvantages, we have to also understand that they were created by the white people, but when you're talking to somebody who doesn't even believe white privilege is real, how are you gonna have the conversation about criminal justice system, about the disparities in healthcare, about all these different things that we know are facts. Yeah. But once you have already put that wall up, you've already activated the wall. It's not gonna get us anywhere. So changing the narrative. I want y'all to think about it over our break and stop saying white privilege and other inflammatory languages like that if you wanna have the conversations with people who don't already think like us, who aren't already on our same wavelength. If you wanna move forward and actually take further steps and have those conversations.
Thank you so much, Negro Spiritual. And please note, I know everybody is getting warmed up. We have several more discussions, and those comments can actually carry over because we're going into the United States violent exceptionalism and punitive excess. So just hold your thoughts, and I want to turn it over to Kim to just recap everything we've just heard before we go into our next break.
I just want to thank everyone for providing the comments that you have and for participating in such a vibrant way. Just thank you all for enlightening us today with your presence and with your knowledge and your experiences. And so some of the things that we've heard today are just acknowledging our history as a nation and the roots which it was built on, educating ourselves so that we can educate others, and that this problem is not just a problem that is for people of color, but the problem is everyone's problem and everyone's solution. So I just want to just acknowledge JD for bringing up Claude Chandler. Thank you for starting us off with that and sharing that story and providing that remembrance. and for Waylon for adding to it and your own experience there. And also just presenting the question, why isn't community response respected? We've come with community responses that have been shut down. So that's something to think about. As I mentioned earlier, we need to acknowledge what we've done, what our history is built on. Tanya noted that our history is now, we're at a point in time where our history is being contested, and how do we fight against that? Cece brought up a really good offering about the potential of creating a truth commission. And knowing and discovering and discussing the policies and practices of policing of Black people. Calls for change should also come with a solution. We had some good discussion about that. And the economic value of incarcerating people of color, that's a problem that we face today. And there's a problem, and it's a problem that there aren't really good solutions, it sounds like. Marquis summed it up really well. Yes, we do have that. Francie mentioned that we didn't create a problem, but we're being asked to come up with a solution. It's a burden that again, as we mentioned, it's not just one group of people, it's everyone's problem. Oh, sorry. And just lots of other discussion about educating yourselves, Negro spiritual, and changing the narrative and how we speak to others when we are educating them. So those are some of the themes and some of the concepts that came up during this discussion. Again, I just want to thank you all for your contributions, and I'm going to toss it back to Tiffany.
Wow, thank you so much, Kim. And I'll just close before we go into break with a quote that again I heard Tanya say, which I think is definitely timely. History is the gateway to truth, or to the truth of where we've been, so that we don't repeat it. History is the gateway to the truth of where we've been, so that we won't repeat it. And I just want to close with the student, with Janaya. She asked how. What is the how? How do we fix this when we have all of these power structures in place? And I know we're going to talk about that over the next few days, but let's not forget that people have power. It's going to take the power of the people and organizing as the fuel, and that's what it's always took. It's power of the people, and so I'm always here to share more for you. So thank you all so much. Let's take a break, and I look forward to the next conversation.
Taking your seats, we are going to get started. Thank you so much for helping us stay on schedule.
Appreciate this slowly doling out.
I know, right? I love that.
Too much at once. Just
We are about to get started in just about 2 minutes. If you could wrap up your conversation.
This way I don't take a nap in the middle.
Thank you so much. Great. George and Francie, whenever you all are ready, you can take it away.
Does she give me the go? Good afternoon to everyone.
Yeah.
All righty, let's get started. My name is George Young. As earlier, you know that I am one of the 48 state Oklahoma senators, and I also pastor Greater Mount Carmel Baptist Church, and my cohort and partner in this moment and time is the great, I call her my daughter, so you have to get that. And you know what? I love calling her my daughter because I hope someone is calling my daughter, my biological daughter, their daughter, and watching them like I watch or try to watch over Francie, because I will kick your ass if you Francie.
For that reason, I'll be referring to Senator Young as Papa Young throughout this, because I'm not getting my ass kicked today. Not today. But I'm Francie Ekwerekwu. Again, I'm with the Federal Public Defender's Office in the Western District of Oklahoma. I'm in the criminal trial unit, so I represent individuals who are unable to afford criminal defense in the federal system. And that's me.
Thank you. Let me quickly say, listening to that last session, it was greatly done by Dr. Crutcher. I'm Tiffany, and I appreciated everything that was said in it. The thing that jumped out at me, though, was I have to go back to my friend, I'm going to call you Lieutenant, but I can't do that, Waylon, is that Waylon made it personal. I love what you said about where you would have had your swearing in. That was, you made it personal. If we're going to make this work, each of us has to make it personal. And with that, I'll quickly add this. I've heard several times about A.C. Hamlin. Albert Comstock Hamlin was the first African American in the first legislative session of the first session, the state of Oklahoma. The first vote he had to take was a vote that made sure that he would not come back the next year. You think the vote was bad? Can you imagine the questions when they were talking about that particular bill that he had to endure, and the debate? Because that's when I try to say all the ugly stuff I want to say about them and their bill during the debate. I can only imagine what he endured during that time. And so today, we're going to be talking about this topic of the United States violent exceptionalism and punitive excess. There were two readings, and I'll give you a little of the context and trying to watch my time so that we won't go over because I'm very time conscious. But two of the readings we had, one was Due Process and the Theater of Racial Degradation, the Evolving Notion of Pretrial Punishment in the Criminal Courts by Nicole Gonzalez Van Cleve. She did a great work. If you have not had a chance to read that, it was outstanding. She talked about a judge up in Chicago who had gone in and slipped into some courts to look at and to listen to courts as they were being taken place, and she noticed something, and then her research was all about what she noticed. She noticed how court was handled. She noticed how people related to people who were coming in who were having their cases heard. She saw some things that troubled her, and if you've ever ever been in court, and I know many of you have because you are a part of that process, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. And so this idea of our courts being the kinds of places where we will seek justice, that's why we don't say criminal justice reform. We're talking about criminal legal reform. And the criminal courts are not a neutral justice arbiter. I'm going to say that again. The courts are not a neutral justice arbiter. There are not places where we can go and believe with all of our souls, all of our hearts, with all of our being, that we're going to get a fair hearing. Unless you got the right money, the right lawyer, and the right stuff, you may come out of there with what we have heard already, some results that are very, very demeaning. We have very tough, punitive ways of dealing with crimes, and that's what we're really talking about here. How can we change that? How can we make it so that everyone who goes in court, I always tell the joke about being a black pastor, that I've been in the courtroom more than many lawyers have, and I said it humorously. I did work in drug court and DUI court, but on the other hand, I have been in the courtroom a lot because of not only members of the churches I've pastored, but because of their family members. And so I have seen it firsthand that it is true. Some of the things that comes out of those court cases are just simply amazing. And as I was saying, we've got to make it personal. I love that. I will remember that, even though I thought you had won too and I was ready to come to your swearing in. Even though he didn't get a chance to do it where he made it personal. If we're going to make a difference in what we are talking about and what we met here today to talk about, we've got to make it personal. Every time I sit in that chamber, I think about Albert Comstock Hamlin because I make it personal. He didn't get a chance, but every time I come, I try my best to stand up and represent what he would have done if he had just had one more session that he could have attended and been able to speak up and to speak out for those in Guthrie, Oklahoma, and those in Logan County. You've got to make this work personal. It's got to be personal to you. It's got to mean something to you. It's got to go beyond who you are and to the person next to you, the person that lives next to you, the person that lives on your street, the person that lives in your city, your county, your state, and your nation. We've got to make this personal. The other reading we had was, and I'm glad that Kim is here, it was a great reading, Kim. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. It talked about how, particularly with Native Americans, how they go through the process of trying their best to make sure that they know about their history, being attached to something, being able to identify with people. My wife went to South Africa. First time she went, she came back to me and she relayed this story to me, and I think it is pertinent at this moment in time. She said, my wife had a PhD. My late wife had a PhD in counseling and psychology. She was, highly educated. She was in South Africa. This guy drove up to, he's on a bike. Rode up to her on a bike, look, I had all his belongings, her description, all his belongings on this bike. He rode to her, and he looked at her, and he started speaking to her in a dialect that obviously she didn't know, because she cannot speak. Well, I'm going to say what she could speak, but she couldn't speak that dialect. And she said, no, I'm from America. And he started saying, oh, okay. Then he said, but you look so familiar. What tribe are you from? Mm-hmm. And my wife goes, I'm a Chambers from Bowler G, Alabama, Greene County, Alabama. No, he said, I don't know that. What tribe? What tribe in Africa? She said, I don't know. She said, the look on his face, this guy who looked like he had all of his belongings on this bike, the look on his face, it almost brought tears to her eyes. He said, you don't know what tribe you are from? It was the most devastating thing to him that she was disconnected from her path. The second reading is about trying to do for our children what we need to do for them to help and make sure that they are connected to something greater and bigger and long-lasting and that has almost an eternal connection so that they would live up to something and live into something that was meaningful, not just to them, but to those they came in contact with. And do you know that our criminal legal system tries its best? If you listen to the remarks and responses of individuals who have gone through that process, it says to me that our criminal legal system is trying its best violently to disconnect people from their past so that they won't have anything that will help them to overcome their present. That's what these two articles were about. I hope you had a chance to read them. Cohort, do you have anything you want to add to that before we move into where we are?
I'm in such a routine of being at work, I almost said, yes, Your Honor. So, yes, Papa Young, I have something to add. Let me get back here and not be in the courtroom. But I am going to help everyone understand we can be in the courtrooms, and this is how. First, I want to say our topic is the United States' violent exceptionalism and punitive excess. Others have said this, but I'm going to echo. The Constitution in its original framework by its original writers was never meant to protect or benefit people who were not white, especially black people. And arguably, it's still not necessarily built to protect black people and others who are not white. It was written in 1787. Slavery is not abolished until 1865. At the time that it was written, black people were not even considered full human or people. And as I mentioned earlier, we had warfare in World War II where there was, quote, a Negro problem that President FDR noticed and recognized, but gladly distracted himself with needing to be a part of Allied efforts in winning the war. We're going to talk all about this. Here are the questions that frame our discussion. What explains the United States' violent exceptionalism? Okay. Second, how has structural violence become ingrained in the United States culture and society? When I answer that question, I look at what the first article was talking about, the judge who was visiting courtrooms in Cook County in Chicago. I went to law school in Chicago, so this one was a little bit close to home for me. It was personal to me, as Papa Young said, because I've sat in those courtrooms and watched that as a law student and the devastation that lives in those courtrooms. There is and this isn't only in Chicago or Cook County, this is across our nation, there is a structural theater of racial degradation. This is entertainment for white people to publicly act out the play of mass incarceration of racial minorities. Look at what's in that reading. She's talking about the pretrial processes, whether or not people get bond right away when they're arrested, how fast they're even seen by a judge, and then how fast they are funneled through the process. Within 4 minutes, a person is told what they've been charged with and what their bond is, and it's just on to the next. To me, that signals that this whole idea that we should put on a play and watch black people or other racial minorities play our little game, it got too overwhelming. Now they only have 4 minutes for each person in pretrial processes. Sure, they would have wanted more time to look and gawk and, make fun of those situations. Next question, how has it been codified by law or supported politically? There's been, and I want to point to this book. I've been recently shown this book. It's by a black justice out of New York, and we've got some New York people in here, but Justice Bruce Wright of the Supreme Court in New York wrote this book called Black Robes, White Justice. And I've been recently shown this book when I went to a training for federal defenders of color. It was only for federal defenders of color. It was a time of trauma bonding, but also informing and equipping and energizing each other to keep moving forward in spaces where we are people of color representing other people of color in these grand performances that are put on in courtrooms across America. In that book, there's kind of a sentiment to open up that says it's pathetic to keep laws just because they were put in place before we came. And I think that that's a system that's being upheld across America, and especially in Oklahoma, is the law is the law. It's been that way. We're going to keep it that way. And anyone who wants to challenge that status quo or challenge these laws that have been on the books since statehood, you are a radical. And now you're in danger of us finding a way to outcast you from our systems. If you're an attorney, you don't have any dreams or chances at getting on the bench because we're going to label you radical. We're going to label you, anything it takes to cause doubt amongst white colleagues that you shouldn't be a person in power. The excess in punitive process is upheld by our criminal procedure from pretrial, bond hearing, all the way through to trial. And Jania's not here, but I was going to talk to Jania and everyone about this. You do have an ability to make a difference in somebody's criminal legal process. And this goes back to me talking about what we should be telling each other in churches and other spaces that we're gathered. I watched a jury trial recently in federal court, and I believe this young woman, she was in jury selection, meaning she was somebody that was going to be considered to be on the jury. And she was asked, do you think you can be fair and impartial? The person who's labeled the defendant, which would have been our client, was a black man accused of having a firearm, possessing a firearm. And she said, no, I can't be impartial because the witnesses in this case were going to be all Oklahoma City police officers. And she said, I can't. They killed my cousin. I'm not sure exactly who her cousin is. I have reason to believe I know who it might be, but she explained how the police officers killed her cousin, cried a few tears, and then literally ran out of the courtroom and excused herself from jury duty. While that is acceptable and understandable, and she has every right to be in her trauma as she should be, we also need, if anyone has the strength and ability, who has the minds and the hearts, the color of skin that we do in this room, to stay in the courtrooms and help people of color who are disproportionately represented in courtrooms and not given a true jury of their peers, but usually a jury of peers who are mainly white, and go as far to say their preferred method of getting the news is Fox News. They make sure to say that. It wasn't even asked. They're going to tell you that. And that ended up being 80% of this man's jury. So that's my little request of us is let's teach our people in a lawful way. Do your best to be a part of the criminal legal system in your community if you can be. If you can serve on that jury and not be triggered or traumatized, please consider that. If you can do anything else, if you can go and stand in, sit in court, you'd be surprised how judges change their mind when certain people walk in the courtroom and they don't have to say a thing. They just sit down in the courtroom. You are officially a witness to that person's justice, and you can help them achieve those justices that they are desperately needing. Somebody earlier talked about reforming the title. I think it was Doug, reforming Title 21, somebody over here. But yeah, Title 21 in Oklahoma needs major reformation, needs a complete overhaul. That is our criminal statute in Oklahoma. And that's another way we can achieve, dismantling the system we have here. Federally, we have what's called sentencing guidelines. There's sentencing practices at the state level too, but the sentencing guidelines in federal court are very harsh. They're very over-excessive in how much time a person gets for a crime they're convicted of. Those sentencing guidelines were made advisory only in 2005. So anyone convicted prior to 2005, depending on what your guideline was suggested for your sentence, that's what you got. My father was a victim to that. A situation today, he may have gotten 10 years or less. He got 23 because mandatory guidelines were set in place at that time of his conviction. We can continue to educate and continue to go above and beyond to advocate for sentencing reform. Our newest justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson, served on the Sentencing Commission that helps change those sentencing reforms across the federal jurisdiction. I'll be quick with this. We can talk about death penalty. I know Cece can help us on that. We can talk about the fact that things that happen in the courtroom, the things that are really agitating our systems, largely are undetected on court record. You don't have court reporters typing in all the racial microaggressions and situations that are blatant racial situations that are going on. And in our article, we read about that. We read about stereotypes and how those are damaging. Next question, in what ways does Oklahoma suffer from the violence that is unique to the United States? So can't wait to hear from all of you on this. So we've got cultural resistance to systemic change, rise in mass incarceration, and the retraction of welfare services, as though we are depending on the criminal legal system to provide social services for people rather than providing it to them up front. So I want to point out all the nonprofits who are represented today who are doing that. Thank you for getting to people before they become my client or anybody's client in the system. That article, that first article from the judge, talked about the use of the N-word in courtrooms and how that is still today being allowed. I know for a fact, I heard it in Oklahoma County and reported it and then was told, oh, that's just the way, they're allowed to say that if the client said it. It is deliberate hate speech being spread amongst courtrooms in jury trials, and that's something that judges just allow to happen. Can we rectify and heal from our violent past as a country and as a state? That's our last question. And that is now it's time for you all to respond, and I'd be glad to throw in some comments here and there, but I'm gladly and thankfully going to have the privilege of taking notes at this time.
Good. We're going to handle it the same way that Tiffany handled it. If you have a question, stand your tent up on its side, or if you have one that's really, really, really burning, wave your hands like you're crazy or whatever. I'll see you, and make sure I acknowledge you. I just want to end with this before we open it up. The questions have been laid out there for you. I'm ready for you to start asking us questions, but I want to read that first sentence again that my daughter read. U.S. history is characterized by exceptional levels of violence. It was founded by colonial occupation and the genocide of first people and sustained by an economy of enslaved people. That is the root. The fruit is what we're trying to deal with, but I don't know if we can do that if we don't deal with the root. Please let us be kind to one another as we go through. We are ready, and let's go. Questions, thoughts? Cece.
Yeah, so when I think about the historical nature of the U.S.'s violent exceptionalism, I have to, again, I'm the person who has to go back to what faith has looked like in this country and why. When we consider that the Americas was colonized because of the doctrine of discovery in the late 1400s, which was a decree by the Catholic Church in Europe that gave European Christian explorers the right to explore the Americas and to take literally whatsoever you wish from inhabitants of other places who did not identify as Christians. And so where was that? That was North America, and that was the Caribbean, that was all over the world. And that exceptionalism from being a Christian, right, or their notion of being a Christian gave them the power, that decree gave them the power and the authority to literally take to literally kill, to literally rape, to literally steal, right? And so when we're talking about how this very idea of exceptionalism, American exceptionalism, has even become a thing, we have to, I think, consider how did these folks even think they could get to the Americas and take land that people were already on? It was the doctrine of discovery. So again, at this very root, and I'm going to say it and say it and say it. And then you got those same folks coming from other parts, the East Coast, whatever, coming on over to the West and putting stakes in the ground. Exceptionalism, the doctrine of discovery, right? This idea because we are white, because we are male, because we are Christian, God gave us this stuff. This stuff belongs to us. And so I think, again, we have to at least consider in the conversation not just U.S. history, but in parallel church history. Those things are very closely related and have to be spoken about in context.
You do know we had Colonial Day up at the state capitol last week. Yes, Colonial Day. JD.
Y'all know I'm going to bring some more context to it. One of my favorite books is Caste by Isabel Wilkerson. I'm not sure how many you've read it. I assume a good number. And so she talks about the pillars that basically set up a caste system, which is what we're living in. And so, Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, Marquise. And so she talks about the pillars that have to be set up to create a caste system. And she uses parallels between American Jim Crow and enslavement, Nazi Germany, as well as the caste system in India. So I'm going to read a bit of an excerpt, but it relates to the reading, actually, just to add some more context to it, because I really want to answer the question, how has structural violence become ingrained in U.S. culture and society, as the question is asked? So she basically starts, she says, the only way to keep an entire group of sentient beings in an artificially fixed place beneath all others and beneath their own talents is with violence and terror, psychological and physical, to preempt resistance before it can be imagined. Evil asks little of the dominant caste other than to sit back and do nothing. All that it needs from bystanders is a silent complicity in the evil committed on their behalf through a caste system will protect and perhaps even reward those who deign to join in the terror. Jews in Nazi-controlled Europe, African Americans in antebellum and Jim Crow South, and Dalits in India were all at the mercy of the people who had been fed a diet of contempt and hate for them and had incentive to try to prove their superiority by joining in and acquiescing. This is one of the books I learned a lot of words. To cruelties against fellow human beings. And then she goes on to talk about the dominant caste demonstrated its power by forcing captives to perform some of the more lonesome duties connected to violence against their fellow captives. People in the upper caste did not often trouble themselves in the dirty work unless specifically hired for the job of enforcement, and as were the plantation overseers in the American South. It was a caste privilege to order the lowest caste to do the bidding in the dirty work. It was a part of the psychological degradation that reinforced one's own stigma in utter subjugation, so dominated that they were left with little choice to cooperate if they were to save themselves for one more day. I think about those police officers that killed Tyree Nichols. Those were black officers. And once again, this is a part of the psychological degradation. If you read the reading also talks about the court systems in Chicago being a theater of racial degradation. And so I think it starts with this mindset that goes with this caste, that we are lesser, and we reinforce it in different ways. And so no offense to our officers in the room, but sometimes putting us in these positions, I think those officers, probably in the moment they were killing Tyree Nichols, were thinking, for some reason in their mind, that inherently, for some reason, they were better than him, that they were better, that they were a better black person, or they were the ones that complied, or they did the right thing. And so I think when we're thinking about how the violence is structured, I think that's one key piece, is that how do we view each other? How do we view the caste system? How do we view who is worthy of being saved from violence and who isn't? And I know the reading talked about a little bit this too, and talk about verses like, I really want to pull it out. Hold on one second. I got to pull out this.
I want to come back to you. I want some of the other folk who haven't been talking much to speak up. I've got a list of folk, but all of these are folk who have already. Travis, yeah, trust you. I'll bump you up in line a little bit because the other ones have had some conversation already.
Gosh, I don't think I deserve that, but I will greatly thank you.
Yeah, hold the mic a little closer.
Yeah, so a few of the things, just kind of talking through how some of the questions about understanding how violence is ingrained in our society and why we accept that. And I think I'm a storyteller, and I can't speak outside of stories, and so I'm gonna tell a couple of stories, and I hope that maybe through some of my fumbling through this that you might be able to understand some of the world that I live in. But in working for the nonprofit that I work for, part of my job is to go out and tell people about what we do and how we do it and why that community renewal is a pathway to restoring and making better neighborhoods and better communities. One day, I went into the office of an amazing lady named Shirley who worked with our with our housing system in Shawnee, and came into her office telling my story about how community renewal was going to do this great work in her neighborhood, in her community. And through tears and trembling hands, she put her hand in my face and said, "I can't hear you right now because in my ignorance, I had no idea that there had just been another police shooting and another young black man had lost his life." And this was several years ago, whenever this was starting to come into more and more come into kind of our acknowledgement of these things going. And she said, "And to be truthful, you look just like every redneck son of a bitch that hurt me when I was a little girl." And I sat there with her, and I allowed her to have all the feelings that she needed to have in that moment. And she cried, and I cried, and I was able to find my way into a real relationship and a real conversation with her for the first time. I had spent a significant part of my life believing that I was advocating and working for things to be better, but never had I ever experienced a moment like that before. And it wasn't until that moment that I really understood that there were so many more things that I needed to do and so much more that was wrong with the world that I was helping to try and create and move forward. And through that conversation and through those real interactions and through that, I was able to find a friend, I was able to find an advocate partner, and I was able to find somebody that I promise you that if you were to say something ugly about me right now, Miss Shirley would fight you in the parking lot, you know? But it took that moment of us being real with each other. It took her being able to speak truth to me and me being able to listen to it before that could happen. And sometimes I think that we were talking about some of these things about being honest with people and about using some of the hard words, and that's right. But you gotta know your audience, and I think this is where this next part comes in, is that whenever Chris contacted me and said, "Hey, Trav, I've got something that I want you to think about." Through the relationship that we had built with each other and through him seeing a little bit about who I am and what I'm trying to do, he came to me and said, "I want you to be part of this because I believe that what you're doing is important." And I think that in some of these moments where we're trying to find our way into moving forward, into just getting out of this, let's talk about this and do something stage, that there are opportunities for individuals like myself and other individuals at this table to go to people and say, I need more from you than just what you're doing. And I know that there are pathways that we can start to build together to break down these walls and to rebuild this system, and I believe it wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
And so I know that there can be restoration, and there can be repair, and we can rebuild the broken past. And
Taking that
Yeah.
and making it personal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely.
what I started with. We do have some folk, so I don't want to start calling names, but we've got some folk that we have not heard from. And so I still have the other list. You guys are on there. But I'd want to hear from those folks since it's the second session. And
We can't hear you.
we still have some folk who have not spoken yet, and we want to hear from them. And it's the second session, so we don't want to go the rest of the day without this is the last session of the day, and we want them to make sure that they have a voice today. So,
Mr. Lawson?
George, right here. Ayana.
Ayana, yes.
Before you start calling names, I'll go ahead and speak up.
That's what I start doing.
So as we talk about punitive excess, my background is I grew up in lived in Alabama from the time I was in 3rd grade to 12th grade, a town of 40,000, and I've seen firsthand where the local drug dealer gets life because they tag him with a kingpin status. And you're like, our town isn't even big enough, even if he sold drugs to everybody in the town, to be labeled a kingpin. Or where you see certain people go in and get a slap on the wrist because they know the judge, they know the district attorney. So when we talk about in rural Oklahoma how they can't relate because they're not. They know the judge, they know the district attorney. They're getting different sentences. So it's hard to preach excess because they don't see that. What they see is that, okay, you go down there, judge so-and-so gives you a break because he knows you. So it's hard to fathom that this judicial system isn't on your side. And I would say that as we're talking in being intentional, I'm with JD on getting the bond passed in Oklahoma City for the school board. And one of the things that we're trying to preach to the group is that you can't sell the same thing to everyone. So as we're trying to sell it to people in South Oklahoma City who have kids in the school system, if you take that same speech to people in Nichols Hills whose kids have never gone to Oklahoma City public schools, never will, their property taxes are going up, you're going to get a different response. So we have to change how we tackle this issue. You're going to have to make people relate to it. Like Lainey, you were saying, unless they can see themselves in there, in any issue, you're not going to get a feedback. So you have to be intentional. And we'll talk about it tomorrow, like how can you make someone who doesn't think that they have skin in the game realize that they actually have skin in the game?
You know, Khalil, I want to hear from you, but I was thinking a few minutes ago when we were talking about, when Tiffany was talking about Tulsa and the race massacre, that there were several riots that occurred across the United States from the end of the Civil War all the way up to 1921. And one of them in particular was in Memphis. And so it always has been a special kind of thing for me to pay attention to that. So as we're talking about this, I'd love to hear your thoughts and ideas about what we're discussing.
Well, to me, when it comes to the system, well, it has no equality. And in order to have equality, it has to be more just. And there's no just in it because there's no, like, we don't have us as black people, we don't really have a voice, you know, when it comes to, like, the legal system and, like, the rules and, the way that they do things. So I feel like it's important for us to like, we have to come together and like within our communities, like around the world as Black people, you know, enforce like our own, you know, like, cause like kind of like back in the day, I'm not gonna say like make like enforce like cults or like gangs or nothing like that, but we gotta like within our communities, you know, come together and like be more vocal that like, you know, things that we don't like, instead of, cause there's ways that we can go about doing things. We don't have to riot, we don't have to, you know, vandalize and stuff like that. We can use our voices and like, you know, like they used to march back in the day, and you know, some people that did get like to a point in time where they used to, you know, vandalize and stuff like that, but I feel like it's different ways that we can do it with our voices as we come together.
Thank you, and thank everyone for their comments. Lacey, I hadn't heard from you in a few minutes, and I wanted to get some more insight from you on this particular topic of this exceptional violence that we have in the U.S.
Okay, thank you. So something I was kind of wanting to talk about before the break, and it does tie in with exactly what we're talking about, but is normalizing that white and Black people do get along, that people see more groups like we have here today and understand that we're all the same people. And I think for me, sometimes if I could just talk to more people and make it more normal and normalize it, and they knew that we were, I think somebody said it, which is just like a common thing to say, but we all bleed red, and maybe being more, we've got to get the right people that can maybe make it where we're more on TV. We're not just on a YouTube channel, but we're on the news. We're on something that is speaking volumes to people, because I don't know how to tell certain people in my family like how to even act, but I know that if they saw me getting along with certain people of a different color that didn't look like me, whether they were Black or brown or green, it wouldn't matter. They would know that my heart would speak. And sometimes it's really hard to do that when you only have a room of 100 people versus you're on TV. So that's kind of something that I really think we should figure out a way to make more nationally known, whether it be just a group of us like this, but it repeats itself over and over. I think that the way that the treatment is here is, I think Khalil kind of touched on it, but our sentencing, there's 5 to 25 years, or there's 15 to life. And how do we change that? I think that that's more of an easier way, like an easier place to start on making laws change, where there's 5 years. There's not 5 to 25. There's 10 years, that's it. That's what you get. And then there's some revisiting of that. Someone who's been in prison for 5 or 10 years, or they've been on a suspended sentence. They haven't done anything wrong in that 10-year span. Why are they still having to be penalized for the rest of their life? Why is their daughter or their son or their mother or father or spouse having to pay that price forever? Their life is forever changed, and we have no system in place that actually guarantees someone a seat back in front of a judge to say, look at me, look what I've done. Look how well I've done. Doesn't my family deserve to be back here? And it shouldn't matter whether you know somebody. It shouldn't matter whether you're Black or white. That should not matter. And laws have to be put into place so that they don't matter, so that a judge can't take favor on somebody because they know them. And that is, I think, the first place that we absolutely have to start. Of course, our history and the history of Black people and how America came to, has to be taught, and it has to be upheld. And I think a couple of people have said to make it personal, but George made it very loudly repeated that, make it personal. And for me, until I actually got myself into some trouble, I never thought, I probably would have not made it personal. But then it affects me even more that it took that for me to realize how personal it should have been all along. And that's why if I had seen this, something like this, if somebody had told me, hey, there's this initiative going on and it's really great and it's gonna change lives, I get goosebumps on my face. And I sit in here and I see so many beautiful people, and it doesn't matter where you came from. I don't care who you are. I wanna know who you are. And I don't care if you're a senator or a judge or a doctor. If you're here sitting in this room with me, I've already got something totally perfectly in common with you. And I'd love to know more. And I'd love to know more people like some of us sitting in here. And I've just been so touched. Normally I can't wait to talk, but I've really heard so many good things and made a lot of great eye contact with Francie. You've spoke a lot of good things, and that's somebody in particular, whether it be because you're right there, but I think there's just so many things that you get to hear, and knowledge is power. And I've sat in this room and I feel so powerful, even though I'm just one small voice. Just getting to hear I've wrote down so many things that I didn't know that like break my heart, that I sit here and I'm like, are you kidding me? I wish sometimes that I was alive 100 years ago, because I would have been one of those people that probably would have gotten myself in trouble trying to make change. But again, I just like circle back. It has to be, this can't just be right here in this room. It has to be spread further and further. And it takes some of us to do that. And I say that's what we need to do next.
Thank you. JD would say I was born 100 years ago, but we don't listen to him. I'm going to call, I still got the other folk whose tents are turned up, but listening to that, Adam, I know most folk may know that you served on the Pardon and Parole Board for quite a while, and superbly, I want to say thank you for your service. I was always very appreciative of it. But when we think about this idea of what we're talking about, the exceptional levels of violence, and the fact that now we're doing land acknowledgements and labor acknowledgements, do you see a connection there at all, and particularly with what you saw as you tried your best personally to kind of do the job as Pardon and Parole Chair for a while? Did you see a connection with all of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I did serve on the Pardon and Parole Board for 3 years, and I had an opportunity to be the chairman of the board for a year, during which time Oklahoma began executions again, and ultimately was asked to and did resign in January of 2022 last year, so it's been just over a year. In my experience, I think these things have been ingrained in U.S. culture and have even persisted because there is a pretense of justice. A group of people can create a process, label it justice, without really much input. And then the pretense persists because it becomes precedent. And it gives all of us permission to say, well, that's the law. And it excuses us and absolves us of any responsibility for implicating ourselves in a different way, in a different solution. I saw that over and over again in the course of reviewing tens of thousands of cases, in the course of reviewing the 5 clemency hearings that we performed while I was on the board. And it was, in many instances, for me, it was very clear what the outcome was going to be. And it was all just a pretense. And it required some reckoning for me to realize that I was participating in that pretense. Even as what eventually became the lone voice of dissension, that system, because it was designed to create a pretense, it could not even handle one voice of dissension. And I believe that I represented a significant portion of the population that didn't believe we should be doing that, and yet even still, because the process was not created for justice, the process was created to have the illusion of justice. They didn't want the illusion to be questioned. So I think that that's how it persists. Shane Claiborne says that the death penalty doesn't exist in the United States in spite of Christians. It exists because of Christians. Yeah. And I would broaden that to the faith community outside of just the Christian faith practice. That I've envisioned and imagined it that, the United States as this bodybuilder, deadlifting and squatting and pressing the weight of capital punishment. And around the waist of the United States is the Bible Belt. And if you know anything about weightlifting, they wear that thick bridle leather waistband to keep their body physically together so that their spine can withhold the pressure and tension of the weight that they are unnaturally placing above their heads. And I've come to see the church, in particular the Christian church, as that support structure. Because without it, the United States could not do what it does with capital punishment. And to the question, in what ways does Oklahoma suffer from the violence that is unique to the U.S.? We call ourselves the buckle of the Bible Belt, and yet we are more eager to kill people that we have deemed as doing something wrong than almost any place in the world.
Wow.
And in my view, I had to, sit and answer that question. How do I vote when given the opportunity to vote on the life of another human being, regardless of what they've done? Certainly taking that into consideration, I had to ask, what would my faith dictate that I do? And that was one of the main reasons that I came to the conclusion that I did. And in turn, it forced me to ask, well, why is it that other people that would call themselves a member of the same faith practice come to a different conclusion? And I'm still wrestling with that. But I think if you read the life and teachings of Jesus, the leader of our faith practice, I think you'd have to wrestle with the fact that he himself was wrongfully executed by his government, that he himself in his dying breaths forgave and pardoned the person who was being executed next to him. And when given an opportunity, at every opportunity, he forgave over and over and over again. And I think there's plenty of reasons beyond that. But for me, I think it's particularly important where we are in Oklahoma to acknowledge, as Cece mentioned, the role the church has to play in these questions, because these things don't happen in Oklahoma in spite of the church. They happen because of the church, because of how the church has interpreted our faith, and in turn, the implications it has on us as members of those faith communities. We have absolved ourselves because we've said, it is precedent, it's the law. I'm not going to question it. And I think until the church reckons with that, until members of all faith practices, in particular Christians, simply because they make up the majority of the faith community in Oklahoma, reckon with that, I think it will be difficult to see these things change.
Thank you, Adam. Hannah, I guess Adam struck something, a chord in me, and I heard something, I can't remember exactly what you said last time, but his phrase, the illusion
Yeah,
of justice.
absolutely.
Yeah. Talk to me a little bit about that.
It's funny that you say that, because knowing that this kind of illusion of our justice system stems from, to Cece's point, how we got America and the United States of America, what we know of it today, and specifically in the state of Oklahoma, the type of theology that leads the policy and decision-making practices at 23rd and Lincoln, the rather oppressive theology that they insist is the theology, right? The Jim Crow theology that they've clung to and been able to sort of feed to folks in the rural areas that I would argue are impoverished and in ways that they don't quite understand or fathom. And so these, I would say like MAGA era world is sort of romanticized to them and fed to them. That illusion is fed to them that it is the law or no law, our way or the highway, and knowing that this illusion and what we're calling justice in the state of Oklahoma is crafted by people who do not even have to look the people they are hurting and harming with these laws in the eyes, right? Since our legislative process was created, there is no public comment. Trans kids being attacked in our state can't keep these people up until 2 a.m. with their parents to talk about their suicidality because of, needing gender-affirming care. These are the same violent systems that, as it was said earlier, I think just policy violence, somebody said that. And, as big as sentencing reform and that discussion, down to the smaller policies being made and constructed at city levels, attempts to criminalize homelessness, all of those levels at which policy are being made definitely have to be hit. Because we do know those are why people and why our cops are justifying putting people behind bars for a 2016 warrant and driving your bicycle erratically. And then you end up dead 2 days later in the Oklahoma County Jail, a place where it's built like a maximum security facility. And it actually only takes 14 days for the brain to begin to atrophy in solitary confinement. And those spaces are built essentially like a solitary confinement because those people are getting out maybe twice a week for an hour at a time to choose between showering or washing their clothes. And that's on a good week. And so this illusion has to come to light, perhaps, and this is just the creative marketing brain that I am in just using the assets we have and out-marketing them. They've run a long game of disinformation and culture wars to further the disenfranchisement and the fear-mongering. And I think we just are crafting our campaign of the opposite and the long game of love and then sort of ripping the rabbit out of the hat or dumping the hat upside down or lighting the table that everyone supposedly needs to be around on fire and going and setting down a picnic blanket in the park and getting out of the sterile environments that we have to be in to get back to human connection and get back to what we know to be true at the core of each and every one of us. And that's how we can forget that illusion to reimagine, hopefully something that works for all of us.
Thank you, Hannah. Lainey, Adam said the illusion of justice. Hannah said the Jim Crow theology. And I see a bridge. Don't force you into saying anything, but it struck me, and I don't know how those two work in your mind, or what does that say to you about where we are with this exceptional violence that we deal with in the U.S.?
Gosh, what a question. So the I don't know if dichotomy is the correct word, but of the Jim Crow theology.
Jim Crow theology is what she said. She brought God into Jim Crow.
What a theology. Yeah. I don't have a great answer for that question. This illusion of justice, has to be tied in at some level to Jim Crow if we're talking about SB 1 in Oklahoma. Our justice system is founded on Jim Crow, which, again, I'm learning today, using the word justice system is a joke. So it's our legal system. Our legal system is founded on these laws that were just created to justify injustice. So,
thank you. I can get back to my crew here that you raised your hand for. You want to address something right now?
Just really quick. I just want to read something because I hear, this illusion of justice and making it normal for just blacks and whites to sort of be together. I've heard the phrase, I know we can repair and rebuild together, but I just want to read something, just a quote, and it says, I must make two honest confessions to you, my Christian and Jewish brothers. First, I must confess that over the last few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in the stride towards freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but it is the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I can't agree with you with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically feels that he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by the myth of time, and who constantly advises the Negro to wait until a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. From Martin Luther King's letter from the Birmingham jail. I just want you all to sit on that.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the folk who've been waiting for a while. Marquise, I want to get to you because I'm not going to forget the illusion of justice and the Jim Crow theology, but you had a thought, a point earlier. I'd love to hear about it.
I got several other thoughts now. Just touching base on what Adam was saying, it always reminds me of that decision made for me without me is a decision made against me. Keeping that at the forefront of my mind, I don't want to breeze past something that Ms. Cece had said. It's the claim of having the Christian values that entitled people to some of these things. It's not the actual walking it out or living it. It's just to say, oh, this is how I do the thing? All right, well, I'll say that so I can do the thing. So that, I thought that was really profound. Thank you for bringing that to the table. My original thought, though, was like, how in the jury process do we, reimagine a way that, maybe the individuals are being seen for their merit to be picked on a jury as opposed to what they look like, how they're being seen so that, certain questions are being able to be asked. I know they talked about the Fox News earlier. These clues and these interwoven systems that create, it's almost impossible to, kind of change this without just, throwing some stick of dynamite and blowing the logjam. Because we could talk about a lot of this stuff for hours on end and still never get anywhere. And so my original thought was just in around that vein of how do we reimagine the jury picking process to help individuals actually be represented by a jury of their peers versus a jury of the people that can help me win.
Thank you. Doug, I'm going to let Gene go, and then I'll get you right after him because I'll give you a few more minutes to regain that thought. Gene is a little fresher. Gene, what were you had on your mind?
Sure. Let me bring this up. Thinking about, we've been talking about exceptionalism, and I think that's an important idea to roll around because we're not just talking about why is there violence, but why does it seem and is worse here than in other places, worse in the United States than in other parts of the world, worse in Oklahoma than in even most of the United States. And I think about how Oklahoma came to be and how this state was populated. And we had, not only the tribal nations who were removed here through, great hardships, often at the barrel of a gun. We had people coming here who were either formerly enslaved or the direct descendants of formerly enslaved people coming here who basically had been persecuted everywhere else they had been and were trying to have a new start. And we had the white people who came here who, because this was the last place in the United States that was colonized, everything else had been turned into states already, fully populated. The people who came here were the people who couldn't make it anyplace else. So you had even the white people almost everyone who came here had come here out of either being forced out or not being able to survive or feeling like they couldn't make it in another place. Everyone had been, fairly or unfairly or whatever it was, I think felt some kind of victimhood. And I think that violence often is a tool used by people who don't have confidence that other kinds of power is going to work for them. So, people with a worldview that this is the way the world is, you have to take what you can get and act out against other people who are always threatening to take it away. We're going to build a society that has some of those ideas embedded in it. But I want to inject a little bit of hope in all that, because I think all of us have the potential to be bridge generations and are being bridge generations away from that. And in the scope of humanity, it's not that long ago that these events happened. Like, we're talking about the grandparents of my grandparents. But even in the 3 generations that I've been alive and the generations that I've witnessed in my own families, you go back a couple generations and you had people who believed in corporal punishment of children, sometimes verging on abuse, as it would be seen today. And then people 1 generation down who said, no, we're not going to do that, but maybe you're going to be quick to anger, you're going to yell, you're not going to be best at communicating in ways that are respectful. And moving on another generation from that, and obviously these are imperfect, and some people do carry on the violence of their parents and grandparents and so on, because they don't see another way to be. But I see us learning, and some of these changes are generational, which is just really frustrating because we just get the one life and we don't get to see what the 4 or 5 generations are going to be down. But from those beginnings that were frankly brutal, I can see how change is happening extremely slowly, but also why it's so much worse here than it is in some of the other places.
I like what you said, those beginnings were brutal. We don't want to admit that. I'm going to go, Doug, I'm going to get you and Tanya, but Zamia, I want to hear from you. And so as soon as we get through, then Chris,
We can't hear you, Papa Young.
Doug, then Tanya, and then I want to hear from Zamia, and then Chris, I think you'll be next. So.
Thank you. Got a couple of thoughts, actually. First couple deal with what Adam had said on that pretense of justice or the illusion of justice. First couple comments address what Adam had said about the pretense of justice or that illusion of justice.
Illusion, yeah.
We in Oklahoma, we'll sentence somebody to a life sentence with the possibility of parole. What is the likelihood of that possibility? There's people like Reginald will talk about serving 40, 50 years. Some of those cases, I know a couple of guys who killed a police officer. Now, absolutely, I'm not justifying killing a police officer. But if a person has the possibility of parole as their sentence, they will never see the light of day if they killed a police officer. If they killed me, they could possibly get parole. What makes, and this is going to be, I'll never hear the end of this, but what makes the life of a police officer or a firefighter or an emergency officer, what makes that life any more valuable than mine? Why should somebody who commits that crime, even though they have the possibility of parole, never be able to get out of prison because of fraternal order of police or all these law enforcement or communities' protest of parole? It should be about the facts of the crime. That's one of the forms of violence that our system has incorporated, and we ignore it. There's that pretense of justice. We say he has the possibility of parole, but he doesn't. Or when they get out on parole, they can be out for 20 years if they have that life sentence. They've proven statistically that there's no more chance of them recidivating than the person who's never recidivated at all or never committed a crime at all. Yet we that person will serve life on parole, never have a chance to go back to a normal life, suffer the violence of that sentence forever in society. Every day knowing that one small mistake, his entire life can be pulled away from him and him sent back to prison. There's no due process for somebody who's on parole. If somebody got mad at me right now that works for the Department of Corrections, the last 12 years of my parole goes away, and I go right back to, I don't get to go to a jury trial. I don't get to see a judge.
Yeah.
I go back to prison because somebody doesn't like me.
Mm-hmm.
So there's all kinds of this forms of this violence that Oklahoma system has incorporated. Then we get to the Jim Crow theology. To me, what that means is we dehumanize people. We look at people, we fail to recognize their humanity. And recognizing somebody's humanity can never be an inconvenience for us, which is what Oklahoma's law has. We've replaced the writ of habeas corpus with the Post-Conviction Procedures Act. We focus on procedural due process as opposed to substantive due process. Just because you've had a prior appeal under the Post-Conviction Procedures Act, the interest, and it says this in the statute, the interest is in the finality of judgment, not in justice. So it doesn't matter, Julius Jones, Richard Glossop, it doesn't matter. You know, former Attorney General O'Connor and former District Attorney David Prater, their concerns were never about justice. It was about preserving the processes that they had gone through. And until we can change those things, we are always going to have that violence. And Oklahoma, I think, is an example across the country of how we put procedures over substance, where we put the system over the humanity of individuals.
I'm going to come back to you, Doug, with that preserving the process, and you're going to have to connect that to the illusion of justice. But Tanya, you had a thought a long time ago. I'm sorry, I was trying to get these other folk in.
Thank you. Yes, I have fragmented thoughts now. So
That's all right. We'll pull them together. We'll pull them together.
First, CC, I wanted to piggyback on what you said, because when you talk about European imperialism during the discovery period, the reason why the quest to find new places is because in Western Europe, they had dwindled their own resources. They had deforested in making, engaging in war. They had polluted their waters, and so fish and things were scarce. You know, we can talk about, well, God sanctioned, but it was out of necessity, a lack of resources. And that, I think, is a common theme. The other point that I wanted to make, when we talk about violence historically, we have to go back to how slaves were controlled in the first place, because, there were places like South Carolina where into the 20th century you had more black people than you did white people. So how, and on those plantations, those large plantations, how did they control? The type of racial dehumanization, the performance thereof, that was used. You get everybody out to witness a transgressor being boiled alive. That keep everybody in their place, or most people. And so that sort of legacy evolved into lynching. Same type of performative theater where literally with those big lynchings, you could pay a nickel and get a finger or a scrotum. You could shoot into the body. So you're talking about a type of live theater that we see its legacy in the court systems today. The last point, and then I'll shut up, is that the way that our narrative is, it seems like there's always been this profound division between black and white. But that was not always the case. In the colonial period, up until the point of Bacon's Rebellion, which was 1676 to 77, you had in English law, it was against the law to enslave a Christian, whether that person was of African descent or not. There is amazing research by Jacqueline Badalora. She wrote a book, it's called Birth of the White Nation. And in that, you had indentured servants who were white and black. And once they served their term, they got head rights. And what head rights were is that so much land. So back in the 1600s, you had black people who had served their term and got 50 acres of land. We don't talk about that history. But after Bacon's Rebellion, when you had poor whites, free blacks, and indentured and slave blacks band together to challenge existing government, and they razed Jamestown, burn it to the ground because they were aligned together. Then you saw this plethora of laws come up. It's against the law for white people and black people to live together, to marry. And then you had these new laws come up codifying slaves and identifying them with blackness itself. And that goes back to the final deal of prosperity doctrine, because that is codified in the Constitution.
Thank you, Tanya, for that. Let me have a check-in. Did you have your? Khalil, did you want to say something else?
No.
Okay, good. I've got 20 minutes, and so now I'm gonna get in, but I do want my students, Zamia and Janiyah, to have a word, just because I like my students more than I like the rest of y'all. But I'll let you guys go a few minutes. Chris, why don't you go on and get in, and then I'll get back to them. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to very quickly add, I love the conversation. It is beyond amazing. I started out my remarks when Anamika invited us to check in and say while we were here that it's Khalil and Travis and Lacey, because I know their journey that brings me here. And one of the questions is, what ways does Oklahoma suffer from the violence that is unique to the United States? I just want to start with the premise, and this is not unique to Oklahoma, but it sure is a factor here. Prosecutors hold all the power. They hold all the power. Catherine Huffman is the one who taught me that we always have to ask our question, in order to create justice, we have to have equality. Can't have justice without equality. So we have to ask ourselves the question, who needs to give up power and who needs to gain power to have equality? I think it is violent, I think it is cruel, and I think it is awful when we penalize people for missing court dates because they don't have transportation. I think it is unacceptable when a judge yells at a person for wearing shorts, humiliating them publicly in a courtroom because that's all they have to wear. I think imposing excessive fines and fees on a person who we know cannot afford to pay, and then punishing that person for the inability to pay, is violent. I think imposing so many conditions on a person's supervision that none of us would be able to fulfill those conditions, and then saying to that person, and you better hold down a job, is violent. I think taking away a person's driver's license and then saying to them, you better show up on time every time, is cruel. I think saying that evidence exists that doesn't really exist in order to trick a person into pleading guilty to something they did not do is violent. I think that threatening to send a person to prison for 40 years if they don't agree to take a plea deal for 15 years is wrong. I think when we deny basic hygiene products and consciously allow people to sleep with bed bugs, that's cruel. That's violent. I think it's also violent when we send a person for jail for having a mental health condition, only to have that person die in Cleveland County Jail 2 days later is violent. It's happening in Oklahoma. Way too much.
Thanks, Chris. It reminded me of the story in the reading about the bag lady, and so I wanted to make sure everybody saw that. Marquez, you run into my time, so make it quick.
I just wanted to make a really quick point, because we always talk about the prison and slavery. Really cool thing was when slaves were freed back in the day, when they were let go in Emancipation Proclamation, they were given $25 a month to survive. When I was in prison, that's how much I made in 2013 all the way to 2018. Every month was $25, and that's right now.
Thank you, Marquise. Negro Spirit.
That's triple what I got. It was $8 a month.
You own
state prison, but
you on your time.
All right. I just wanted to, because I've done a lot of talking, I probably need to stop. I just wanted to touch on these two things. And maybe I'll just touch on one. So can we rectify and heal from our violent past as a country and as a state? And the N word. No. That's the N word. No, we cannot. No. And the reason is no is because the conversation about reparations is not being respected. It's not going to be had. Talking is talk. If I come to you and I bust your nose, break both your legs, break your arms, you can't go to work, your hospital bills run up, and I just come by and say, well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I thought you stole my mail, but I found it yesterday, so it wasn't really you. Does that suffice? Is that good enough? That apology after I destroyed you? So no, we're not going to talk about action. Reparations is an action. That's just the beginning. That's not going to fix everything. That's not going to fix. You can't bring people's legacy back. You can't bring their family lineage and knowing where your tribe is. You can't bring that stuff back. But that's the least you can do is to start with that. They just print the damn money anyway. Shit. God, never mind.
Well, no, we got him started cursing. Thank you. I do have a reparations bill that's up this year too. We'll see what happens with it. Tamika.
Oh, I thought you were going to do the students.
I'm gonna get the students. I got time for them. I'll cut you off first.
I put most of the placard down. I just wanted to say, Francie, I appreciate what you said about our role and things that we can do. I just served jury duty last week. And serving on a jury is something that I never wanted to do. It's not a desire that I had, and I was completely shocked that I made it to actually sit on a jury. I just knew, especially after I found out it was a criminal case, that they would dismiss me, and they did not. However, after going through the process, I knew that I needed to be there, because when it came to sentencing, there were people in the room who literally said, I can't believe that people lie.
That's the end?
Yes.
People lie.
And then wanted to, now here's the thing. So in state, so federal, they have sentencing guidelines. In the state, it is discretionary, right?
Wild West.
This particular charge, and I won't go into details, we literally, as a jury, had to recommend a sentence, a prison sentence of between 5 years and life without parole.
Oh, yeah.
And there were people in the room that got a kick out of that. And I had to, and this is the part that really makes me sad, that I literally had to say, this is somebody's life, and it is not to be taken lightly. Even when we come back with a guilty verdict, we are still dealing with a human being's life.
That's right.
He was 20. That means he will either be there until the age of 25 or never getting out of prison, going in at the age of 20. That is not something to be taken lightly. And we have to stop acting like things are just, oh, willy-nilly, oh, it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. I know for a fact that my life could have, we're all one decision away. That's right. All one decision away from being behind bars. Yeah. And it is not something to be taken lightly. If it was your family member that is locked up, how would you want them treated? Your mother, your father, your grandfather, grandmother, daughter, son, brother, sister, grandchild. If it were you, what type of consideration would you expect? And that goes back to making it personal. Make it personal. This discussion, like Negro Spiritual said, talk is talk, and it's cheap. And it is time to take some action. And I realize, listen, I don't care how you feel about Dr. Martin Luther King, about Malcolm X, about Albert Einstein, about any of those people. They were game changers. They were game changers. So no, you alone may not be able to change the world, but you are a piece of it. So you are either part of the solution or you are part of the problem by being complicit.
Wow.
Thank you, Tamia. Is that right? Tamika. God. I got my 2 students now. I've saved 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'm not going to get to the preserving the process, Doug. We'll talk about that some other time. But I wanted my students to have last words. Ooh. Oh, I wanted my students to have last words. And so you can go first. Yeah, volunteer to go first. That's what I like.
Well, first things first, I just would like to say I agree with everything that you just said. It is not to be taken lightly. I feel like in the, I feel like in the criminal justice field, we tend to look at people as objects and think, oh, you know, you can't go in here with feelings. You got to leave your feelings at the door. I believe that you should take your feelings in there because that could have been you. That could have been any one of us that are sitting at this table right now. You know, just thank God that it was not you, that, you know, you don't wish that on anybody else. But I feel like we don't look at people as, you know, yeah, you made a mistake. It was a mistake, and we can now look at you like, okay, you did your time for that mistake. That mistake is not you. We tend to look at people as, you made that mistake, that is who you are, and that is what you are. You are that mistake, and you're gonna be in prison for that mistake. Instead of us looking at them like they are people who either were put in a situation where they had to make that mistake or they just happened to make that mistake. And so I completely agree with what you just said as far as not taking things lightly. Now, my next question would be, as far as the people who do have the power to make those decisions as far as changing it, how do we get up there, if that would make sense? Like, you have the people who are in power but won't allow somebody like me who was educated to get up there and be in power with them. So how would I get up there if I'm not being allowed that opportunity because of either my skin color or because I'm a female or because of my age, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, how do you get around something like that without just kind of not throwing the towel in and going, you know, okay, well, you are at the top. You know, you have to start at the top and kind of work your way down. So it's kind of like, how do you get up there with that person trying to stop you from getting up there? You know, it's kind of like you're going kind of clashing, because it's like, okay, I'm trying to change it, but you're trying to stop me from changing it. So how do I stop you from trying to stop me from changing it? And you're the person in power. So I feel like if we figure out that answer, I feel like we can figure out a lot of other answers, because it starts up there. If we figure out how to stop them, then we can trickle it on down.
So I want you to, here's my card, because be my intern. I need an intern. I got 4 years. You got 4 years to come be my intern, and I'll introduce you to all the folk you need to know so that you can change this. I've been saying your name wrong. Samaya?
Yes, sir.
Samaya, I want to hear from you. Then I do have one last, because she's sitting next to me and she has a way with making me do whatever she wants me to do. So, but after you, I'm going to turn it
Well,
over.
I personally didn't have much to say, but it's been, ever since I walked in the room, I heard Mr. Young speak about the illusion of justice. And I've been sitting here pondering on that thought. What is the illusion of justice? I didn't get to hear anybody else from the Roundtable's discussion, their take on the illusion of justice, but whenever I think about it, it sounds almost as if it were a joke. The illusion of justice to me sounds like there is this mirage or this fake facade of what justice is. And my question that I want to present was, will we ever have justice, or will it always be an illusion? You know, and whenever I stayed up late reading some of the readings last night, and from Our Generational Vision for Justice and Liberation, something that I took note of was, they said, envision a future where disinvested, violent, and structurally oppressed neighborhoods turn into invested, mutual, accountable, and safe communities. I think that is what the illusion of justice is where we're transforming those neighborhoods into places where they have investments, and where everybody is held mutually accountable, and where everybody feels safe. That's justice to me.
Thank you. Thank you to my student. I've got 5 minutes before I have to turn it over to my daughter and be through, so you got,
all right.
Can't have all 5 of them.
I will not.
Okay.
Okay, so making it personal, I want to lift up Julius Jones and honor his sister, Antoinette Jones, who's in the room. Wave to the people, Antoinette. Antoinette is the heart of the effort behind freeing her brother. When we talk about exceptional violence in systems, Julius Jones is the prototype. It is the case study that is before us, in front of our eyes right now. Violent. Exceptionalism. He was in solitary confinement for 20 years. Violence. He had numerous appeals, but because of procedural stuff, the new evidence was never allowed into his appeals process. That's violent. He had an attorney general who issued an execution date after the Pardon and Parole Board voted to give him a commutation hearing, which was the first of its kind in Oklahoma history for any death row inmate. That's how determined Oklahoma was to kill this man.
That's right.
The Attorney General gave him a date knowing that these people set up a commutation hearing. That's exceptionally violent.
That's right.
The board agreed to give him his commutation. The board voted not once but twice at a commutation hearing and at a clemency hearing, 3-1, a recommendation that Julius Jones should be recommended for, what was it, Adam? Clemency. With a recommendation with life with the possibility of parole. Julius Jones at that point had already served a life sentence. The governor denied both of those recommendations. Julius Jones went to death watch 35 days prior to his execution date. Despite all of this, when we want to know anything about exceptional violence in this system, in Oklahoma, You do not have to look further than the man who is still alive. While the governor was praying and deliberating and maybe playing golf, Julius had his last meal, violent. His mom and his daddy had a last visit, violent. And they waited till 4 hours before his scheduled execution to call it off. If anything is more cruel in this state than that, then y'all have to show me. And then put an executive order in place that said he could never get before a pardon and parole board. Julius Jones is the story. When we talk about exceptional violence in the criminal justice system in Oklahoma.
Anamika.
I'm just going to take a moment to let Cece's words sit. Zamaya and Janaya, I'm so grateful for your presence. And Janaya, your question, how do I get into a position of power? It's so incredible that George passed you his card because I don't have the answer, but I do know that we don't get anywhere without community. That's right. And that's part of what this project is trying to do, support community coalitions and relationships that can support us when we need help, when we want to celebrate our joys. That's what we are promoting here. And so I don't have a card, but I would love to be part of your community to support you in any way.
The illusion of justice, the Jim Crow theology, preserving the process, no is the new N-word. Daughter.
All right, I am going to tell us what we said, wrap it up. Cece started us, well, actually, let me rewind. Papa Young started with an introduction and talked to us about A.C. Hamlin and how he had a personal connection to the story of A.C. Hamlin and how that guides and informs his advocacy and his work on a daily basis. He gave us a wonderful outline and setup of the readings and reminded us what was contained in the readings. Cece took it from there and talked about the indoctrination of exceptionalism and discovery and how these need to be continued contexts in our conversations. JD took us to the caste system and how the caste system protects and rewards those who engage in the terror. Travis Flood talked to us about a really personal situation he encountered with a person who could not hear him because of his presence reminding her of past traumas. But he was glad to report that this is now a person that is an advocacy partner of his. Ayanna talked about people getting less punishment and less harsh realities whenever they've got connections to people in power like the district attorneys and the judges. Khalil talked to us about the system not having equality, and it can't be a just system until Black people have more of a voice. Lacey talked to us about needing perhaps the presence of more media presence of these positive interactions that we're experiencing today, maybe even a YouTube channel or other ways to spread this type of conversation nationally. She touched on mandatory minimums and how those are not fair, and a few people touched on that, but I'll just respond briefly by saying that is a very real reality that allows the continued violence to be set and people are over penalized and over punished. Lacey also talked about the long-term penalization of probationary periods. Adam shifted our gear a little bit, went into this idea of these things have been ingrained in United States justice because of the pretense first that then becomes precedent, and the precedent goes unchecked, and anyone who tries to check it is penalized or squeezed out for that action. He talked about this illusion of justice that many of us got to touch on, and the fact that many people don't want this illusion of justice to be questioned. He also talked about the fact that many of us are in places and spaces of faith, and how do we have one conclusion, but yet people in our same faith are coming up with very separate, different, opposite conclusions. Hannah talked about using media and using marketing to change the narrative, outmarket the opposition, the status quo that has wanted their narrative to stay in play this whole time, using marketing powers and crafting to beat them at their own game. Laney talked about the Jim Crow theory is essentially based in our Senate Bill 1, and because that's how we started, it's not a surprise that that's where we still are. Tiffany talked about, gave us a wonderful quotation, a letter from Birmingham, Dr. Martin Luther King, and describing the white moderate and how the white moderate will tend to agree with our goals, but won't agree with our methods of action to achieve our goals. Marquise highlighted a point from CC that many people will claim Christian values but not be acting them out. It's all just for show, and it's not backed up by the actual walk of the faith. He also asked the question, how do we reimagine the jury? And I'll just briefly tell you, Marquise, jury questions are decided beforehand by a jury, by both lawyers and the judge. So there's room for reformation in how perhaps a defense attorney would approach crafting those jury instructions and questions before. But I will also tell you all, I'm pretty sure this is true for the state, and I know it's true for the federal government. You have to be on a voting list to be considered for jury selection. Mm-hmm. So that is another attempt to usurp very many people of color out of the process of being selected for a jury. So without reform in that area, we're going to continue to find that we don't have many people of color or diversity landing on the potential list for jury selection. Tamika touched on this. She served on a jury and felt it was important, knew it was important, experienced exactly how vital it is for people. And I just want to share that too, that oftentimes jury duty is, something we brush off and make fun of and say, I don't want to do that, or how can I get out of it? And it's funny, and it's not funny. For us, it's something we need to do. We have to do it for the people who are depending on us to take 2 to 3 days, maybe 4, out of your work schedule, sit in the room, focus, and understand, hear the facts, and understand where they are in that system. And I'll add this in, it only takes one of the 12 to disagree for that person not to be considered guilty. I'm not suggesting that you be unlawful in how you serve on a jury. I'm just educating us that that is a huge way to make an impact. If just you disagree with how everything is going, the outcome for that person could be very different and life-saving. Jean talked to us about kind of the early histories and how people who came here felt as victims, and violence was a tool used when they didn't feel other tools that were nonviolent were confident or viable options. Doug talked to us about the possibility of parole, and it's not really even a possibility in Oklahoma. Most of the time, pardon and parole board denying people, and Chris knows those stats, I'm sure Adam does too. The amount of denials of parole is just astronomical compared to the amount of paroles that are actually granted in Oklahoma. And he said, what makes the life of a police officer more valuable than his? And I will just add that that is a construct. The death penalty and its qualifications are rooted in racism and the fact that statistically there are more white officers and more white officers and more black people in the criminal legal system and less black officers or firefighters and less white people in the system. So that's all based on statistics, and it's noble that you can realize that and say that. And now what actions can we take to recreate, reform death penalty at all? Abolish it, number one. Number two, the qualifications for it. Tanya was giving us so much great history on the codified laws that existed right before the Constitution and how slavery was intertwined and how a lot of those laws were directly intended to uphold slavery, even as the Constitution was drafted. Chris talked to us about prosecutors holding all the power in Oklahoma, and we know that's true. Who needs to give up power and who needs to gain power in order for us to realize equality? He gave several examples of violence that are happening in Oklahoma. Negro Spiritual said the N-word is no. There's no conversation about reparations until they print the money and hand it to the black people for the great oppressions that and death that black people have suffered. Again, Tamika talked to us of an important conversation about serving on a jury. Thank you for being that example for us to hear and know that you are directly impacting your community in that way. The state does have, and that's the other thing about Oklahoma State, you all understand that if you serve on a jury or any jury in Oklahoma, the jury in our state, by law, chooses the punishment for the person who's convicted. That's not the case in every state. That's the case here in Oklahoma. So when the punishment range is set, like she said, 5 to life, and let's talk about life always being typically the maximum amount of time people can get, that's just excessive, violent, astronomical time. The jury, the 12 peers in quotation marks, are going to be the people choosing that sentence. In a federal setting, it's the judge doing it. And I began talking about how judges are selected based on their ability and desire to uphold status quo. Tamika said, this is somebody's life. And I think that that's a good quote to take away and think about. This is somebody's life. Janiyah, you shared your thoughts that we need to take our feelings into every space. Mm-hmm. We're not checking them out the door because they are our personal connections to these issues. And Janiyah, I'm going to say to you, go to law school. And
seminary.
Jayla, I talked to you before, go to law school.
Seminary.
And Tyler Fisher, my bro, go to law school.
Seminary.
Jesus said, make fishers of people. I'm making lawyers of people. Zamaya, you get discussion, but Julius is not free from that violence. And I think that's something we all need to understand and take action on. I love that you mentioned, Cece, that Julius was on death watch for 35 days. In Oklahoma, I believe I'm right, maybe Tamika can correct me, but I think Oklahoma allows up to 40 days on death watch, which is one of the states that has the highest amount of allotable death watch time. When this was brought to the attention of the Department of Corrections by the ACLU of Oklahoma, ACLU was on the bridge or on the brink of threatening a lawsuit. DOC quickly changed their death watch time from up to 40 days to 7 days max. So that is some recent reform that has happened as a direct result of Julius's case and the inhumane just unfathomable conditions that death watches for somebody on a human perspective. That's what we talked about. Papa Young kept us moving and grooving, so thank you, and passing it back to you, Anamika.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Evita.
So thank you, Francie. That was a really thorough recap. I don't have much to say. I just want to elevate some ideas that came out of both conversations.
Evita, into the mic.
Both conversations, elevate some ideas. The first is that the teaching of our history and passing it down is a key to our liberation. That's the first thing, and we have to take the responsibility to teach our own history. The next is this pretense of a justice system and the idea of preserving it at all costs over human cost, right? And the processes of the system being violent in themselves. And so the idea came out of the table of what would we do to each other to preserve this system? Then there was this idea of control, where BIPOC people are always under control. We're subjected to policies, procedures, systems that were not created for us, but we are subjected to them, and then even those that we consider our allies at times are putting a timetable or telling us when we can have our liberation. And then the last thing was this notion of human connection, that we need each other, community, and then Waylon said over here that policies don't, well, you want to say it? What was it?
I believe I said change doesn't come from policy, it comes through people.
Yes, absolutely. So make it personal. There you go. Now I'm going to turn it over to you.
That was beautiful, Evita. Okay, so we are closing out the day. I would like to give you all a few housekeeping reminders. You can take your name tag and put it on your table tent and leave your table tent here in your name tag. Tomorrow, you're going to come and you will have to find your name tag again because there will be new seats. So there are new seats tomorrow because our facilitators change and we want to keep it exciting for everyone.
Maya just said thank you for changing our seats.
Oh.
Not like that.
Yeah, I mean, putting you next to Chris for 48 hours, I wouldn't do you like that. But participants, if you could please check your email before 8 p.m. I'm just gonna send a quick little note for information for you all to have about, after the roundtable and what we need from you in terms of W-9s, et cetera. So please check your emails at 8 p.m. Tomorrow we'll see you at 8:30 for breakfast, and discussions will start at 9 to provide a 1 to 2 minute reflection of the day. So, and how you felt kind of leaving here. We do want to bring emotions into this space, and so we look forward to having a morning together where we can reflect and be present for each other. Chris, is there anything else before I say goodbye? All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.